Marathon. I don't. Yeah, that was. What did you think about that? Hey, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being with us. Day 2 of the 32nd annual Poetry Marathon and Benefit here at St. Kate. I am Mike Wen. I'm the programming director, and I'm mostly just here to say welcome and to thank some people. You all, everyone tuning in out there, everyone who's reading, and of course our sponsors. This year's marathon is presented by DeWitt LLP and Wisconsin's Own Library, a unique collection of Wisconsin authors and illustrators owned by the General Federation of Women's Clubs Wisconsin, with funding provided by the Gwendolyn M. Schultz Charitable Trust. And then ode level sponsorships from Juneau Park Friends, Paula Kiley and Margaret Rosga, and of course to all of our hourly sponsors. So I think it's just thanks, and now we'll get right to the poetry. So I'm delighted to welcome Vince Bushell, who's going to host the Wednesday Writers Hour. Thanks.
Good morning. You made it all here through the snow and the cold. Welcome. My name is, as he said, Vince Bushell. I've been on the board here for a long time. That's why I have this mauve sweatshirt. It's a formal attire for the day. A noise, an oyster. We'll try to make some noise today and maybe annoy some oysters. I'm going to invite Darlene Rezatarski. I don't know if I said it right, also known as Lolly. She's going to read together a poem with me, or actually a short play by Barbara Lee. So come on up. The Wednesday Writers have been going for a very long time, since before 2020. I've not been here that long, but the group meets on Wednesdays, so we meet in the afternoon. So we generally tend to be a little bit older because we're available to meet. So the first thing we're going to read is by Barbara Lee. Maybe some of you know her, but she's known in the community as being a long-term performer, actress, writer, singer, all-around favorite person. She was going to do this herself. She read it on Wednesday. It's a little bit sensitive, but it's also a little bit humorous or funny. At least she tried to be. And that'll be apparent as you listen. Set the stage here for this little poem. There's a baby here with Lolly, which was very, not too many women her age give birth. Anyway, so we're both older than the people in the little play. The setting is a Milwaukee apartment. And you want to start?
I give birth to a poem a day at least.
Okay.
Okay, I'll start.
Yeah.
Buenas noches, mi amor. Buenas noches, mi amor. What's that?
Open up. It's the police.
Oh, I just called the police. There have been men in the neighborhood harassing my neighbors.
I've come to arrest you. I'm with ICE.
But, officer, what are you talking about?
According to this description, you have brown skin, brown eyes, black hair. You must be Spanish immigrant, and you're here illegally.
Wait, I'm not here illegally. I'm an American citizen.
Oh, yeah? What's your name?
Carolina Smith.
They're all Smith. Even my last name is Smith. And your first name is Spanish.
I came here 11 years ago, and I married Carlton Smith.
Carlton Smith? That's my cousin's name.
What's your first name?
Ebenezer.
Ebenezer? My husband has been looking for you for years. He'll be so excited to know you're here.
Wait, so I can't arrest you, but I need to fill my quota. I'm being paid big money for this.
But my husband said you were such a kind person. How can you be arresting people just because they look like me?
Yeah, I hate this job. Breaking up families, people screaming, and these ICE guys are really mean. We just arrest and deport or put in prisons, don't even check if they're citizens. I can't sleep at night, and my girlfriend says she's going to leave me because I have no heart. But how can I quit? I have a lot of debts, and I owe big money for school, and
What are you studying?
I want to be a social worker.
Seems like you would learn a lot more about people and feel really good about yourself, and I bet your girlfriend wouldn't leave you if you are working on our side.
What do you think, audience?
What do you think? Oh, okay. I can ask my husband if he knows about any good jobs. We can invite you, and what's your girlfriend's name?
It's Naisha. She's from Africa.
Uh-oh. Trump is threatening to deport immigrants from Africa now.
No way.
There could be lots of jobs for you on our side, and you could write some doozer inside stories about how bad ICE really is, and we would all be cheering for you and inviting you for dinner tonight.
Naisha would love that.
Deal?
Deal.
I'll call Carl. He'll be so surprised. And we can have tacos tonight, or what's your favorite?
Chimichangas.
I make great chimichangas and guacamole and wine.
Salud.
Salud.
Salud. What do you think, audience? At least we can have one happy ending.
For our children.
And Barbara sent me a note last night, and the note was, "Add, and they're killing people." Thank you. I'll take your, I'm not used to handling infants, but.
That's all right. And now I'm Lolly again. Lolly yet. Lolly yet. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. And thank you to River West Currents for sponsoring our hour. And love to all my Wednesday writing friends. I'm starting out with a poem, not mine. I want to introduce an unknown Milwaukee writer by the name of George John. He started the first Renaissance bookshop after World War II on Wisconsin Avenue. There were a lot of bookshops around down there. The original Harry Schwartz was there, and Schrader was a competitor of Renaissance. And before that, he had been in World War II. He was a conscientious objector and always a poet. And when he was in Paris after the war, he started giving little scraps of paper with poems on it to Gertrude Stein. And eventually, his poems that he had written during the war were published in this book. It's called A Garland About Me. And Gertrude Stein wrote the intro. And I want to share part of it. A great many soldiers came, and one day unexpectedly a poet. He had come and left many little pieces of paper, and on each piece of paper was a poem. Like all soldiers had been in many places, Italy, France, Belgium, Holland, Germany, England, and then later India, as he was a field serviceman. And everywhere there were landscapes, and all the landscapes were poems. He was the only one to whom that happened, and he was a poet. I was excited and thought I would never see him again and only have the little pieces of paper with the poems on them and the name George John. At the end of a long week, he came again, tall, gentle, thin, and young. And I told him he was a poet, but he knew that, and I knew it. And now I am telling it here where the poems are printed. George John, Paris, 1943. Wow. I will read one very short poem from the book. It's the title poem. The first one is called A Garland About Me. His second book is called If Roses Were Bread, but I didn't bring that one along. Poem, George John. In spring I shall come again, shall come in spring with a gain, may have, that is, a garland about me, would not be profane for propriety. That is, I may bring, folded in a golden bucket, a star from a far land shall be, you see, my own property. How can I grasp the verdure of that green? Fleas from my ardent, impure hands have been hardened, vandals toward all virtue, was only handled wrongly by those lonely dangling long stems now merely may make sham amends while the vernal wonderment inhabits with its fingers foreign lands. Upon this makeshift moss abandoned I stand. George John. I have two poems of my own. They're very short, so I don't run over my time limit. And coincidentally, both of them were written on airplanes at like 6 months apart, but the same flight from Richmond to O'Hare. And the first one was written July 14th, 2025. And I want to read this in honor of my very dear friend, Carla Cullen, who she wrote several romance novels, and she was in a writing group that we're still somewhat together. And I had just, shortly before takeoff, learned of her death, sudden. And it's called Flights. Dear Carla, because I am on a plane, belted in, below illusory blueness, above vivid vapors, a hodgepodge of fields popping through like frivolous jack-in-the-box surprises. I am again embraced by your generosity of spirit, remembering unexpected gifts you brought me, silk scarf from India, hand-painted bowl from Cyprus, titillating romantic tales, thoughtful critiques around the round table enhanced by chocolate on chocolate brownies. I feel so close to you up here, my friend, like maybe I might see you cruising on the wing, surprised by where you are, not quite ready to let go and soar. The wound bleeds in both directions as we travel on toward homes. And even though there's so much danger and fear and everything going really in a bad direction, I've been thinking about the children and how we have to keep it good for the children as much as possible. And on the plane, coming after Christmas break, coming home from Virginia, I was reading a New Yorker magazine, and suddenly this poem came to me out of I don't know where, because I was missing my grandchildren, I guess. And I thought, I'm gonna write this for them. And a Betty Bye tale for the children. Naughty Nellie needed a nap, but Danny danced on a drum, while Shirley shrilled a silly song and Sally sucked on a plum. Little Jack Sprat ate a pound of fat, but Susie slipped some to the cat, while Harry lost his hunting hound and Freddie Fisher said he's found. Contrary Mary made a pie of mud, but Sam the Sandman shunned it, while old Mother Goose let her pet moose loose and Francie pranced around it. Now go to sleep and maybe dream of gummy bears skipping through mint ice cream or unicorns swimming in a silver stream. And when you wake to a morning bright, may your heart be filled with love and light. Thank you.
First reader, or second reader, is Pepe. Tom. I'm not following my own orders. Tom. Yes, I do. Tom Zielkowski. I think I said, did I say your name right? Zielkowski?
You said that very well. Thank you. Thank you. Well, good morning, everyone, and thank you, Woodland Pattern, for supporting our Wednesday writers group. I've been part of the group for about a year and a half. My history is with numbers. I was an accountant my entire life, but now I'm trying to figure out how to read and how to write. So the prompt for this poem is the book 1984, which I read in high school and didn't understand a bit, but I read it a few years ago, and I understood it a lot more now that I've got a lot more history behind me. So the prompt was the book 1984 by George Orwell. This poem is a poem of contradiction, irony, and cynicism. You may find it a little bit monotonous and simple. It may provoke you, but that's okay. The banner across this writing read, "Anxiety is confidence, depression is hope, disrespect is kindness. The truth I hear is repeated loudly, often, and seldom makes sense, but I listen. The truth I'm told comes from what I carry, room to room, and keep fully charged. The truth I hope for makes me feel good and keeps me silent. But the only truth I can trust is poetry. So here's a poem. I call it More. When more fake money is printed, the people become wealthy. When more lies are repeated, the people become trustworthy. When more debt piles up, the people become frugal. When more drugs are prescribed, the people become well. When more sugar is eaten, the people become athletes. When more alcohol is drunk, the people become steady. When more mothers live alone, the children become confident. When more data is collected, the people become free. When more fake food is eaten, the people become healthy. When more of life rests on the couch, the community becomes closer. When more porn is watched, the men become gentlemen. When more eyes stare into social screens, we all begin to think for ourselves. When more dates are found online, the young become joyful. When more video games are played, the men become responsible. When more think God is dead, the people become faithful. When more students have crushing debt, the graduates become motivated. When more oil is burned, the air becomes fresh and cool. When more fake friends are counted, the human connection deepens. When more women work 9 to 5, the wages paid rapidly rise. When more old men choose war, the world becomes forgiving. And when poetry is outlawed, the people will become thoughtful and kind. Thank you.
Pepe Houlihan. Welcome.
Thank you. And thank you to everybody and all who have anything to do with putting this forum together. These free speech forums are becoming more and more important every day, and I really, really appreciate them. Clowns. Star-shaped eyes, permanent smile, or perhaps a frown with teardrop painted on cheek. You do not speak, and yet you make us laugh. Tweak the sadness of our collective hearts, and for some curious reason, stir the fear that lives inside. Within the circus of my life, jugglers, tigers, and acrobats will always hold a second seat to the magic buffoonery of your tawdry troupe. For this is where I first saw Weary Willie, with broom in hand pursue his elusive spot of light across a melancholy star-dust floor. And where a masterful display of hobo human truth, played out in center ring, would instantly become forevermore my favorite act. Thank you. Just a note on that poem. Weary Willie is a clown character created by Emmett Kelly, and sweeping the spotlight gag was his most famous routine. Understanding the end game. I don't care where they say people go. You are never far away. And slapping sounds on summer morning asphalt court bring you closer still. Your voice on a distant playground calls across an elegant bridge where muscle and mind learn by skirmish and heart is summoned from a place inside. Moments shared between warm-up jump shots, left-handed hook, delivered, defined. Magic contained in a no-look pass, no nod needed, or even a glance. You always knew where I would be. I am not in favor of lilacs lasting longer than they do, for that might spoil the pleasure of seeing you joyfully tend to spring's early gift, elegantly wrapped in lavender bows. Summoned by the secrets of visiting blossoms, your ocean green gaze in the afternoon sun draws my attention to the pulse and breath of each passing moment in what we both know is a very short season, lilac days. Thank you. So this last poem, I wrote it before yesterday, and I now realize that I probably should be updated, very tragically updated. It's called Dinner Time in Magaland. In response to our country's growing complaints about the rising price of food, Secretary of Agriculture Brooke Rollins identified a meal she claims we can all afford, especially those living on the margins, she added. One piece of chicken, one piece of broccoli, a corn tortilla, and one other thing. From indigenous Lake Omushko in what is now called Minnesota to the Gulf Delta Seaway on the Louisiana coast, the stubborn Mississippi cuts across a nation, twisting in the deadly winds of its own homegrown division. Like a permanent scar from north to south and south to north, her muddied currents trace a path through centuries of a wicked hunger that seems never to end. One piece of chicken, one piece of broccoli, a corn tortilla, and one other thing. Meanwhile, I hear dear MAGA leaders say the problem of prices is that I have too many pencils and my grandchild too many dolls. I batted that one around for a while. It almost garnered a smile. But none of this to me is funny now. Nope, not anymore. And if I were to tell you an innocent 17-year-old boy was ripped from his workplace by government agents, then dumped like refuse, bleeding and crying in a nearby Walmart parking lot, what would you say? And if I were to tell you a government agent drew his gun, armed it at an unarmed mother of three, and shot her in the head, what would you say? One piece of chicken, one piece of broccoli, a corn tortilla, and one other thing. Free smells, a friend of mine snarled as we passed the window of a Jimmy John's sandwich shop. I always hated that, he said. When I was a kid, we were poor. I was always hungry. And that sign really pissed me off. Thank you so much.
Karen Haley, welcome.
Good morning. As with everyone else, my thanks to Woodland Patterns. It's been a wonderful, creative place for me for years and years, and I'm so grateful for it. And I love seeing people gathering and that they have one thing in common, their love for words. I never thought I would find people like me, but this is people like me. All right. Beauty reigns in the eyes of one who stays and says, "Count me, I'm here." In the feel of a hand, old and withered, or young and supple, it reaches its strength to mine. In the balm of a voice whispered or sung in tones that ring true. A voice to bring answers, excuse me, a voice to bring answers to questions that open my mind to possibilities. Such is the beauty woven in and around hours and dreams, and they carry sustenance wrapped in just ordinary days. And I apologize. My voice is not dependable these days, so I'll do the best I can. Midwest morning, trying to see in a far and clear-eyed way what syllables best roll across this land, glacier-marked in old, old ink, undulating pages once shoulder-high in prairie, split by cloven hoof and shaggy thunder, their northern passage through all the seasons. Dawn keeps finding hours to slip along the edges to the east, lift sleeping stones with warming color where the mighty lakes meet their shores, these inland seas that throw challenge to anchorage. Scribes write with their lives on long-stemmed grass, on paper sky. This one is rather personal to me. I was born and raised, literally born on a farm and raised, and the demise of family farms in Wisconsin and throughout the Midwest and probably in many other places is just truly alarming. So this is called Sunday Drive on Back Roads, Fall 2025. There are trees that bend low to hear whispered thoughts along blue-tinged highways. They catch and hold weathered barns and tired yards, fading for sale signs nailed to trees, fences with little to keep out or keep in. Aging eyes ride the worn shoulders of the narrowed roads. Remember brighter plans for remember brighter plans for this passing scene. Clouds mass along the silent fields, along the empty roads. They promise rain. And a little short one. As a grandparent, I get to see kindergarten Christmas programs. So this is on watching kindergarten reenact the Nativity. And my granddaughter was the angel Gabriel with a little white robe, white paper wings, and pipe cleaner halo that bounced when she walked. An angel has nothing but dreams and air and cannot walk an hour, not an instant of tangible earth. She surely must envy us. Thank you.
Charles Trimberger.
So thank you all for being here, and thanks to Woodland Pattern for putting on this great event. I'm just going to start with something that happened in my childhood with a salute to Robert Haas. It's called Dancing Bears. The farm bulged with the fruits of summer. Its arbor bore Concord grapes, deep blue globes becoming purple in the afternoon shade. Father told of blackberries in the woods, and blackberry that loved blackberries. He picked their fullness until darkness. Lured mosquitoes and thorns scratched unwelcome bites. Black Bear watched from the darkening woods. That winter, we explored the woods, where blackberries were dormant. Father said the black bear were hiding nearby, waiting for spring. I knew nothing of hibernation, only that I wanted to be carried, fearing black bear dancing in the shadows, singing, blackberries, blackberries, blackberries. Thank you. And this one is more from teenagers. Mea culpa. Sister taught temptation is the air like humidity, parked on Lover's Lane or swimming in pubescent promise at the local swimming pool. She whispers with certainty about impure thoughts leading to damnation. Culpa sits across from me studying the periodic table of elements. She is like a mind-altering substance that makes me really want to study science and even the stars, but she won't share my telescope. This doesn't seem sinful, but now Culpa says she hates astronomy, and I don't get it because last week she gave a report on rocket science and propulsion that launched me into space. Now we're studying algebra and discovery of the unknowns. I'm excited, but I don't know why. Okay. So if you're wondering what all this cold weather is for, one of its functions is to kill the mosquito larvae. And so this is about them this summer or last summer. Picnic. It comes humming, arrayed in the shade, when a thirsty thug buzzes with its blade, itching to stitch a niche in your skin. Smaller than a sunflower seed, it pitches 6 tiny tools designed to dine. 2 serrated cutting blades puncture, while 2 retractors open a passage for its proboscis, extending from a protective sheath. A 6th pumps saliva, creating an itchy bump. It's nothing personal. All she wants is your blood. And so this is a new poem. It's about cooperation and things working together. I talk dog. My dog, Kaiser, has been house-trained since puppyhood. His body is timed for morning and evening walks, and he always reminds me. Once outside, he walks to heel, but looks at me when nature tempts him. I am his alpha. Every dog needs a boss. Kaiser's canine empathy tells him about friend and foe. If we encounter any who dislike me, he is quick to notice competitive feelings. He bristles, but he does nothing. On one recent walk, he starts to sniff a tree while preparing to lift his leg. I see the tree is actually 2 in 1, a bonus for Kaiser. Does he choose to pee on one or the other or both? I look closer. Was I seeing a family in a forest of trees? They are bonded. They share roots and shoots and vascular systems. It's impossible to separate the two without killing them. They're Siamese twins, happily reaching for the sky. Did they talk to each other before germination? Is this an accident? Two trees, one voice, silent whispers. Barren on the trunks between them, they robustly grow on their outer sides, siblings for life. Their silence is a bonus. Their silence is a bonus for love and nature. Kaiser peas equally between them. And this poem is my most recent one, and it's about Minnesota. I call it the canonization of St. Rene. In Minnesota, the football season is over. Their home team, injured and defeated, is done for the season. As many of them say, wait till next year. But their fans are still hungry enough to play defense. A mouse and cat game against ice. Cornerbacks guard wide receivers without touching them. Linebackers refuse to budge, and linemen and women charge to defend their city. Mice defend against the cat in hopes that the monster rat will keep his distance. The Tea Party people scramble to follow the cats, blasting car horns and blowing whistles and hurling profanities. A woman screams, "Get out, get out, get out!" And Nazi pig, go home. Citizens of all colors assemble where muscle meets rage. Citizens patrol with their cars, driving around neighborhoods, hoping to trick the cats into following them. This is the Minneapolis Tea Party. We hope there will be no Boston Massacre. Regardless, Minutemen and women everywhere will flock to the polls to begin the new revolution to remove the monster rat. Thousands mourn the killing of St. Rene. No matter what, our federal government cannot kill truth. My country, 'tis of thee, long live democracy. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles. Virginia Small, please, welcome.
Great, wow, there's actually a room full of people here at this hour on Sunday, on a snowy Sunday. So I want to add my thanks to Woodland Pattern and everyone there, and especially Michael Wendt, who is the convener of our weekly Wednesday Writers, including to those making it available to others on Zoom. And so it means a lot. And also the fellowship of the group, which is open to all. So I appreciate that. So I'm going to read two poems, and the first one, I want to thank my sister and brother-in-law who live in France for inviting me to come and house sit for them while they traveled to dog sit, actually. The house was okay without anybody, but the dog needed somebody to walk her, and so that was me. So I wrote this poem last summer. Pense à nous. I chance upon a hand-painted sign tucked cockeyed in a tree along a country road in Ardèche. Pense à nous, it urges in black letters on a red background. Think of us. A smiling girl and boy indicate the us, playful and present. They drew themselves into this picture, picked which outfits to adorn stick figure bodies, found just the right paint box yellow for a page boy haircut and a crown, and bright red for turned up lips. Pense à nous, think about the children, always a good idea, now more than ever. Yes, let's think about today's children and those not born, about neighbors and unknown children, not just mine and ours, and other us's across town, in other cities, regions, halfway around the world. Pense à nous. What do they need, care about? What sustains them, us, all of us? Water, trees, parks, air, freedom. Our foods and stories, what are we passing down? What can so easily get hurt or lost? What might we save through thought, through fullness, by slowing down? Children, more than human species, animals, the earth. Pense à nous. Wandering this road, I wonder about a new and us that is free to roam and thrive, as young, unseen strangers announce their presence in a vibrant sign. I conjure a world in which grace, not speed, takes the wheel, as we widen circles of concern. Pense à nous, pense à nous, pense à nous. I picture pausing together to consider a new, a bigger new than we thought we could ever imagine. Thanks. All I had to do is, I could have yelled stop in the middle of that and it would have, sorry about that. I hope that wasn't too annoying. I didn't want to stop myself in the middle of it, in the moment, right? So, this next poem is, I wrote just about a year ago at the beginning of the current regime, and I wanted to thank Vince Bushel for publishing it in the March River West Currents. And I also like the synchronicity of something that appears in this poem that Lolly read in George John's poem. Total coincidence. So, and you may notice it, but. So this is more of a prose poem. What matters now? It matters now to check on whoever may be left behind, who could be harmed, who is deemed not to matter. What matters now is showing up, staying present, keeping healthy, knowing my limits, drinking enough fluids, eating enough protein, seasoning food for the best possible flavor, savoring every bit of anything sweet. What matters now is connecting every day with someone I care about. Better yet, touching base with 5 or 10 people I care about, or 10 times that on some days. Dancing matters more now than ever, alone, with people, whenever or wherever the Spirit moves us. When the Spirit does not want to move, when the stars do not align, it matters most to dance and to laugh. Yes, to laugh hard from the belly. What matters is to know what matters to me, to us, to say it out loud, to scribble it on whatever scrap is available, to shout it in front of city halls and courthouses, to call elected officials, to whisper truths on the street and to sleeping children, to sing to the lake at high tide, to accompany rivers as they make their melodies, to chant while cooking, to write what matters on bits of paper and plant them in the earth. What matters now is to resist in any way I can the silencing and deadening, the erasures, the hijacking by fear, thefts by stealth, violence against those someone has deemed expendable. What matters forever is to believe that what I do matters, even the small things, no matter the results, what the results seem or don't seem to be. To trust the unseen, to trust my heart to know what matters, no matter what anyone says or does, to discourage that faith. No matter how bullies connive to sever the ties that bind, to nullify our social contracts, no matter who tries to scuttle our instinctive joy that is grittier than anything. Thank you.
Dancing now matters more than ever. Thank you. I will now introduce myself. I'm Vince Bushel, and I'm really happy to be here. I'm a little bit impressed at the number of people that came out in this cold weather early in the morning in the snow. This is dedicated to a friend of mine, a young woman that I met who was interested in writing, and I guess she's now off on a trip to France to study writing in France. Sounds like fun to me. Etc. Oh, by the way, she had etc. a tattoo on her arm. That was the only tattoo she had, but I guess it covered a lot of ground. Etc. Things come, things go. I have my dreams. Meet me at the corner. Tell me the story I want to hear. Let me have my dreams. Include love, good feelings, tasty food, friendly faces, soft touch, sweet voices, fragrant breeze, sunny days, gentle rain, giant snowflakes, blue water, blue sky, that cloud. You know the cloud I need to see. And of course, ETC. Meet me at the corner and tell me the story I want to hear. Whisper it in my ear, make it clear. Help me steer a path to cheer. You're the one who knows the score. How is how, now is now. Open your eyes, see the dream. It is the way, easy as play. Tell me, so we can be. The story is like a tree. At the corner I will be. Nowhere, man. Talking to the sparrows, they don't listen. Talking to the cats, they don't care. Talking to the dogs, they cock a confused ear. Talking to the ladies, they don't believe. Talking to the men, they don't understand. He is fading, his eyes are failing, his ears are ringing, his body is aching. Is there a place for him in this world? Hold on to this, the blue on blue horizon. The breeze from the east at the great lake, and that evening he understands, and the full moon shines on. Do I see a smile there? Someone at a time unexpected sees him and touches his hand and smiles, first a woman, then a man. Then a bird sings in his ear. A dog wags its tail and licks his face. His cat purrs in his lap, sharing warmth. A swallowtail butterfly tastes the nectar of an anise hyssop in his yard, and with the flutter of its wings, he finds peace and nowhere, everywhere. And now, Janet Sands. I think I said.
Oops. Okay, we'll just leave it there. First, thank you. This is such an honor to be here, to be a poet among all poets participating in this wonderful woodland pattern event, and a deep thank you to all the people who work so tirelessly, not just for this event, but for all of Woodland Pattern. Thank you. Hinges. This is a poem about those aha moments that just kind of poke out of the mundane and grab us and then go away. Hinges. I carry inside me a pocket, warm as heaven, soft as a cave is black. Its round, full tones, one rusted surface rubbing another, announce when they shush closed. And the high note screech that bellows within when they swing, only for a moment, wide open. And oh, how perfect and enough it always seems to be until the next opening comes. Here you go. Well, went to the museum with a few comrades that are here, and we all tried some ekphrastic poetry, writing in response to how the paintings affect us. So here is one of those. Love my life. How can Paris not excite me? I paint myself into every black and white, every travel magazine, gallery, museum painting I've ever seen. There I am, walking fast and usually wearing black, a blur of exquisite ancient bricks at my back. If it's day, I am hurrying even faster than the time it takes to traverse the plaza and get to the patisserie and lingerie shops before they close. Often a light breeze messing my hair, and always posh, polite, and postured enough to keep my Gavroche hat flat, accentuating my eyes. If it's night, equal watts of neon and moon, street light and rain, orchestrate and entwine my own inner ribbons. Green and grace transform my pale pallor to beautiful. Dusk comes on a silvery train of vanadium. Specks of steel blue usher her in. As she walks just ahead, even and measured, turns her head. Are you coming? Beautiful penance. My father had shaky hands, nicotine stained and stunk the pads of his habit, and marked, in my eyes, defeat. And another tale of a dragon he couldn't slay. The hands I loved were caked in dry dirt, embedded deep into the soft, fleshy cuticle. He tilled his garden sunrise to sunset, turning seeds into dinner plate-sized dahlias. and his dragons into cucumbers. It felt like a beautiful penance to me. When I pray, it is more a neigh than a howl. Not enough reach, too much grovel. My throat does not open, does not rise to the gathered clouds. And the only moon I know is buried tight inside them. But the gods can still find me, lying supine on the ground in an opening of timothy and quack grass, looking up and in, under a sky so quiet I could lift to fly, and they hear every word. And talking about threads, I guess this is kind of the thread of mattering that Virginia brought to us today. This is about, when times are rough, we're going through difficult times, it's hard to let all the kindness and generosity that is right there in, and that's what this is about. When all that matters is to matter, there is a desperate threading, through and back, poking and pulling, stitching and stitching yourself to things again and again, longing to belong where you don't. Be that one starfish stranded on the sand, the one that got thrown back to the sea. For once in your life, let kindness matter. Then be the sea, a grateful home. Rock yourself back and forth. I will send you my periscope, my collections of mirrors and pears and deep, warm caves. You can fashion them in the likeness of Mother, and that has something to do with heaven. Thank you. And just a tiny one in closing. You must never lose your power for despair, for on the flip side is a close-up of the impossible.
Tim Kloss, come on.
The poems I'm going to recite are far removed from and don't comment on the horrors in Minnesota, but I just wanted to say that my father was born and bred in Hopkins, which is to Minneapolis in distance like Brookfield is to Milwaukee. And so I feel, after a degree of separation, molested. And I also wanted to say that I worked for 11 and a half years in a hospital, and my experience tells me that any nurse that works in an ICU is an angel. Writer and reader, when a poem has come to me, almost complete as it makes its way into daylight, out through arm, hand, pen, onto page, or needing draft after draft, the increments of change toward itself, what's missing brought to it, grafted into it, trammels of excess peeled away till it can breathe and leave me. Then I feel awe at being chosen for the task again, and delight, and that strange and familiar sense of destiny. But when I read or hear a perfect poem brought into being by someone else, someone perhaps I've never heard of before, a poem bringing me pristine visions, music beyond what I thought I could hear, a stirring, a leaping, of new anguish, of new hope, a poem trembling with its own vital power. Then I'm caught up beyond that isolate awe, that narrow delight, into what singers must feel in a great choir, each with humility and zest, partaking of harmonies they combine to make, waves and ripples of music's ocean, who hush to listen when the aria arches above them in halcyon stillness. Writer and reader by Denise Levertov. On seeing the statue of Robert Burns. An excellent new song on a blissful day halts one a sauntering whose lyrics flood his mind, trains sharp eyne appearing as if o'er a brae, streaming the teeming currents of Auld Lang Syne. Atop the granite base, nigh the hypotenuse, banking soft sodden cleavage off East Knapp Street, tweaks southbound Farwell and Nordic Prospect Avenues, the poetic spirit soars, inspiring mantle replete, for the impressive figures captured mid-verse for all time with quill-laden hand or heart within that stalwart frame, behold, solitary man enwrapped at his most sublime. But when my bonny lass but mentions his name, then I fancy her legs lithe in light-threaded hose, and I sing, oh, my love's like a red, red rose. On seeing the statue of Robert Burns. A sonneteer's smile. Persons real rarely impress me, as do the models for old masters, whose splendid raiment donned or simple peasant lack of largesse, to pose in quiet reflection, or suspended amid disasters, or disrobed abed in Our Lady's chamber, or on the outskirts, sponging laundress toilet along a pastoral stream, tortured by uncouth embrace, or resplendent in romantic slumber, farming the native earth, enwrapped upon a sea-coastal dream. Lo, the infinite shades which couch the thumb, while the nostril sfumato inspires, as the palm the discordant apple cradles, or fingers the lyre strum, or the ankles awash of volcanic fires. But if I try aping my master's contours fall and rise, then I see the light of the gods close and open everyday eyes. A sonneteer's smile. Thank you.
The last of our in-person presenters is Jean Sobin. Come on up. And after that, there'll be a video presentation of Gary Bohmeyer. And then the readers, come on in. The readers will be invited up here for a group photo.
First, I want to thank everybody like everyone else before me has, but it's especially meaningful to me because I became part of this group just before COVID started. And then we were on Zoom for some time. But it was also a time that my husband was very ill and dying, and it gave me something other than my visual art to keep me going. So thank you all. And I want to dedicate these poems to life challenges, we all have them, and to lessons still being learned. Can you all hear me okay? Okay, the first I renamed, it was called Shorewood Summer 2025. But it'll become pretty obvious where it's set. I'm calling it Growing Wisdom. It's near noon, the sun high and hot, despite a stiff wind. Day 3 of a heat dome over the upper Midwest. Day 3 of dripping humidity that defies bodily cooling. A carpenter labors on my south door in sun's full glare. He squares the framework before he hangs my new storm door, before tonight's rain and wind bring some welcome relief. My gardens and yard have transformed themselves into jungles that suck every bit of moisture from the baked earth, but also offer shade, sustenance, and homes to small creatures. Each day brings new discoveries, unexpected life sprouts, while older blooms form browning seed heads as this summer speeds toward burnout in July's relentless furnace. Those of us who garden learn to pay attention to the messages growing things communicate in their hurried ripening. Without words, they speak clearly. Watch us. Our wisdom is of this changing earth. Thank you. And this was later that same summer, last year. It's called A Reach Too Far. In my fading, overgrown garden, with the stealthy chill of fall down my neck, I straddled a border of yellow coreopsis to throw weeds into a tall bag behind me, yard waste destined for Shorewood's DPW. Today, it's clear that one final stretch and turn, weight planted firmly on only one foot, meant I'd be sitting with my knee elevated, swollen, wrapped, and iced, and, as I now write, I realize the natural consequence of an unnatural motion that turned my leg into a painful corkscrew. Urgent care confirmed nothing broken, asked, "How did you do this?" 2 days later, MRI ordered, orthopedic doc removed fluid, with steroid in my knee, and finally home on crutches, I searched the freezer for the nearest ice pack. This body teaches me daily lessons I probably missed, not having studied physics or mechanics or gymnastics, instead opting to immerse myself in the arts, written, spoken, painted, sculpted. So, leg up, I sit and write. Lesson learned. Thanks. And this was my goodbye to last year. It's called Necessary Goodbyes. Sitting at my kitchen window this last day of 2025, the sun flares a golden farewell through silhouettes of cedar fronds flung across the sky beyond my neighbor's fence. This year begins its flight into memory. I think of the little prince on his small planet, so sad as he sat watching one day's sunset follow another without number. How many more sundowns will I count? How many more goodbyes will I say to dear ones? 2 days humming with wings I've come to love, the comforts of songs, furry purrs, to my home and to the familiarity of this creaky old body. Life, as I've known it, is defined by Earth's turnings in terms of a body confined by gravity and a brain tethered by mortality. Perhaps I will let go to fly beyond these limitations and fragile ties, a spirit free to find the peace I seek. Thank you.
So now we're going this is wonderful for those of us who participate in the Wednesday Writers. It's just, hello. It's just been a joy to be part of this group and to call you up here today. And now we're going to see a video by Gary Baumeier, I think, and then we'll come up here and have a group photo. Give yourself a hand, and thank you all.
Hi, I'm Gary Beaumere. I am reading two poems. These are dedicated to my late wife, Mary Beaumere. The first one is called Anytime Too Soon. The late October winds remember. The pelting rain remembers. The rain that churns the fallen leaves, that stain the walkways, that scamper across your gravestone, are infected with memory. Someone give this month a different name, because I will not take to this season again. In the terrible necessities of hospitals, I recall corridors of wheelchaired patients speaking in murmurs, and medical staff like bustling zombies. And then they called your name. I will not forgive these soulless halls. And you for leaving me like this, alone and alone, after I fed you and trimmed your nails and tended your bathing. I will curse you every single hour and damn you every single day. Except I've sheltered your green dress inside my winter coat and hung it in the closet, emptied of all your other things. I will grow old now and peculiar without you. I will dress badly and look unkempt. I will eat cereal for dinner, and people will find me odd and forgetful and keep their distance. And I will have but a single friend whom I will talk to once a week. But maybe I will adopt a neighborhood stray of indeterminate breed, because she looks at me with your eyes when I feed her scraps. And maybe I will pray she doesn't leave me anytime too soon. My second poem is called The Unbearable Weight of Moonlight. This is a museum of chaos, a place of relics and ruin, every artifact stilled in unsettling quiet, where hearts exploded in a soundless void. And yet, on certain evenings, yellowed moonlight has breached the chinks in the wall, and I linger my face to it and ride the drift of memory to a time when you still had some living in front of you. And there I feel the tug of your one smile, the curl of your hair. And I hear the lilt of your voice, yet a song in my head. Until I attempt again some version of sleep, if only this night I could forget your empty stare, before I brought your eyelids to a close that one last time.
And then everybody, just to say, we're going to cruise on into the next hour in just a couple minutes, so hang out. More poetry coming. Part of the marathon tradition. All right, hello, hello. If you wouldn't mind taking your seats, I think we're going to keep going, but don't take your seats too far. Hey, am I right? All right. Yeah, thank you. All right, one chuckle. All right. No, but everybody, we're going to get started and move right into the next hour. I will be your host for that hour. My name is Mike Wendt. I am the programming director at Woodland Pattern. Pleased to be hosting this hour of community readers and readers with, actually this says City Point Press, but it's, which is related, but it's actually the Weird Times. So David Wilk, who organized that hour, has sort of an email digest called the Weird Times. You get a lot of current events, literary news, and other sort of things. It's pretty wonderful. I think he'll talk about it a bit. So just to say quickly how this hour is going to run, we'll have some in-person readings, and then that'll be followed by some video readings organized around the Weird Times by David Wilk. Those will be some tremendous readings, so stick around for all of that. And thanks again to the Weird Times and David. Okay, let's dive right in with our first reader, who is Paul Ania. Paul, welcome to the mic. Thanks for being here.
I have four poems this morning. Stroll in the park. The part sulfur, part sour musk of gunpowder ruins the blooming downwind. My dog snorts and stamps to be rid of it, but the aftersmell swells like sirens, then screams, snuffing fumes of family and friend. Everyone's air under assault, the roiling odors of lives flashing before our eyes, and no matter where we go, there's only space for one. Off-leash, my dog rolls in the redolence of deadfall, masking his trail. Coworker insists I listen to The Cure. When I arrived malformed and misplaced in midlife, I lost my ear for human music, songs that raised me to behave in service of a dream or person fail to sing true. Each one the memory of a promise never honored. The juvenescent guilt of ballads turns to silt. Anthems that buoyed me above the undertow sink like anchors. Blinding voices misguide me in loops. I brave vintage streets repaved in reverb. The endless vacuum sound of missing people plays on every radio station. I seek song beyond the ache of static. Leave me to the river-long yodel of the loon, a soft chorus of wolves, and resin silence singed with crackling. I hear vespers in wild harmonies. This poem is from an aphrasic study that I do with my writers group. It's called Window Seat. It's after the album cover art for a band called CURATED. I hope I'm pronouncing that correct. The album is Alla Sala by Mark Spears. Basically, it's just the red room with a window and some clouds in it. Cornered in our living room by armored-piercing memories, I face a maroon wall, the texture of scar tissue, an airplane view of holy clouds in the window. Either the house sits above the sky, or I am no longer grounded in fact. In any case, cabin pressure offsets my breathing, which makes me feel targeted, as if gravity and time aim to crack my chest. Meanwhile, planes crash. A checklist goes unchecked. A pilot drops shrooms. A dove veers into a vacuum. If I draw my fingertips along the wall we painted together, scarlet blooms the room. Soft turbulence strums in the light. An air traffic controller calls in sick. A black box rests in waters too thick to reach. Clouds crowd the windows. And thank you. My last poem is called Shopping. My grocery store is under siege by sleepwalkers who show up in pajamas, moping from shelf to shelf for a precious memory. There is no one to guide them. Disposable employees are withdrawn or unhinged. I saw a clerk slap a senior shoplifter to the floor. The butcher who knew your name had a gentle funeral. St. Rita's warm, quiet bells called the old neighborhood together. Almost everyone wore their best. I watched it online in a suit and tie. Deli lovers from bygone eras filled the pews with greetings and non-greetings. Neighbor strangers are full blind. They position their smug-scented bodies in front of me at the display case as if I carry no mass or hunger, past or plan. When I think I see a friend at the end of the aisle, I am always wrong. It was a nobody, born from the debris of goodwill. Thank you.
Paul, thank you so much. Next up, we have James Llewellyn. James, come on down. You're welcome.
Hi, thanks everyone for being here. Thanks, Mike. This is a great event. We always enjoy this every year. Usually I read fiction, but I'm reading poetry this time, so. I'm a new poet. I'm an old fiction writer, but a new poet. So the first one is called Preparations. That's just kind of odd. Okay. Dostoevsky was a compulsive gambler. He was sent to prison on the suspicion of burying a printing press, and he conspired to pick it up later like a nut buried by a squirrel, or a murder weapon buried by a murderer, or a letter buried by Poe in plain sight, or a revolver buried by Chekhov, also in plain sight. 2, they are put there ready for the moment when it would be required, like, say, a bottle opener waiting for a bottle. You too are preparing, but you don't know what you're preparing for. Everything is perfectly disguised. Everything is made comprehensible only as what it's not. 4, but one day, each thing will become what it is, and suddenly you'll understand yourself, always looking around corners. Thank you. Okay, this next one I wrote several months ago. It's called Of Mice and Men. You're probably familiar with Steinbeck's novella, right? And it ends very violently. When I wrote it, or anyway, I find that this kind of violence resonates with what's going on lately. Anyway, which is kind of disturbing to me, so I was almost not going to read this. But then I thought maybe that's a good thing, so I will read it. So here it is. It's called Of Mice and Men. Okay, just for the record, you can't snap someone's neck by accident. I mean, not with your hands. I'm not talking about some improbable mechanical slip-up involving cords or cables, certainly machinery of some sort. I mean, you can't snap someone's neck with your hands, I don't care how strong you are, by accident. And you don't shoot someone in the head just because it seems that circumstances demand it, not like you might with a rabid dog. Generations of high school students, an absurd story, the thinnest tissue of fantasy or lies. If you breathe upon it, it falls apart. Had George been shooting men in the head his whole life? Had this often been the only solution? And what was the point? He murdered Lenny to avoid Lenny's murder at the hands of strangers. And Curly's nameless wife, the femme fatale of the piece, subject to not to mockery only. And none of it made the least sense to anyone, except maybe George. And he was clearly insane. He acted with the absolute conviction of the mentally ill, understanding the situation, as regrettable as it all was, with perfect clarity and purpose. But you simply can't save a situation, any situation, by mercy killing an idiot. We have to wonder what made Steinbeck so bloodthirsty. We used to know, but now we have forgotten. Something about starving Okies, who nonetheless managed to commandeer adequate transportation from one catastrophe to the next. You only see them in overloaded trucks. There's only one image left from a film.
Thanks, James. It's always been a treat to hear your fiction and now to hear your poetry, so thank you. And next up is Lisa Isaacson. Lisa, welcome.
Thanks. Thanks to Woodland Pattern. Thank you, Mike, for giving me a slot in this amazing event this year. The first poem I have, I might read one or two, is Untitled, a work in progress. In a fine mesh language pricks fill, I walk an attic nerve, a defecting, cramped, sort of tweezed gust in mind. In my childhood home, and also in my latex glove-swollen fingers, and from my high-rise view, a cognitive, explosive toddler, ecstatic with erratic birds in mind, palms allure. What you get as a dad for your abandonment, a tackle box in a garage with the big broom and an overpass, an Asian broom, a universal overpass. What's left to fresh ghost scat, a future pharmacy, a hot water bottle, a cemetery, some ancient cosmetic shell once placed in tombs. Imagine placing one found shell, all tombs half looted. Imagine looting, a fast deciding. On the immediate horizon, a restaurant server is hostile to protests. A grave ochre adhesive moment peels back over my food deciding one, leaves a residue. Imagine a serpenticide or a prized Yemeni honey, a god rescind, a pine plural desire. Rescindio, I cut back. We eat anyway at that diner. A child is called an issue after many unkind years. A father becomes a pharmacist. Named repeated caloric strikes drain December, chloros, lividus, luridus. Snow melts. I can't hear that final inflection. A moonlight inscribes a deaf ear, contradicts aggressive vines of an electrical storm over the gulf or the sea, entangling my brain, dream, duration. Car alarms prove it happened even outside my head in a specific Arabia. There was a close strike, and infiltration began. Models recline religiously within that storm. Thanks. And one more called More Tiny Humans. Specifically determined, the bandaged hand scaled the hammered wall, and verse God pumped so high the rig's braced legs thumped in and out of rural earth. On the other side, I dreamt the dream of the deadbolt as the form into which war diminished, a summer night neighbor, a some one thing or another constantly clacking like manuals on tissues of dusk, an upholsterer's staple gun to catch shredded and date rotten couches set outside to work upon, eye of nailing to breathing built, while the air sounded like low copters, and I am headed to my little lucky store, which carries everything from garden lights to the childhood burn of a pink roll of caps to be stone broken. Okay. Thank you.
Lisa, thank you so much. Really wonderful to hear you. And next up, we welcome Christian Zenz. Christian, welcome.
I remember this podium being taller last year, but yeah, probably. I am grateful to be have a spot in this community slot. I was a part of Lyrical Sanctuary last year, which happens to be at 12. John Contreras, UWM, is leading that. And if you're able, give them their support. They're all incredibly talented. I'm Christian Zenz. I am a member of the Wisconsin Fellowship of Poets. I am I'm a two-time published poetry writer. I have two collections. One of them is available in the book table, or on the book table out there. And I'm also the community chair of the executive committee of the Southeast Wisconsin Book Festival. If you are not familiar with that program and that festival, I encourage you to become so. It's this collective culmination and celebration of all things literature in Southeast Wisconsin. Poetry included, of course. There's writing contests, there's curated panels, there's keynote speakers. There's all sorts of cool things to see and experience there during that festival. This year it'll be at Carroll University in Waukesha on November 6th and 7th. I encourage you to be there. I will be there. I'll share two poems. This first one's dedicated to a friend that I no longer speak to, but I hope she's doing well. It's called Winter's Flower. Her name is Violet, so. Under winter's steel blade, the concrete began to crack. The sky was becoming gray, and the winds unleashed their wrath. In due time, seeds were sown between the grays and blue. Arise as the stem will grow and shine beneath many moons. Your childish masquerade came up the stairs with slight taps. One day, the tension did fade. Now your memory gives me a laugh. Winter's Flower is a sister, and she is a friend of mine. I hope her family gives her everything she needs for all time. In due time, you'll have grown into somebody that's new. The hummingbirds have flown up north, not a moment too soon. I wanted to remove you and put you in your place. It was then I realized the truth. One of us you are in full grace. The morning frost sits so still as sunlight floods the window sill. Sound asleep in the room, winter's flower rises to full bloom. Winter's flower is a violet, and that flower is you. Winter's flower is a violet, out of love I envy you. Thank you. This one's newer, this second one, it'll be the last one I read. This one is newer. It is an ekphrastic poem. It is based off of a painting called Growing Season by Wednesday Writer's own Jean Sobin, who just so happens to be my grandmother, which is a cool connection. And this, I interpreted that piece that she made, it's on her wall, about birth. So I wrote about that. It shares the same title, called Growing Season. Inside these familial walls, I became whole, a seed stemming from her love. The pressure is building, this room is dying. 2 hands adorned in gloves, please lift me so high, it's almost time. The cord will be cut, my limbs unfurling. Open my eyes, force me to see the periwinkle sky and fluorescent lights. Let her feel my breath so heavy as tears fall to her chest, ready to expose me to yellow brick roads and parent-teacher scolds, to sober nights and suburban strip mall flights. My face of crimson shade cried as animated albino crows crooned in the blue light. I'm ready to grow beyond the familial walls which made me whole, my journey to dissolve like punctured plastic on the Lake Michigan shore. And although it may just be the greatest morning of my life, it will be a moment I can only surmise. The water will break, and I will drink against my will in naive delight. Thank you.
Christian, thank you so much, and I love the generations of creative practice and the shout out to the subsequent hours. So Lyrical Sanctuary, stick around for that. But for right now, we're gonna close out the in-person portion of this hour before we switch over to some virtual readings with Barbara Wiest. Barbara, welcome. Thank you.
I'll add my thanks to Woodland Pattern for all they do for our community. I'm going to read one poem, and I don't know what it's about, but maybe it's about bodies and words and how the relationship between those two things. Letter of introduction. You're barely a month old, and I am here, telling you a story of your great-grandfather, so long dead we rarely speak of him, but in flashes of wonder and some disbelief that he lived in the flesh at all. Proof that he did is as solid as our bodies, as fragile as the paper that preserves his image, so he's more than a ghost. That is, so his home, Ida May, stays real in time. It's 10 years from now. My house is warm, and you've come to visit, your parents having told you, older folks get lonely for the past and rely on words more and more. Sunday afternoon, your schoolwork done, you decide to listen for a while as I chatter on about the first man who held me in his arms when I was needy and small. We are at the kitchen table. A dusting of snow remains on the branches of the very old pine near the window. A cardinal shakes the snow from green limbs and brown. The tea kettle whistles, and you open the Swiss Miss, shake it into your cup, and I pour in the water as you stir. The scene is old-fashioned, I know, but your baby blue cell phone you kindly turned off reminds us it's late. Still, I gather these pieces of history on paper and faith. For as long as I can remember, I've been troubled by bodies, my own first, and then my father's dead one, lying in satin in the front room of the house where I was born. It felt so strange standing there near his red-cheeked face with his eyes closed, with his eyes closed, and to know he was not sleeping the way I had watched him do many other mornings before he went off to the mines. I could not shake his shoulders, tell him it's time to get up. At age 7, it's fascinating, the dead one next to the living. Later, it evokes just a single response, sad, which differs a great deal from fascinate, the root of which points to enchant and bewitch and casting a spell. So was I truly bewitched by being alive and standing right next to one dead?
Barbara, thank you so much. And, oh wait, 1 second. Okay, so yes, we're going to hear, stick around. Those of you who read, I mean, everyone stick around, but those of you who read, because we will do a group photo, but, as is customary for every hour, but we'll do it after the video reading. So, yeah, we're going to hear one more community reader, who is Greg Flegel, who sent a video. Thank you, Greg. And then that will go into the Weird Times segment, curated by David Wilk. Again, Weird Times. Thanks for sponsoring. So we'll get that set up, and that's that. I don't need to move this.
Spring. The fluid, blue-green, waterborne music bleeds, chimes, and woodwinds. Impressionism floods bulbs there. Their hands are eager, soft, and cupped. First lost are the dog's tracks in the snow, not the last loss, not the first. In the wake of light rising early and life with it, the rise of Honey Creek and streams, rivers and motorboating, neighbors sump pump Merck's floor up waist high, when finally I dive in. Don't mean to misgender anybody, but every man for himself, and I hope they remember me at least as mud sticks to skin. Seasons fade and seasons reveal. We see it, we stroke it, we ignore it. We take selfies while gooning with high signs. Seasons cycle like the state of water. Seasons cycle like the gesture of hands. Summer. Lost track of time at the Bradford Beach spectacular finale, regret bikini, because desire exhausted resembles ennui, relax. Still life spackled with rainbows, the dry earth sticks to skin, relax. In the heave of the late afternoon city, brown-eyed girl rocked by middle-aged white men draw close brown-skinned queers. Night blinks, morning drags, music a constant clatter of sirens, traffic crowds. Noon settles in to chat all day. Hypercolor realistic, hands raised and wide spread, even fingers spread, relax. Seasons exhale, and in each season a breath.
We sing it, we finger it, we ignore it, we take selfies while gooning with high signs. Seasons cycle like the state of water, seasons cycle like the gesture of hands. Fall. Leaves stick to skin, an ambitious run through Lake Park, through meetings and greetings a man arrived to check your heat, ask him to take off his shirt, check out his arms for tracks. Is his skin orange and gold too? Chlorophyll drained, lovely, anti-green like me? A protest to life as goal is in the air as fog, smoke, silhouette, to paraphrase love and rockets. To deconstruct nature is nature too. Threadbare moments, a gentle kiss, the sun glowed gray at the end of the day, shadows buttress the buildings, constant crunch underfoot, the beat of melody in strings plucked and bowed. Expressionistic figure of hands flat and stiff, calloused in the biting wind. Every season dies, and in every season a death. We see it, we pet it, we ignore it. We take selfies while gooning with high signs. Seasons cycle like the state of water. Seasons cycle like the gesture of hands. Winter. That time, skidding over the bridge, whirling above the Kinnickinnick River, and the ambient music CD hums electric, skips the track, then crackles, time wraps. Ice sticks to skin, as though energy lost in thought. Hands numb, an afterthought, awaken with breath and jittering in the stark contrast of a cold white field. Warm black shadows embrace, if you will, desire, ambition, hope, if you will. Languish in bitter nights and days, in the abstract structural texture, collage and gray. Celebrate even this in its cycle. Seasons fly and seasons root. We see it, we hold it, we ignore it. We take selfies while gooning with high signs. Seasons cycle like the state of water. Seasons cycle like the gesture of hands.
Greetings to all of you listening and watching Woodland Patterns Wonderful Poetry Marathon once again. It's an honor and a privilege to be a part of it. We are living in perilous times. So much of what we have taken for granted is threatened now, even including our very freedom to gather together and speak our truths. I'd like to dedicate this segment, presented by The Weird Times, my little weekly newsletter that tries to bring light into the darkness, to all of the poets, writers, artists, and musicians everywhere. It is you who will lead us into a better world. Thanks to Steve Benson, Eleanor Nowen, Miho Kinnis, and Maureen Owen, whose wonderful work you're about to hear. I'd like to read 2 quotes to get us started. To write at all is to dwell in the illusion of language, the rapture of communication that comes as we surrender our troubled, individual, isolated experiences to the communal consciousness. Robert Duncan. And we cannot tell from day to day what may come. This is no ordinary time. No time for weighing anything except what we can best do for the country as a whole. And that rests, that responsibility, on each and every one of us as individuals. Eleanor Roosevelt. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. My name is Eleanor Nowen. I'm happy to be part of this event at Woodland Pattern, a place I've admired for many years. And I'm grateful to David Wilk, my cousin David Wilk, for sponsoring this section of the marathon. I'm going to read 3 poems. The Ladies When They Were Daring. The nursing home of the future has shut its doors. The aides call me a pistol. But your stories are all lies. You watch too much TV. You can't fool me into believing you were alive like I am. No, my flesh was bright as yours. My adventures sizzled. My future opens. I was wrong. Where are you? I was wrong. Cars are not our friends. The open road was a closed loop. The wind in my hair was industrial waste. The odd ducks in trucks were abductors and Confederates. My sister can't spell my name. On a bar stool. The government walks in talking about Bob Dylan. The light is low, the mood is sour. Who knows? Who knows who goes to the swinging John door to peep at the skinny girls hauling up their socks? Who follow a large-headed, handsome man in a goosed-up jacket and a line of talk, pulling us into the past like blue comes to cheese. The barkeep can't believe another round for the house, another government for Bob and me. These were all in my chapbook, The Alphabet's Dilemma. And thank you very much. Happy New Year.
Reno in here, reading for my favorite bookstore, Woodland Pattern. Mozart's Starling. I delight to write in pencil a salute to Thoreau's family's business. I wave as his mother brings clean clothes to him in his little cabin built of pencils. This is a 2-line title. I, nefs be it. Ah, the impetus, I think on the slender cigarillos. Cut up as elephants might defend, not understanding an atmosphere beyond the poking branches, a sky floating, logs of salt, a frigate for landlubbers, a longship named for its captain's cat, Paddle. To watch the boats row out from here, strips of gauze, a hazed gouache, dripping tiny beads of melting ephemera. Pass me the enchanted flint across these scorched tables of feverish inflammable treads, forgeries we have signed by the light of these flaming curtains. Chernobyl. So says the fellow to the other fellow to the fellow on my right. Well, let's play a little cards then while we wait. Only Przewalski's horses, wild now, and some of the dogs gone equally feral. Boil, shadows, what was that there? Shawls of soot, trouble. Why are you going so far away? So I won't go back, he said. Gold sunlight fans through slits in the rupture. Dust sizzles where the airlessness holds itself together. Also a two-line title. Sleeping on a bed of dimes, most cozy of the coinage. Butter be our caviar, our ochre of salvation, a refugee from sadness. We're gathered without a crowd, maximum zip rapid, bikes faded tin on icy roads cross each other's direction, broad brushstrokes capsize in tissued light. Text me your elbows every day, like the end of the earth. Throw me a stirrup before it's too late. Goya painted his darkness in oils onto the walls of 2 rooms, his black paintings for himself, reflections on the limbs of mankind, the world's dissatisfied evicting toward us. Blending in is on the rise again, and all the builders sing in Spanish. And lastly, Eventide. The moonflower opened its zinc white flowers. In Greek, it was literally late. Tonight shall I read the field guide or this biblical script, thought Frankenstein. Thank you for listening.
Thank you to Woodland Pattern for hosting this event, and my regrets and sorrow to the Wabanaki people for being part of the occupation of your land for so many years. I'm going to read now aloud from several stanzas in sequence from a unpublished book that I finished typing up called Abstract Horse, and these are 8-line verses. Are people changing on purpose in response to the changes in the world, the heat, and all its cataclysmic and gradual eventual effects? Some see an opening for things they can learn to do, changed or changing, or both. I'm continuously breaking apart, one word from another, while becoming more one with all life. I could not remember where I'd left my car. Then I remembered it would have been an hour's drive to my doctor's office if I had my car. We had to talk, I felt, about my letting a stranger house sit my apartment. But first we were talking about something else, and I decided to just keep walking with you so we might get around to that. The indigenous people are being wiped out, starved, resourceless, but we have a holiday for them, a day off from work. They may celebrate. Bombs may fall, explode, destroy homes and schools, and kill and wound and traumatize people. Dissociation and vengeance will be taking care of business as usual. There in the book are written in code who I am to serve when, and my deadlines and special events. I want to remember when the time comes around. These notes provide some reassuring predictability and measure to the yet unknowable hours until another oblivious, dreamy sleep. What did you do in the war, Daddy? I read, I write. Someday you'll understand. Which war, anyway? The war of the worlds, I'd say. Namely, I'd say, the war of corporations against organic life forms across the planet. The complex system of the military-industrial state sporadically punctuated by a hearty cry, a rallying cry, a yelp, a breakdown, a glitch. Anything might seem at the time too hard not to put off, although you've been telling yourself, as soon as there was a moment you could turn to it, you'll be ready, it will be easy, you will be glad to do it then and there at the next opportunity. But what could be harder than thinking of it at just that time when your mind turns to pleasure? Once you have been there and felt the link with those who live there, just by listening to a few of them speak, they will always be with you. You will be with me always, and I with you. What can I know? In my bones, as they say, I know more than I can say. And dreadfully, it hurts, it gets worse, it only gets worse. Having here had a good, rich, deep night's sleep, did someone knock an hour ago? The impulse not to follow the news of the latest body count, demolition, checkpoint freezes, desperation in the face of raging impersonal doom. But I know I will turn it back on as usual, to learn, to witness. I used to throw up my hands in exasperation at how often I heard the words dead and killed in the radio news each morning. Now it's coupled with a number I can't grasp or picture, and a reminder to take sides when I don't think anyone's right or has a right to end or damage or thwart another's life. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Miha Kines. I am going to read 4 poems. They were written with E. Ethelbert Miller, and we call them Tunis poems. Over the past few years, we've written over 600 of them. We write about a poem every other day. Continuation is power, I think. Another country. Outside Paris, Baldwin and Chopin are fingering wine, bread, and cheese. Inside Giovanni's room, a man is playing a mazurka. His piano is out of tune. There are Jews hiding in Poland. Love is a country with hidden secrets. How many times might one lose a country? How many times might one lose a lover? Why must we live in exile from our hearts? Devotion. We write our poems on temple bowls. Too much spills out of language. Devotion is what wets our tongues. Ink trapped inside the cracks captures a deeper shade of blue. Each printed letter is shaped into prayer. Inside each ball, a heavenly ringing swirling upwards into our ears. The mermaid of the cartels. A dead fisherman is caught in our nets. He was once a beautiful man. When did drones become sharks? Blood on the land, blood in the sea. Where is the watchtower of salvation? Where is the bright light inside the darkness? After the explosion, wooden splinters are stuck inside the brown bellies of innocent fish washed ashore, entangled inside the green seaweeds of coffins. These 3 poems were written recently, but this next one was written in September 2022. Beloved, we are displaced poets, searching for lost words. I am standing in the middle of the house where I was born. It is a small house, but I cannot draw the layout. Somewhere beyond these windows, there is a beloved community waiting to be born. I open the door and I let the spring air fill the house. Dark corners and missing corridors begin to appear word by word. Thank you.
Hi, I'm David Wilk. I'm going to read a few poems to close out this segment. Thanks for being here. This is called Wake Up Thinking. Not being able to sleep, I think about the poets I have known who are now dead. I recite their names in my head. If I can remember them all, I am still breathing and not yet dreaming. I have hives on my back, allergic to something unknown. My histamines are awake too. I don't think of myself as neurotic when I don't sleep. Then again, when I wake up, I will remember my dreams, their ebb and flow, repeating nightly, reminding me that something is not right. I don't know what it is. So now I meditate, still thinking about dead poets whose poems I read before I close my eyes at last. Hello, old friends, I say, and they welcome me, as old friends do. Our hands touch. I am still breathing, and I say to myself, are you? This is called Love Song for those who are lost and those who are found. I write this to all of you, thinking, believing you will never be home, but are lost and lost again, lost at sea, lost in the spaces between words, at a loss for words, and grieving for the spaces between, lost in places where grief is born, lost in terrible aching and fear, lost for a new beginning. But I believe, I know you will be found, relying on the words that cross the spaces between us. It is words that will carry us forever from this place into the next, knowing that we may never be home, but we are never lost, or lost again. Wherever you are, I am found. The news of your passing. I heard the news of your passing. I buried your heart in the ground, a waning moon overhead. When you were alive, every star in the sky knew your name. They call out for you to live again. I hold your memory inside my breath. The sky is purple. I hear the stars speak. They say, come home, come home. You are home. You are home. This is called Birth and Rebirth. For too long, we have imagined that myths are only stories. We pretend not to see the corroded sky above, the desecrated earth below us. We wonder why so much has changed, why we can no longer breathe, why so many birds and insects have disappeared, our world remade by machines and bombs. Soon enough, all we have destroyed will be reborn. New people will wander the earth, stunned by its beauty, only to once again begin turning the world into dust and ash. Sort of along the lines of Ron Johnson's erasure work with radios, I tried to do this with the American Declaration of Independence to kind of rebirth it for today. A new declaration. One people should declare the causes for their actions, deriving their just powers for light and transient causes, standing up against a long train of abuses and usurpations. Let these facts be submitted and assent be obtained. Though he has refused us, we have a right inestimable by will of the people against a formidable tyrant, for the sole purpose, for his opposing the rights of the people. He has obstructed the laws for naturalization of foreigners, obstructed the administration of justice, sent hither swarms of officers to harass our people, among us in times of peace, deploying armies without consent, quartering large bodies of armed troops among us, cutting off our trade, transporting us beyond seas, establishing therein an arbitrary government, altering fundamentally the form of our democracy. He is unfit to be the ruler of a free people. We have appealed, we have conjured for the rectitude of our intentions. Now we solemnly publish and declare our right to be free, and we mutually pledge our sacred honor together as one people. This is a love song for a wild and strong democracy. I'm quoting Chris Taylor, who wrote this song over 50 years ago, I think. Wild thing, you make my heart sing. You make everything groovy. Wild thing, I think I love you, but I want to know for sure. Come on and hold me tight. I love you. Democracy, you make my heart sing. You make everything move. Democracy, you are a wild thing. I think I love you. You move me, but I want to know for sure. Do we love you enough to keep you? Come on, hold tight. I love you. Democracy, you make my heart sing. You make possible everything we are and everything we love about being alive. Democracy, you are a wild thing. You need us to care for you, feed you. Else, like a bad lover, you will leave us for another. Democracy, I know I love you. Now, you want to know for sure. Come on, let's promise. We'll hold you tight and never let you go. Wild things, Americans, I love you all, but I want to know for sure. Come on now, hold me, hold on tightly, and sing together. I love you. Thank you.
Thanks to everybody in this hour, everybody who's here in the room with us, and of course this wonderful segment organized by David under the Weird Times, his fabulous weekly newsletter. I'm always learning something from that. So what's next? A photo. For those of you who are here in the room with us who read this hour, if you'd step over this way, if you'd care to step over this way for the group photo that we love to take each hour. And then everybody, thanks for listening and thanks for sticking around. We're going to move pretty quickly into the next hour, which will feature readers both from Lyrical Sanctuary, thanks to John Contreras for organizing, and Marquette University, thanks to Sebastian Biddix for organizing and Angela Sori for hosting. So stay tuned. Thank you. let me check it.
Hey, good to see you. Good to see you. You start? Sweet. Hello, everyone. My name is John Contreras. I'm the curator for the next 30 minutes, and I also want to say thank you to Sebastian. I'm sorry, no. The names. Jill, Sebastian, and Jake Fuller. Thank you all for sponsoring this hour. I am the Senior Sociocultural Programming Manager at the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee. Thank you. We do the cultural and identity-based programming on campus, Black History Month, Latine Heritage Month, Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month, Sexual Assault Awareness Month, and many more. We organize those on campus and work in collaboration with many of the spaces on campus. One of our longest traditions, though, is Lyrical Sanctuary. We have 24 years running. We'll have another one starting this February 11th with Dr. Derek Harrell. If you all are interested, you'll see myself there and many of our students that are performing with me today. So yeah, we'll start this out with just kind of starting with our students. So these 3 students that I have with me today, 2 of which are sick, so unfortunately we'll send them healing poetry to them. Hopefully they feel better. But these are all participants of our student showcase. At the end of the year in May, we have our students participate as features, and they get to essentially have a time to share their poems and really their growth throughout the year. So without further ado, I'm going to invite Lily Celestine up to the stage.
All right, this first poem is called Homo Floresiensis. Drought killed the hobbits. They were some of the last non-sapiens humans to go. They lived in what is now Indonesia, walked among the jungles, plucking out healing plants from the wet soil, carrying children on their backs, hunting the pygmy juggle elephants, also now past. I try to remember and I try to see what my bones have known about thirst, what the yellow grass on a California lawn could ever mean to a hobbit on Flores. The aching dread, primal to animals, when the jungle plants green begin to brown and wither, falling into the dusty soil, and throats were dry, bordering sore, lips chapped, skin tenting at a pinch. The sacred elephants no longer could eat the good plants, for there were no more left. Ache in the belly, wounds healing slowly if at all. Another one down on the ground from hunger or thirst. No more hobbit children born, a slow stakeout, the dry earth against the little people. Their trackers and instincts led them to us, and we had no choice but to outsmart them, outhunt them, drive them away and let them starve, for there was not enough meat for every human brother around. Those who remained lingered on until God took them back home. Cruel and merciful erupted the then young volcano. She spilled her gases over the island, spilled her ash among the hobbits, chalking their faces with gray dust, Flores aching and sobbing, earth beckoning their return. And so they did. We only know about them from scant remains, searching for our evolutionary history as a form of grief disguised as curiosity. If only we knew what we know now about irrigation and weather cycles, we could have saved them, or at least we could have tried. I learn that drought killed the hobbits, and I weep. This poem is called Weaver. Tell me about all the priests you loved before. Tell me the faraway look in Father's eyes, hands somehow always so thin and steady, detached, contemptuous, pale-faced, even if African and black as night. If cheerful, it was an echo, some music jovial and foreign playing in another room. Back porch sort of love, black cassock, somewhat form-fitting, somewhat provoking, despite its aggressive hiding of the whole body. The wrists beneath the white cuffs hidden inside the heart, life and desires washed away by 7 years of seminary, or soon to be removed by holy orders, the smell of oil and chrism, the shock of humanity to learn you liked roller skating. Adored by the masses, yet so empty, I would have remembered if you loved me, or even if you tried to. You wouldn't dare, there was heaven to gain and hell to lose. But I felt like I have in dreams and something far away. A past life, perhaps, I must have been some priest's housekeeper or some priest's half-wife. And when I gave you the panettone, a belated Christmas gift from my family, and you smiled and took it from me, soft-voiced Ohio cornfields, a storyteller of the Magdalene, and I couldn't look you in the eye, out of a childish crush of shyness, out of a sweet reverence of a mistress, and somewhere in my red face, I think I remembered I was in love with you a bit, but it was never a possibility. I could never have a crush on a teacher like a regular kids who went to school. So my forbidden authority, what love was you, many times over, you always were there, and now I write you to redeem you somewhere, and me too. What if you weren't the mixed up, terrible person you were? What if you were beautiful? What if I was too? But you took the panettone and said thank you, and I wondered if your psychic self knew. This last poem is called Thornless Honey Locust. O you defanged wolf of the forest, dug up from the roots and planted in the concrete world of automobiles and lighted streets, why still do you grow when man has only birthed you for their benefit? They stripped you of your thorns, your power, and still you grow, giving shade to the bus stops and wands to the apartment-dwelling witch, with nothing to defend you from man's eager and endless torment. Why do you still grow? I think the same reason God was executed here on earth, to show the misery of humanity and its bitter reality, but also at the same time to redeem them. Those who live in the cities see you out the windows of their cubicles, and you are their green path to the wild world, ever giving as the earth, reaching out with your 15 leaves. You seek to reroot those who uprooted you, because redemption is reciprocation. Those spurred on by your beauty will wander to the wild and realize who they were, who they are, and you, will redeem you back.
Thank you so much, Lily. So next up, we're going to have my right-hand person on campus. So Sophia Ali, please give it up for Sophia Ali.
Hi, thank you to John for this opportunity. I love, oh, sorry. Yeah, that works. Thank you so much. Sorry about that. Yeah, so thank you so much to John as well as Woodland Pattern. This is a great event. And yeah, let's just get into this. This first piece is called Kore. Sorry. Do you think Achilles tore the flesh of the ripe pomegranates for Patroclus, his large hands gently breaking the outer shell of the fruit of Kore, setting each seed out with the care of a fawn and placing it in a bowl in front of his beloved Patroclus? Perhaps it served as a promise to find each other again. Binding their souls together with the thread of the fates, we will see each other again in Elysium. Their love is the envy of us all. It is the all-consuming and picturesque love that we all want. Patroclus and Achilles were not kind beings. They were not good. Yet Patroclus accepted the flaws of his lover with grace, and Achilles did the same. I often ask myself if this love is real, if I can ever find someone who accepts the worst of myself. If I will ever be worthy of someone like that. Am I worthy of a lover like Patroclus? Or am I doomed to enter the realm of Kore, mother of all springs, with no one awaiting me? When I tear apart the fruit of Persephone, it is done in an act of meditation, alone on the floor of my apartment, in front of the fridge, still cracked open, too nauseous to stand or turn on any lights. It's torn apart gently, methodically, to the rhythm of my own pounding heart, and the sirens of Friday night serve as the harmony. The cacophony of sound form a backing track to my own thoughts. I am alone. Am I deserving of more? Am I worthy of the love of another? Do I disappoint those around me? There are people who care about me. How long will they stay? From the other side of my kitchen floor, a ping goes off, stopping the tunes in their track. Can we come over and play some Uno? Yeah. And then the second piece, which will also be my final one, is called Ishi, or Folk of the Hollow Hills. I do not fear my own monstrosity. There was a time I did, the winding roads, the too sharp teeth, the words of not quite truths, but not quite lies. Everything I was and everything I could be existed like a piece of iron embedded deep into my hand, burning the flesh it touched. My name? I ask you. To give a name is to give everything. My name is of olive trees and angers, and it smells of chemicals and oil and foxglove so strong it is hard to breathe. To ask one's name with none to give back is rather rude, it replied, mouth curved into a smile of too many teeth. How about your heart and trade for your name? A deal of deceit, yet no lie is uttered. You agree. Two sharp nails slice through skin and muscle. It's almost too quick to process the pain, and quickly the coronary arteries are severed, and I am still in front of you. Now, with your still beating heart in my hand. As you breathe your final breath, it whispers my name. One should never go back on a promise, but stretching the truth is encouraged. I'm a creature that holds many names and many faces, skin stretched over wrong bones to play pretend human. I am of anger and truth and wrongness, and I love it. I cannot change my wrongness. It is impossible to change what you were born to be. I will revel in my own monstrosity. My teeth will be bared and snarling, and I will do so with pride. Thank you.
Sweet. And now we have Amarian Dale Herbert coming up. So please give Amarian a round of applause.
Hello, hello, hello. I hope my face is not too covered, but it is very cold outside. And I also very much like my hat, so I'm gonna keep it on today. But with this space, and as gracious as I am as a poet, I believe that when it comes down to being a poet, those are the people who know our society better than anyone else, because they are the ones that can give a tangible, describable, translatable feeling of the emotions that we feel that we don't know how to describe, but become so potent that we may act in ways that we don't know how to translate our own passion. But I believe that the poet is the person that needs to speak about the monstrosities and things that are happening. And at this level, at this year, at this time, this pivotal point in my own life, I realize that I can no longer play pretend. As much as I like to pretend to be and play myself as a child, I cannot pretend nor look away nor make believe of what is happening currently in our society. And before I even start into my own poems, I also wrote one specifically today, which is a bit unpolished, but I still will say it before I go into my second poem, which will be my final one. But I cannot forget what is happening in our communities. I cannot forget what happened to Keith Porter Jr. I cannot forget what happened to Renee Good. And certainly yesterday, I cannot forget what happened to Alex Preddy. I hope I'm pronouncing his last name correctly. I just would like to say that during these cold times, that we are and ever so more now than ever, needing each other. And that quite literally is the foundation, the remedy, the antidote to everything that we are currently experiencing, the epidemic of loneliness, how we still have not recovered from COVID, that we need each other. We need harsh conversations, and we need people, places, third places, in social infrastructure, areas where we can know each other more than just surface level, and we need to meet people in person. That's what I would like to say before I get into my own poems. So the first one, similar to as I was speaking, is it's cold, and I don't want to go outside. It's cold, and I don't want to go outside. We all want to survive the winter, make it to summer where the suffering is easier because the warmth provides comfort and the shade provides cover. We don't need winter jackets or blankets to hide under. Even though we say goodbye to those who wanted to see the sun rise with degrees high, they made it through the cold and seen all the seasons for one last time. And even though the chills ignite the thrills and pleasures of the heat, make us appreciate where we are soon to be, it's cold, and I don't want to go outside. It's cold and I don't want to go outside. I don't want to play pretend. It's cold and I still want to hide underneath the sheets with treats on the bedside table, avoiding this fantasy, these fables that I see on TV screens, even though they said the revolution would never be televised. For entertainment, they treat us like animals due to a lack of morality. I mean, the revolution ain't televised, so no side can breathe sympathy, just symptoms of bigotry because we have never been so exposed to our own history, our reflections and images of live action, social studies, politics, and the mystery of what life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness means. We the people founded this country, yet every day I ask myself, what does it mean to be American? What is America? Are we all children playing in the big leagues where consequences bleed like the earth when we strip her of minerals, proclaim how we are the land of the indivisible, yet the one quality that we all share is that we are miserable? Every day there's a new mortality, and every day they raise a billionaire's salary with our minds conflicted and splintered and numb and injured, the mixture of tragedies and reality, the fallacies in political address, social media feeding us depression with algorithms insisting on what's next, stroking egos in a mental masturbation. Every newsletter hits my line like a late night you up text. It's cold, and I don't want to go outside. Shoveling snow drenched in the blood, I would cry, but my tear freezes like icicles. Ice trickles in our neighborhood with sickles, playing death, twist every fickle mind. A pattern begins to define the exigence of these slave catchers. They wave hatchets, willing to bash it for any action they deem unsatisfactory. Attracted to the bloodshed and bloodletting, so numb to the civil unrest of the people, united in a steeple of the same church that's on fire. Religion burning on a pyre because despite all this hatred, Jesus is the only immigrant we admire, burning him at the stake because it's cold and I don't want to go outside. Protesting until hell freezes over, this cold front melting ice until every cold shoulder is met with a warm hand that signifies the sobering sight of a reality where we might define what it means to thrive. As one nation united, the human race, not divided by color, class, ethnicity, gender, or stuck or complacent with power to erase generations of the embers of liberation we fan to keep warm during the winter storms. Not staying indoors just because it's cold. We have to go outside. We have to behold the fights and horrors in order to bring order and justice, justifying the cost of living with more than our due debts to nature. I favor a world where it's warm without the cold to sedate our behavior. It's cold, and we still must go outside. That was the poem that I wrote this morning when I was fretting, and I was like, oh my goodness, I was supposed to write a poem for Woodland Pattern weeks in advance, but I was like, you know what, sometimes it is that pressure to have something ready, and along with that too, this is a genuine thing when it comes down to being a writer. I know I'm young, but I will say this to anybody, that you cannot force the pencil to move. It will move when the piece needs to be written, so just don't force yourself when it comes to artistry. I promise you, if you are passionate and ambitious enough, it will foster and grow. But You cannot force a plant to grow. You can only plant the seed and water it. Thank you very much. So my second poem and my last poem is called Making Noise, and as a little preface, I wrote this in November. I called the month Making Noise-vember because the poem will explain itself, but here I go into this one. I remember a silence so cold like the middle of December with no hand to hold besides the dismembered hand of hope. Constantly throat checked with fear, my coat disappeared and I was trapped with the snow. Outside the house where all my peers appeared to be enjoying the festivities that I wished to be a part of. Christmas in the heart of my pursuit to rhyme the words of the song that everyone seems to know the lyrics to. A silence that goes to the depths of my soul. Despite all my growth, I fold like a bad hand and crack like a bad joke. In a crowd full of loud folk, I find the silence to be most telling because in most settings, I see myself slowly slipping away to the older, I guess, younger days of sipping slow to ease the pain. Reminiscing on my age at 14 years, wondering if there would be a day where I could be a shining star upon a stage instead of being a spectator to my own decay. And lately, as I age, I've been feeling lonely and stressed and filled with contempt, engrossed with success by my own definition, with rage on every page, never content with settling for less, but consuming content to ease the tests, trials, and tribulations that are presented daily. I'm seasoned like Baileys and addicted to aromatics that attract bad habits like automatic reactions to stimuli. A magnet to magnums, never Trojan horse, because the disconnect from divinity got me feeling raw, and it's tragic to see the mirror and constantly ask, what happened to you, to that childhood magic? What got you acting brand new? Somehow you lacking a voice even though you packing emotional baggage, can't speak up, and it's so sad when that silence is now a choice, influence leading to truancies and a constant abstinence to your own actions. I thought you were going to be a performer, but I didn't realize you were just acting. With all these assignments and due dates, I could never do straight, subtracting from my attempts to climb by multiplying the reliance on survival tactics just to get by, which means I can never do right. I mean, I do right, but I could never find the words to explain how this silence feels and how I could orchestrate a translation that inspires imagination, because I'm a part of the nation that needs creation, because the only way I can speak is to keep on making noise. And making noise stands for making sure no one is empty, and a reminder that no one is empty. When you put the letter A inside, you get empathy. You give love, and I add it to every equation of why my love is free. The answer is unity. Repeat, you give love, and I add it to every equation of why my love is free. The answer, unity. Because despite all the times I found deadlines creeping up on me like tax time, ready to take my necklace and give me a tan line before sundown, more like enough rope for hang time, I realized the main thing that has kept me constantly overflowing is the people I find to be another reason for my pursuit of creation. Creation becoming community filled with reasons to prove that we are the people who are soon to be the new generation, striving to be gods in broad daylight. Heaven on the stages as we play right into the palms of open hands and never standing like deers in front of headlights, because the headlines will read extraordinary, legendary, astonishing, and born from many adversaries to conquer the depth of imaginary fears, because we survived damnation, emancipated from doubts to find liberation on solid ground, before the ivory clouds pack us up into clown car type coffins, because there's always enough flesh to go around. Meaning the only difference between anybody is how you sound. So let's make some noise, because life is loud and it's been like this since the ultrasound. And I can't see a place where I'll stay ultra-violent. We are street lights, the stars you see upon the ground. I ponder loud, I ought to shout, my lungs about to exercise the right amount of force to wake the place of now, the present moment, to make a sound so unique it moves your feet from the seat. You find the beat and you find the bass, you find a place with no need to hide your face, with no need to hesitate. Don't impede, just giving grace to sow seeds and grow trees. And each season you'll see the growth we accomplish by making noise. In the orchestra of life, I have no need for an empty note. I need the isolation of your sound in the symphony. So regardless of the struggle, I will make sure that no one is in between, unnoticed and unheard. We can all make noise, so just give me your word that you'll make noise. Thank you.
And again, these are our students at the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee. They participate at Lyrical Sanctuary every month. All are welcome, students, community members, everyone who's come out, so please, we'd love to see you. Lastly, I guess I should ask for an applause, right? So like, I'm the last one, I'm gonna wrap up our 30 minutes. Yeah, there you go, see, there you go. Thank you so much. So, yeah, I've got some poems for you all. If you know me, you know I love cats, and that's what I'll say. Matriarch of the streets. Claws drawn with swift ferocity, body whipped into a familiarly peculiar position, unimaginable disaster swelling its furry and furious chest, ready to viciously roar, leaves fluttering above and rotting away all at once, all in the blink of multiple eyes, facial bristles vibrating, honing in on every molecular movement, demure in nature, merciless when it matters, bloodshed and inevitability, striking paw to paw, red crimson befalls the wooden porch and decorative outdoor rug, ruination ruminating a restless reality, malicious meows and worrisome whispers, terrain of terrible thoughts and tactics, violence begets oblivion and doom, tails swishing in defiance while fur points toward the focal point of demise, castration, mutilation, and humiliation, all being summoned to this desecrated sanctuary, tenacious and tough tabby, cautious yet callous calico, slanky yet sane Maine Coon, felines in a ferocious world, queendom of curious cats. Streets are littered with offspring, rivals, and worse. Well-established territories marked by claw marks, droplets of blood, and unnerving stench, all signs of the cat matriarch. It's for Cowcat Jr. She runs the streets in my neighborhood, so that wherever she's at. This one's titled Vibrations of a Generation. Stirred souls sitting in a silent circle, listening to dreams of salvation and defiance against despicable despots and their desire to despirit generations of determined denizens. Sounds of crackling embers resting within the chest, waiting for a moment of ignition to inspire a pattern of internal eruptions. Ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. Blood pumping and galvanizing life's force of nature, booming in bombastic deluge of blood, rippling through history's veins, rising above the heart's desire and pushing passion into communal reclamation, staring through the span of history with ardent flames between us, raging on regardless of hate, distaste, disappointments, and defeat, and still the heart beats on, pulsating with ceaseless passion. Ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. Generation after generation, there exists an inherited spirit surging through bloodlines, boasting a bountiful betrayal of the status quo with a quote to cue a radical shift in perspective, to alter the echoes of reality into a tangibility that entangles and ripples throughout the body holistically. Abstract tremors rooted in palpable palpitations, reverberating and resonating a booming between beings, creating combustion and setting ablaze the roots of complacency and inequity. A mere spark within humanity and a creation story to produce a proper parable. Ruminating on a scorched earth betwixt our spirits, emerging tenacity, surfacing from the chest. Ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. Beating back the dread, changing the minds of humankind, and finding the source of purpose is rooted in sharing the heart's beat. Ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. Thank you. And I got two more for you. One of this one's inspired by the spot in nature I go to cry, laugh, call my family, do all the things, it's a spot, in nature. So this is titled Unpaved World. I am often in nature with a persistent personal passion to perceive a pat's particular pulchritude. Lofty landscapes and persevering wildlife prosper, and to produce physical and somewhat spiritual extensions of bridges for countless others to observe. We must commit to extraordinary acts of exploration, stepping over stones, disturbing all that is natural, not to destroy, but to join, to be one, splashing through streams or resting around rivers. The ebb and flow of time and water wash away obsessive and ultimately unimportant retentions of thought. Strangely and slightly selfish in some ways, it just so happens to merge our worlds and words. This path is exclusive to itself and encompassingly comprehensive. This new view, although not entirely uniquely created, is an unprecedented discovery. I choose to exist in a space that very few others, if any, have taken in. However, my metaphysical footprint, the truth and accountability of every step I take, are trails of found progression, redirection, and a confluence of realities manifests in one consistent place: curiosity. This world is paved with unrelenting mystery and inconsistent conclusions, directionless grasslands and multitudes of mounds leading to both a dead end and a fruitful beginning. I choose to walk an unexplored route for the sake of creating new ways of seeing, being, and believing, finding and mending revolutionary ways of cooperating with the ecosystem. Prickly greenish grass grants access to luscious possibilities. I can stand in the most picturesque of spaces and be the reason it is appreciated, finding wonder in delving into a cosmos of uncharted dominion and ignorantly yet purposefully expanding my observable universe. Fleeing from a mundane fiction, I am enthralled in this odyssey of self-acceptance, holistic righteousness, and an unpaved existence. To be yourself is to be a new person, never before revealed, uniquely you, dictated by you, narrated by you, embracing all of life as a paradox. Thank you, thank you. I have one last little dude. This one's titled Drumbeat, inspired by just drums of powwow. So, reverberations rippling through the air, born from the beating of drums, feet, and hearts, all bouncing in tandem, in joy and in community. Beyond walls, through ears, between each vibration's short yet powerful lifespan, existing within that resistance of gravity, lives a force that is more than life, rhythm and flow, blood and tears, movement of cosmic magnitude, sounds of a sanctuary allowing salvation and synchronization. Beat by beat, the blood within body speaks to the bonds between all creation, countless interconnections accumulating with every passing moment, beat upon beat, berating the body from the surface to the innermost part of my soul, grounded by reverberations, ignited by passionate purpose to recognize where it all began. A metaphysical series of explosions growing louder and louder, preserving a sacred pattern of origins of understanding. Drum, 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 and it all makes sense. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. That was our Lyrical Sanctuaries half hour, so thank you again so much. Please talk with us, and yeah, we'll hand it off to our next group, our Marquette friends.
Hi, everyone. We are collectively Marquette professors reading next. And I think in the interests of not starving everyone, I won't hop up between, and we'll just flow kind of one into the other in the following order. Jacob Rehev, Meg Penne, me, Angela Sorby, Danielle Harms, and then Sebastian Biddix. So thanks to everyone for this third space. All right.
All right. Hello, everybody. Thanks for being here when it's cold. So I'm going to change it up a little bit here and do a translation. So I'm going to read the modern English, my verse translation first, and then do the original so you know what's going on when I read the original. And the original is in Old English. So this is from, well, a 9th century Englishman translated this late antique text by Boethius, a guy. And in so doing, he talked about Wayland the Smith, which is from Germanic legend, not in the original Latin text. So that's what I'm going to read. And I love it, and it's in this sequence in my latest book because I was doing a sequence about earthen mounds, like the woodland mounds that are here in Wisconsin and also the tumuli in Europe. So here it is. Where now the bones of wise Wayland, the great goldsmith whose renown stretched wide? I say the bones of wise Wayland, for no earth dweller can deny another whatever skill Christ secured for him. As difficult as it is to dislodge the sun and the swift heavens from their proper circuit, that's how hard it is for anyone to deny another man his native skill. Who can make out in what earth mound lay the bones of wise Wayland, strewn and stretched over the barrow's floor? Though you ween and desire as well that you'll press on living for a prolonged period, why is that better? What makes longer best? For death skips over not a single person, though one's day count seems to dally, once it's been given the Lord's own leave. What will anyone enjoy on that day, immortal from that fame, if immutable death must seize his life after all his delights? And so then this is the Old English. So this is from the 9th century. This is what the language we're all using so far in this room, that since I've been here, sounded like 1100 years ago. Where sint nu thas wizan wellendes ban, thas goldsmiths, tha was ye merost. For thu ich qua thas wizan wellendes ban, for thu engum nemai earth buendras a craft benimman, the monan keran mai sunanon swivan, and thisna swift on rodor of his richt runa rinke any. Wha what nu thas wizan wellendes ban, and welcome he hlawa hruzan thechen. Thag ye nu wennen, an wilnian, that ye langeti liban moten, wet yo avre thubet beo other thinche. For them the nana forlet, the hit lange thinche, death after dogo rimme, thona he half drickness leve. Wet thona hebbe, helitha any, gumme at them yilpa, yif hina ye gripan mot, se akadeath, after thizum worlde. Okay. And that's why I studied Old English. All right, and then a more traditional, normal kind of American lyric here for you to end. I'm a Wisconsin boy through and through, but I lived in North Bay, California for a while, and it's right dear to my heart too. So this is set in Marin County, if you know where that is. The towhees are singing their whirring song, and canyon breeze wafts in cool. In bed, reading Ferlinghetti, pictures of the gone world, and resting from redwood strolls and salt marsh flankings, our naked legs framing the bed. And Marin is here, whether I am or not. The flowers and fog, the churches and shops, the succulent scent of spice and sea. We've walked and keep on walking. We've called and heard nothing for years but the silent heart. The sinews that lift the soft macchiato to satisfied lips up from Washington Square will fail, and these vehicles eventually halt. And we're in the canyon in San Rafael, waiting to roll and dream to her bay, to find the crucified one's embrace at the bottom and await the body's waking. Thanks.
I'm going to throw some prose at you guys, so sorry about that. All right, this is called Radici on the Water. I ditched my old beater on the far side of the mountain, down an overgrown path blocked in by sandstone. I'd hiked the rest of the winding way to Radici, up and over the mountain until I got to the sea's side, to the village where every pastel-painted home threw its windows wide open to breathe in the sea air, where every kitchen door along the wharf stood ready for the day's fresh catch. The village curved in around itself, just enough to protect its own town center in a small, calm bay where fishing boats docked. I liked the view from on high, from the olive orchards high atop this cliffside town. Clara's cottage hid among the olive trees, apart from the town, with one small table perpetually set for a guest, right outside and beneath her curtained kitchen window. Clara deeply enjoyed luring in the occasional hiker for a fresh tomato sandwich. I ate every single bite of mine dipped in homemade balsamic dressing, and I promise you there has never been a better tasting, deliciously ripe, sunshine in your mouth tomato sandwich. Clara knew me for the man I was before I took a seat at her table. Deep down in her guts, there had to have been a twist of recognition. But she brought me a glass of water, still trying to pinpoint my furry eyebrows, my rough skin, my farmer's calloused hands. While Clara was stuck inside her head, I tracked a boy running across the inlet along the high ridge beneath the olive trees. He leapt from one ledge to the next like a mountain goat, a natural, the least likely person to find a loose rock beneath his toe. Then Clara's finger brushed over mine, and my hand sparked. Clara yelped, jerking her hand back. The same moment, the boy's foot slipped, and just before I jumped to my feet, Clara reacted on instinct, a tick, less even than a thought. She created a spell before I had a chance to shout, "Wait." The boy fell. Clara saw water, saw the boy, gave him the gills he'd need once he hit the water. Sorry, my nose is running. I'm not an opportunist. I stayed here because I worried for Clara's safety, and rightfully so. As night threw its shroud over the olive trees, 3 villagers appeared on Clara's threshold. They flung bricks straight through her thatched roof, taking out a shelf of her prettiest plates. I pulled Clara into a protective embrace and felt her body sink into mine, 2 halves finding a whole. Being so close to her, though, it was momentarily blinding. When we pulled apart, the men were gone. The boy fish survived. His mother mothered him from shore, throwing her baby back into the waves each time he tried to come home. We were making use of Clara's bedroom when the kitchen boys of the village wharf punched out of their fish-greasy jobs and took to the hills, grabbing sticks along the way, turning them into zombie killers and javelins and wands. Unchaperoned, one of the boys put a stick into a fire and made a torch, running after his friends like a dragon unleashed. Thankfully, the boy knew better than to catch anyone on fire. As it was a windy day, he tamed the faded flame in the safest direction. It was when the boy stuck the stick back into the fire that his grease-slicked sleeve ignited, engulfing him. The friends rolled the boy to the ground and piled on top of him, smothering the flames. But once they removed themselves from the boy's body, what was left was ooze and pus. Barely an hour passed before we heard the knock on Clara's door. "The doctor can do nothing," the boy's mother pleaded. "He'll die." A crowd gathered outside and started to encircle Clara's cottage, bodies compressed. When Clara looked up at me, there was worry in her eyes, and something else, too. The fire boy's sun-yellow and burnt red scales were smooth like a snake's skin, different from the fish boy's new fish flesh. Though the fire boy would spend many sunny afternoon hours gathering warmth to his chest, the fire boy's mother never complained. Within 24 hours of his rebirth, the boy's cruel fate had transformed him into a blazing badge of honor. Villagers began sneaking up from their beds at night to hike up the mountain. The interruptions became irksome. We rarely had a good night's sleep, rarely finished the acts star-crossed lovers performed during nocturnal hours. I nailed a sign to Clara's door, asking for peace. By then, the village was half full of colorful shades of fur and scale and feather. We embraced before Clara's cottage window and saw neighbors celebrating their miraculous differences down along the beach, a strange and happy sight. "You look younger," Clara said. "You bring out the best of me," I told her, hugging her closer, holding her still. The fish boy's mother crouched at the water's edge, a smudge of black within a rainbow of revelers. Her son didn't boast about his scales or his ability to breathe beneath the waves. Her son was a fish who no longer spoke his mother's name. She stayed steadfast, leaving all at home to rot so she could be present to catch her beautiful son, her boy who once could leap across rocks like a mountain goat. She'd catch him, only to toss him back out to sea. "It won't be long," I said, pulling Clara back to bed. We lay against the headboard, an old door painted teal and lovingly weathered. We bade our minds from lingering on the things we had built, what we would lose. For that frozen moment, we would be content. I leaned over Clara and tickled threads of blue lightning across her torso. Let's not think about tomorrow. The first villager to complain wore the white fur of a polar bear over his dark skin. He no longer wanted to reflect the sun from his body. He wanted to feel its heat, wanted the sun's warmth to touch his skin, to kiss it until it burned. The second villager had opted for ears like an owl's to better hear the music she loved. Now, noise overcame her. Migraines laid her out for days. No earplugs could muffle the world's harmonies. The discontent would grow, with or without us, all around us, pinning Clara and me to its center, no matter that they had asked for Clara's help. They'd say her spells were unnatural, an unholy trick. The mother on the beach threw her son as far as she could one last time and prayed he'd swim in a new direction. "Follow me," she called to the village, and they heard her, and they listened. "It's time," I told Clara, peeling off our covers. I hoped my truck was still there, parked on the far side of the mountain, down an overgrown path blocked in by sandstone. We made it out of the mountains as far as the highway, and now we were headed for a lovely house that stood on stilts and allowed storms to pass through it, pass all around it and through it if you wanted it to. We hadn't been there in generations. "How young are you now?" Clara asked. 12, maybe? "I can't make love to a child," she said. I took my hand from her thigh, growling, "Not this again, Clara." "Don't whine," she said, already so childish. I pushed the gas pedal to the ground, accelerating, determined to reach our stilted house standing in the rain. You keep making me younger. It's your own fault. Here is good, Clara said. I didn't slow. Why, Clara? Clara opened the truck's door, slid out, and rolled clear to the other side of the vacant highway. When she finally stood, she was a dark smudge in my rearview mirror. I glanced ahead and could no longer see over the steering wheel. I wondered where she'd hide this time.
Didn't have to carry my poems up because I forgot them up here. I've got 3 poems all about or set in Milwaukee gray areas. First is called The Family. Back when my ex dealt used books, he bought a dead Milwaukee mob boss library. Torture manuals, philosophy, criminal law, opera librettos, and of course, The Godfather. Some volumes were heavily annotated. How to Dominate Others, Stalin's Strategies. The boss, one Joey Balistreri, spent jail terms literally studying how to be evil, marking key passages. If there's an evil GRE, he passed, bribing cops, whacking rivals. But when I picture Joey in his cell, bent over Machiavelli's Prince, his neck is smooth and vulnerable, a swan's neck, as if evil missed a few nodes in back. So if I could send him a book, I describe it, Dear Cousin Joey, since the posture that makes us readers makes us family. The second one is called Sloth, which is one of the 7 deadly sins. Say it's January. Even so, a future perfect tense is hardwired into English grammar, so you can say next summer, as in next summer you'll join the Urban Ecology Center and learn to canoe. Say May flows into June. Prows part the Milwaukee River, paddled by silver-haired women in vests with pockets for wintergreen oil bug repellent, SPF 50 sunscreen, and almonds. Lift, dip, lift, murmur the sedges and rushes as June glides away. But no, you are still not a member of the Urban Ecology Center. You are drinking Bud Light on your back porch as birds fly by in blurs, birds you'll know by name when you take up bird watching, as you plan to do. You'll point out buffleheads, bitterns, and scalps from your canoe. Soon, soon, soon. Repeat the word too many times and it turns into nonsense, like the gobbledygook medieval peasants heard when priests enumerated in Latin the 7 deadly sins. Imagine not knowing God's language, his complex declensions. Better, imagine not caring to learn. This last one is thank you. This last one is actually a true story, set in something that just closed, sadly, I think, the Masonic temple downtown here. It's called Dyslexia Center. 1, the Masonic temple's architecture overwhelms all words. Is there a technical term for fake Egyptian tomb door frame? I bring my daughter here for dyslexia tutoring. To enter the building is to exit linear history. There are never new Masons, but their ballroom's big enough for every white male in Milwaukee circa 1950. A few still walk the halls, observed by George Washington, himself an ex-Mason, from atop his peeling pyramid mural on the wall. Washington's eye never blinks, not even when a man with untreated psychosis tours the temple repeatedly, plotting a shooting. The man is caught with a gun, a hand-drawn floor plan, and a laptop loaded with conspiracy theories. And I get it, because who doesn't dream of an underlying order given God's otherwise arbitrary hand. Consider the enslavers, the enslaved. Consider George Washington. Consider locked wards, how little shrinks know of the brain. 2, tutoring resumes under tight security. Now a cop checks IDs before we're free to pass the rows of plaster sphinxes with their closed cat mouths. Civilization is multisyllabic, a hard word to read, and here we are stuck on Z, 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 trying to sound it out. Thank you.
All right, hello, I'm Danielle Harms, and I'm really proud to read with my very talented Marquette colleagues. And thanks to Sebastian for wrangling us like very distracted cats with lots of patient emails. Has anybody ever been to the International Crane Foundation outside of Baraboo? I loved it when I was a kid, and then we just went back recently, and I'm happy to report that if you haven't been there for like 25 years, it's still great, perhaps even better. Yeah, so this is about cranes. It's called Crane Cold. Call them colts, the sandhill crane chicks foraging the flooded field. Call them kin, child, parent, prairie, loam. Call winter migration the time of dispersal. Just 10 months old, time to go. Call them species, call them endangered, call them air raiders, call them crimson capped. At the luncheon after my grandpa's funeral in 1998, his Nebraska brother said, call them what they are, pests. Said, I see them, I shoot them. Said, they pick the crops clean. Said, I hadn't seen your grandpa in ages. Said, he left when he was young. Said, isn't that the way it goes? Sometimes you leave and you find no way back. When it's time, you go, you go, you go. I was a child in the church cafeteria. My mom had braided my hair in 2 directions. My dad had signed the order to silence the hospital machines. The man who shot cranes kept calling me my sister's name, said he and I were related. At 11, I did not know the name for who he was to me. This distant great uncle had done right, stayed in the place he was born, tended to fields as they grew and his parents as they died, all while my grandpa went to school, became a religion professor in a different state. A stubborn cuss, your grandpa, that's what he said. My grandpa's heart stopped when I swam butterfly at a meet in Baraboo, Wisconsin, where caretakers at the International Crane Foundation they don't do this anymore, I don't think, I don't know. But anyway, they used to, dress like birds to feed the orphaned young with long-beaked tongs. At 8 days old, the birds are ready to swim. We went there every summer. I once asked my mom what to call them. They're sandhill cranes, you dingbat. But I had meant the hand under the blanket, raining dried worms. Is that apparent? The colts called for more. On the road to my grandpa's funeral, I sang the letters of my name backwards. The cranes bowed to the taproots as our minivan crossed an international crane flyway. My mom had told me, dripping wet on the Baraboo pool deck, the news of his death. My eyelids felt papery like autumn grass. And the collective noun for cranes, the name for who they are together, to each other, to us, flocks, usually. Also siege, sedge, swoop. These skies of wings, call them the hand of a clock, call them the end of a field, call them the start of the soil. Okay, thank you. This is a really silly poem about one time, I guess I was thinking about when I was younger, when I made a bad judgment call at my swim team's bake sale in what I contributed. So it's called Best Practices for the High School Bake Sale. You may want to rethink deviled eggs as a contribution to the bake sale. All that mayonnaise, too much mustard, too much raw stuff, shell flecks, bleeding paprika, too risky. The white edges will look like rubber under the cafeteria's lights. $3 per egg, $5 for $1? Too much. Plus, you forgot napkins, and brown paper towels from the high school bathroom are a poor substitute. But go easy, you tried to pull through, you meant well, the house was empty, your grandma was sick, the chocolate cookies you made burned, and the eggs didn't go to waste because you ate all of them yourself. One by one, leaving your fingerprint in yolk, hoping soon your mother would come home. Buy the right thing from the store. Get a good deal on day-old cookies. They're perfect outlines made to be devoured. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I was with my kid at swim lessons yesterday when I heard about the news in Minnesota, and honestly, I kind of wanted to like wallow at home and scroll, I guess. But I used my better judgment and came here and spent the whole day yesterday. And I was just so grateful that this place exists and this space exists. So thanks to everybody at Woodland Pattern for like sustaining this amazing space of care and collective action and art. So this is my Minnesota poem. If you love anyone from Minnesota, as I do, you maybe have heard them talk about the state fair. Maybe ad nauseum, which is what I have experienced. Sorry to my partner up here who loves the state fair. I think that like pension for community is serving Minnesota well right now. So this is a poem both about sneezing and the state fair, and this is my last poem. It's called A Mess of a Face. I love a screaming sneeze, ears ringing, nose running, a mess of a face, full release, open throat, bulging eyes, try not to pee, but don't try too hard, don't herniate a disc today, not for restraint. I once heard the guy from Prairie Home Companion say, pleasure is like that. We don't look good and feel good at the same time, but it feels good to look free. This was years ago, the Minnesota State Fair, my cheeks pink from sun, and this Midwest voice acknowledging the transgression of pleasure. Then they took a break to perform hokey commercials on stage, hawking corn dogs, pickles, miraculous towels jam-packed with minerals to cleanse your house and repel illness. Turns out that guy was a lech and worse, a foul man. Sorry, Garrison Keillor. No surprise, the whole state had heard stories of his bad behavior, but screw him. Those pickles were good. My counters are streaky, and there go my allergies again, acting up. I can feel another sneeze coming. Ah, well, let them come. I don't need to fix my face. I need to deal with the dust. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sebastian. I'm the last reader in the Marquette group. I want to give another thank you to the sponsors of this reading. They are Jill Sebastian and Jake Fuller. So the first time I read at the Poetry Marathon, I was 14 or 15, and this is a short reflection about that time. A poem can enter your heart in an instant and never leave. One such poem for me was a haiku by Yosa Buson. I was a teenager, possessed of a fixation with classical haiku that I've since learned was uncommon but not utterly anomalous. I felt utterly anomalous. On summer afternoons, I'd ply the scrubby woods that grew on the banks of the Milwaukee River, not far from Woodland Pattern, wedge myself against a tree trunk and read poem after poem. I can't say I made deep sense of most of them. Often I'd glance off the surface 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, and then move on. Other times I'd not even do that, just let haiku after haiku unspool before me, like a film reel composed entirely of broken seams. Really, it's that I wanted to write haiku. Really, it's that I imagined I could write a haiku so profound that the scales would drop from the eyes of any who read it. What sort of 15-year-old thinks such things? Doesn't just think it, but feels it with his body. Certainly many more than the singular anomaly I thought I was, standing among the unloved trash, box elder, and mulberry trees. Haiku waits for certain young people, will snag them with overt promises of epiphany and enlightenment. And she will not be wrong, this young person, for they do offer that. It's just that she'll imagine enlightenment as is our cultural prerogative, cinematically, as a story with a protagonist and a climax. Now, how could she resist? The world turning on a three-line pivot, the inestimably distant mind of the poet summed up in a smattering of perfectly placed words. How could she not think her undisciplined, wandering steps had kicked up the Philosopher's Stone? Busson's poem didn't change any of this for me. By then, the fantasy of poetry was running up against its reality. This one haiku simply broke through to me, which is to say, penetrated both fantasy and reality, and so lodged immovably in my breast. The translation I know it by comes from Robert Haas. Fallen petals of red plum, they seem to be burning on the clods of horseshit. The poem hit me all at once. The clods so similar in shape to red burning coals. The petals lightly fallen and weightless as flame. The shit still warm from the horse's body, radiating a true, if minor, heat. They really were aflame, as every bit of matter, even the lowly, is burning brilliantly in an otherwise cold universe. All that I knew immediately, and have never since forgotten. And it had to shock me, because this truth is shocking. And it had to amuse me, because like anyone today, I could only pay a divided attention to that which doesn't amuse. And the subject had to be lowly, because I was a teenager and a modern, and really what I recognized in haiku from the first wasn't a capacity for enlightenment, but an experience of the material world as responsive and alive. I was looking, like Baudelaire in 1850, for a cure for what he called spleen, and what today Hartmut Rosa calls a mute experience of the world. It's a condition teenagers feel so acutely and consistently that it has come to practically define being a teen. I doubt very much this has always been the case. As a teenager will tell you plainly, if they think you're listening, it's not they who have the problem, but the whole damn world. Let us entertain, even as we press them to master a species of mindset suited for life in a mostly mute world, that they are completely right. As for the teenager like I was, one more in a cohort much larger than she can now imagine, I say this: don't be fooled by nostalgia, which bathes the heart as indiscriminately as serotonin inhibitor drugs do the brain. Busson's haiku, stuck deep in me still, does not call me back to that time, to those fantasies and that body's yearning. I stand before it only as I am now. I am seen by it still, even as the sight of me is so much changed. You will know true words, because they are as present as the desk at which you write and the pen which you hold. Go and find them. Thank you. I think we got to do a photo, right? Photo, Marquette people. Sorry.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you, Sebastian, for organizing.
Oh, yeah.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. Hope you all enjoyed the lunch, or maybe are still enjoying, which is perfectly fine and welcome in here. Food and drink allowed. Okay, but thanks for sticking with us through one and not quite a half days. I don't know, I can't do the math, but like we're nearing the halfway mark of this day, and yesterday was pretty wonderful. I'm really excited to have this hour of RACINE and KENOSHA poets, some incredible poets, friends of ours. It's going to be fantastic. I'm just up here to say welcome back, thank you on behalf of Woodland Pattern, and also thank you to our sponsors who I want to mention this marathon, the 32nd annual. Yeah. Wild. Over 3 decades, and here we are, presented by DeWitt LLP and Wisconsin's own library, a unique collection of Wisconsin authors and illustrators owned by the General Federation of Women's Clubs Wisconsin, with funding provided by the Gwendolyn M. Schultz Charitable Trust. So thank you, DeWitt LLP, Wisconsin's own library, and also our O-level sponsors, Juneau Park Friends, Paula Kiley and Margaret Rosga. And thank you to the curators of this hour, Debra and Jay. Jay is up first, Jay Mollerskov. So take it away, Jay. Thanks.
Hi. On behalf of those of us from RACINE and KENOSHA who are reading this hour, we want to thank River West Realty for sponsoring this hour. Personally, I know it's been said over and over this whole weekend. I don't need to tell anyone here how important Woodland Pattern is. We all know this. But I just want to thank Carl and Ann for making the place, and Jenny and Laura for continuing to keep it going. I've had the honor over the last 12 years of hosting the Formation series for new and improvised music at Woodland Pattern. Helping carry on a tradition of music there. In addition to all the wonderful poetry, you know, there's an art gallery, there's dancers doing things, there's music, it's all the arts. And it's been an honor to be a part of that. So more than just the poetry going on, all sorts of events. So there are calendars with lists of events going on that you can get out at the table. With that, the first reader for our group who's going to introduce the rest of the poets is my friend Debra Hall.
Good afternoon. My first poem is dedicated to Alex Preddy. It's called Expectations for an American. We prepare a meal for hungry guests in gratitude for the harvest given. We offer bread and meat, a splash of wine from grapes picked by workers unafraid of abduction by masked agents. We pursue happiness, sing full-throated, seize opportunity, drive a car, visit a national park, hug a child, build a life, find a state of serenity. We protect, due process, cite the U.S. Constitution, peacefully bend the arc of history towards justice. Note, the arc is warped from stress testing by a new kind of king. My second poem is from my newly published book, What the Current Cannot Swallow. It's called Epiphany. In the intensive care unit, you were in critical condition. My eyes teared when I saw the long list of risks. My brother visited. We read about seizures, infection in the brain and blood, how you could lapse into a coma or die in these early weeks. My brother said that if I had to stay abroad for a while, I should relearn Spanish. It would be a benefit to get around on my own. He showed me how easy it was. At dinner, he asked the waiter, "Habla español usted?" Do you speak Spanish? And a conversation began. A young woman in the waiting room warned that if I didn't learn to converse in a language most Italians used, I would be vulnerable. A woman alone, an easy mark to a thief or worse, unable to determine motive in the exchange of meaning. Well-meaning advice. The social worker said you can survive a season of pain, but don't decide to sell your home or change jobs or remarry, because every part of your life will scatter as dust and you will have to let the pieces settle. I wondered if it was like famine, if dreams would carry me to the kitchen to chew crusty brown bread with a smear of soft butter. Would I grip my teeth? Recall a time when lunch was in the refrigerator? Maybe I misunderstood the pieces that would need time to settle. But what force will scatter my life as dust? And when I reach the end of the world, will there be dragons? At the moment of death, my love looked like he was holding his breath. So I climbed on his chest, shook his shoulders, begged him to inhale. I felt my toes curl around the side of the bed, a life disappearing, like water moves from sink to drain, then exits down a dark pipe. The social worker had confused the order of magnitude, prepared me for the aftershock and not for the blast. My last poem is entitled Sleeping Bones. I thought you and I would spoon forever in sleep, one arm around my waist, a leg nestled between my knees, but you don't rest at all. It began as footsteps in the attic. The hospice nurses said your ghost marched above them for several months after. Then you appeared as taste, salty, calisthenic tears, the rising of a body against its will, a splash of grief, active and warm, that floods the tongue with a bitter taste like yeast. Sometimes you visit in dreams, after a loved one dies, a slow but sure blink of a lid, a flash of what was. I woke before the earthquake rolled under my bed, saw you sitting there smiling, was content to learn what stirs your sleeping bones. Thank you. Next up is Nico Ramsey.
Oh, I don't know what I'm doing. Mellow the intensity, charcoal ash your stenciling, put price to paper, picking boogers or the vapors. Why so serious? It's like the clowns that I admire, deflating egos like they're tires. My soul stays on fire. Prior with mine, I twist lime within the snifter. An alcoholic mixture was nearly a daily fixture. Talk about polluted toxins within the body's river. To my liver I give a shiver. Think of the remains that I'll deliver. And what is in a picture? Got that double Windsor knotted? A future rep you're slotted, thoughts discussed and jotted? Is it rented or authentic? Cultures chopped and amputated? Wonder why your growth is slow? Oh, you've been medicated. Little stipends spent like intense labor. My pen's my note taker, and these eyes assess behavior. Parasitic little tidbit, I'll nip it before it grows. Calm with earth touching, shall I search for something? Visit business too equipped with lip smack and grab a napkin. Too much yapping, it's distraction, flapping jaws, or I'm flabbergasted. In a book is where I cast them, these neurons are flashing. Even the steps annoy me. Punctuating movements, chill and step quiet, shift the quilted blueprint, ferocious fur feeler, peel your skin before it starts.
a palpitating heart, potholes to grocery carts. Theme park manipulator, I'm a skater aware of limits, more concerned with crickets than I am with critics. Nausea brought you to the point you coughed up, a phlegm-filled dump truck purge the sunken gut. Nunchuck twirler, split the skull and observe the crimson riptide. This guy's wrists just fly. Yes, it's who you know, almost more than what. Too loud on your phone, all you roosters done clucked. Boo-boo, your loose shoe, look screwed, insurance claim. Pure form within the frame, it's a norm to entertain. Bid first and prove it, skid towards the shoe prints. Who sits drunken, who sits cross-legged? This drunken baritone, share a poem if you got it. Archaic or gothic, non-toxic, they tell me. Well, go get the florist, engorged like her orchids. Double down the portraits, the backpacks, a Snapchat. Unzip and explore it. That's just a ramble. And we have, perfect, I have 2 minutes to go back to my old. Let's see what happens. Oh, thank you, JBL. This hour is not sponsored by JBL, but it is right now. Oh, check 1 2 1 2. Can you guys hear that? I don't know what I'm about to do. Let's see. Oh, let's see. I think Nick is a professor, and I think I'll start schooling you. Grab yourself some beet goat cheese and arugula. Ooh, yeah, put some almonds on it. I flipped it like my girl's omelet. I'm like an Amish, because I'm well made and crafted. I have laughed with all my good friends and played volleyball too. I hang with all of y'all, and all of y'all are pretty cool. I take y'all to school like my name was Dexter, the ultimate professor. What's up with this lecture? A good type of lecture that I try to provide. I let this go here and my wings hang glide. No albatross. Grab your floss. You need a little bit for your teeth, because Nick Ramsey's about to speak, and I'm looking at the clock underneath your legs, saying Nick used to be upside down on kegs, and I took a whole bunch of drinks with my mouth, and I'm a little bit down south. But all of y'all are invited to a place called Racine, and you can come. Yes, you are a great human being. You can come to open mics, and you can go to the beach. You can even come hang out. Don't hang out like a leech. Why? Because leeches are only fish bait. I don't know. Nick's over there. I spit great. And that's what I'm going to do for a minute. Look at this, man. Check out my teeth. I got some spinach. You can have a little piece. Check, I got the piece. I freestyle and release. And I'm fat. I'm obese. Understand me? My name is Nick with the Ramsey. Grabbing microphones like a Shure mic with flanges. Understand it. The canvas I like to paint. Like my man Tim Kloss. He does it. No hate. He's so great. Especially on Mondays at Lindemans. Keep it well crafted like cocktails with cinnamon. Ooh. Yes, I think it's just tasty for my mouth. I know I hang with my brothers right there, a wild trout, like a salmon, rams in the place called Racine, and that's the root. I'm so extreme. I skateboard and I'm 40. Yes, I skateboard and I'm 40, I guess. I skateboard and I'm 40. No mess. I skateboard and I'm 40. Oh, yes. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Nick Ramsey. Next up is Jelenge, otherwise known as Christy Hoff. Jelenge is Gaelic for butterfly.
Thank you. Oh, we need some more. There we go. My first piece is called Harmony. As an inchworm measures the infinite length of my finger, then back, as I rotate my palm, the paradiddle of its feet send vibrations down through my skin, sinking through the sinews and blood platelets to some primeval sense of oneness. As a teen, I tossed a bridle on my horse, grabbed a handful of mane and leapt upon the broad back. Equine energy, thus unhindered, transfused into my system and fed my psyche, forever changing my patterns of thought and self-awareness. I am never alone. I only block my own reception and understanding and joy, found in awareness of the beings around me and the wonder they share. What do I call the measurement of an inchworm or the paradiddle of its feet upon my skin. This is called Auld Lang Syne. They chafe, these sands, not so much a pouring as a steady flowing. Each tiny hot grain flickers along, scraping a trail, drawing a trail of wear, less than a fingernail. Together these specks become a great weight I did not anticipate. New Year's Eve, a moment looking back before the plunge of fresh air in lungs, still sand filters in. Why is it carried in the midnight darkness? Infant born of resurrected chances, sun should light its inaugural dances. Grains of seconds, scoring, scrubbing, wearing, tall, thin scope of skin of hope tearing. No one escapes the race, no matter how fast you chase. Slow pace will not erase your path as the weight makes itself known. This is called Salt Sea, after Through the Looking Glass by Lewis Carroll. Shrinking, struggling in the sea, evading, avoiding the creatures forlorn, swimming in the deepening pool from which their tears are formed. Swimming in the salt sea, fear and panic overwhelm, stroke by stroke, arms fatigue, the shore an evasive realm. Other creatures struggling too, swimming, flailing, striving, peace, hope, and refuge floating away, while dreaming of progeny surviving. The king of clubs patrols the land, off with their heads, his constant bellow, commanding the deck, this militant fellow. Ice soldiers marching behind the king, hiding, attacking, taking captives. The king's command they're following, a language of fear that's psychoactive. The king of clubs looks away, above the smoke of retaliation, singing his own praise as the salt sea drowns the nation. And that leads us to current climate. It's too cold. The freezing shock of those too bold, trying to remove all that is good. Trust and reliance on those meant to protect us who now demand compliance. Civility chokes us. Grieve the loss of honesty. National pride is a travesty of the former promise to the world's downtrodden. Love is forgotten. Stand like the naked oak. Stand for the common folk. Stand against the glacial frost. Stand at risk of personal cost before all love is lost.
Next up is our own co-poet laureate of RACINE, Mary Senora Skittles Skillings.
Thank you very much. Some of my students have given me nicknames, which I find endearing, so I'm often called Skittles or Miss Skills or some combination of that. My first poem is called Please Press to Nurture and Care. For guidance about an unwelcome wild animal in your house, garage, shed, or elsewhere in your life, please press 1. It's possible to perish before you die, pastor says on Sunday. Tell us who the bitch is. We're going to find her car and slash her tires. She needs to get humbled. Animal prints in the fresh snow, leading up the driveway to a scuffle, and look there, tucked up against the house, a seagull. Not dead, yet unable to fly. For guidance, when a wild animal you found is injured, sick, orphaned, or otherwise in need of medical care, please press 2. Prevent hypothermia, dehydration, starvation. Provide a blanket, a bowl of water, some crackers. Keep in a dark, quiet, warm place. Do not offer food or water. 24 hours pass. more fresh snow, and the seagulls moved to the middle of the driveway. She looks towards the lake, its waves freezing into clear glass chimes, calling her back home. She slightly opens her wings. She can no longer lift her head. It's turned sideways, an iridescent spark in her eye. Frozen, I see her last blink. It's possible to die before you perish, I think every day. 48 hours pass. I carry her hard body along with a red paper heart to the base of a tree near the lake, a tree I see daily. Days later, my daughter places a bone, an old fried chicken bone from a hot, sandy summer day, next to the seagull's body. And days after that, when I walk by the tree to check, she's gone. The bone, still there, along with the red paper heart. For guidance when you find a bat, please press 3. Press 4 if you have an injured adult mammal. Press 5 if you have an injured adult bird. Press 6 if you have an injured or orphaned baby bird. Press 7 if you or your dog have found a baby rabbit or a rabbit's nest. Press 8 if you found a baby squirrel. Press 9 if you found a baby raccoon. Press 10 if you found a fawn or a baby. Dear Lord, humble me. AI says, a wounded bird appearing in your life can be seen as a sign of vulnerability, a call to nurture and care for yourself or others. My godson says, when an injured seagull shows up at your house, it's best to put it in God's hands. www.wihumane.org/wildlife. The ending is open for interpretation. Is your car open for transportation? For a wildlife rehabilitator to call you back, please press 11. I'm going to do one I've never read yet. This is called Timothea's Baby. Timothea's Baby. This is probably the most recent thing I've written. Last year, I didn't put out the nativity scene because there was no baby in the manger. Where was the baby? This year, I put it out anyway because there was no baby in the manger. Where was the... Wait, turn that cradle over. That's where the baby has always been. I'm thankful I asked you your mom's name. You spoke it aloud, and the pause that followed those 4 syllables was praise, a deep honoring, a release. She passed away just over an hour later. I never met her. If she and I had talked to each other, I wonder, would we have said the same thing? Your baby has always been right there.
Next up, our very own co-poet laureate of RACINE, Dr. Thomas Carr.
Thank you, and thanks to Woodland Pattern and our sponsors. Is that audible? Ode to RACINE while thinking about a colleague deceased. I'm in love, the absinthe drinker exclaimed into the deaf house. Outside, the sun, in a calamitous lapse, started burning everything in sight, and up the street the neighbors shouted at each other, their voices tall as plastic champagne flutes swirling their psychotic breaks. Inside the house, he got up from the couch, tried a few irritable lines of prose on the melee outside. His day had been good, he thought. He had taught his 2 classes and left an hour later because he suddenly awoke at 2 a.m. after a lucid nightmare of falling to his death from crumbling cliffs, lethal layer cake cliffs in his murderous corner of Montana. The morning was good, although when he turned his back to write on the whiteboard, he heard giggles. But on Saturday, he had ordered 2 new pairs of pants to replace the threadbare one that he now wore. He turned to face the class and continued with the instruction. He stayed late to help a student complete the assignment that was due the previous week. He read back the first line, and it didn't make sense to say anything out loud, especially that in particular. Shed fur covered the floor. He couldn't be in love with housework, he thought. He then thought about his colleague who had died the previous week. His death was not unexpected. There was a decline. He was a colleague, not a friend, but they had published together a few times. He was brought on board by a mutual friend. Colleague, he thought. Down the street, a crowd started shouting, but it sounded like a chainsaw because he couldn't make out the words. He'll wash out his ears in the morning, he thought. To understand his colleague better and to show the deceased memory the appropriate respect, he began reading his colleague's biographical book that he had bought 20 years ago, first edition, hardcover. His colleague was a good prose writer, he thought. The phone rang and he picked it up. Outside, the sun was still burning everything alive, and up and down the street the screaming muttered. The voice on the other end asked if she was audible. He shouldn't have answered, but he said yes. She didn't answer, and then he hung up. Outside, a police car's siren stammered in the blaze. A message came in from the Bureau of Land Management asking for news from the summer's field work. He couldn't report the nightmare, but he could say that he had published on fossils from public lands that summer. Open access, and on August 19th. He wanted to sleep. But he remembered that time when he sat in his colleague's turret office in that city where those towers were shot in the head. He fanned out the Asian tyrannosaurs in columns and rows, and he said the captivating numbers, and he asked his colleague about the logistics because he hadn't before organized an expedition to Mongolia, whereas his colleague had legendarily before. But his colleague's eyes were black glitter. His colleague said, "Your institution is small." And his colleague flashed in orange-white outlines of a Chinese restaurant phoenix. His colleague said, "Your institution doesn't have money." He was pretty discouraging, really protective, said his friend, who also sat up straight on the couch. From the air at night, that park in the center was as black as the shape of a Confederate flag. 20 years later, inside the house, as he looshed a glass of the most expensive absinthe in the world, in grim memoriam, into the psalm of Versailles stemware, he thought, trespass and atonement don't fit here. And in the far distance, Tyrannosaurus Buttars in the Nemegt Plateau leaned into his car window, their tops plunging like leisure time below pale, wet lipstick. And in the middle distance, water dripped, and in the close distance, dogs snored. Dogs are artificially bred gray wolves, he thought, wolves that eat in the house, and have the good cheer of having dog paddled in the warm water tank of a nuclear reactor. When he did sleep, the dogs hung down head first from the ceiling like wall-eyed vampire bats. He reminded himself that he had to leave at 4:30 p.m. to lead a workshop with 2 of his students, so he'd better sleep now. Outside, the sun was crazed and wore a black microskirt and halo and chomped the neighbor's children with male and female teeth. Thank you.
Our next reader is Darin Zimpel, and we have twisted his arm to read his sock monkey poem.
That'll be my closer, though, so.
Before then, I'd like to read a haiku that I just wrote this morning. This January, governmental weather strikes. Ice is killing us. Here's a poem I wrote about my wife and myself and her cousin walking along watching the monuments in Washington, D.C. This is called Moving On from Thomas Jefferson. Blue heron patrols edge of Potomac River's American-made tidal basin as seagulls retreat backward in cold April rain. With umbrellas and shivers, the three of us, the best of us, move off the familiar path. Avoiding stagnant water and spring mud we could never cleanse. Progress continues, past stone blocks remembering FDR's success and failure. History's paint still wet under heavy clouds. Minutes, weeks, years, decades later, Martin Luther King Jr. emerges through freshly budded trees. He moves forward from a mountain, looking toward and reconsidering monuments to Washington and Jefferson. We challenge history itself, while the blue heron still awaits unshackled flight. And here are some poems I wrote in 2020, but they are exceptionally applicable in this very moment. This is called Summer 2020. Summer resisted, so we pushed behind, moving up a steep 400-year-old hill littered with sickness and memorials for the cheated. Crowds and invisible clouds of biological and lily-white danger voicing hot nights, ancient history, instant history, forcibly alive. Oh yes, summer has arrived. This is from the same time period. This is called Trying to Heal. Alone in your night, understand that justice is dying, dead, or never was. Tired and sore, absent-mindedly lick the day's blood from your fingertips. A memory of sunlight, there always being a river, and that one bird can't fly to every town. Another one from then, which is works now, Women of the Revolution. The streets are filled with women like a revolutionary ballet. The dancing ladies are here, and they are here to stay. An organic, disruptive tango, because America lost its way. The dancing ladies are here, and they are here to stay. Freestyle waltz of revolt, because someday is today. The dancing ladies are here, and they are here to stay. Okay, and as promised, I will finish with this. This is audience participation, though. When I give you the signal, you have to yell out, "Creepy sons of bitches." Trust me, it'll make sense. The Sock Monkey song. I remember them sitting on the back of Grandma's couch, sending out their bad vibes like silent evil in the house. Long and gray and spongy. They watched each move I made, and on my fragile psyche, they forever left a stain. I'm not afraid of clowns, goblins, ghosts, or witches, but sock monkeys are. Creepy sons of bitches. I knew they thought bad things behind those button eyes, of how they wanted to kill me and feed on my insides. Even though I'm grown up, I swear I still will never sleep under the same roof as those big-mouthed little freaks. I'm not afraid of clowns, goblins, ghosts, or witches, but sock monkeys are. Creepy sons of bitches. Had no problem with sea monkeys, and I liked Planet of the Apes. Hell, I even had a rubber gorilla as a childhood playmate. But sock monkeys are vile. A nightmare in gray cloth, still waiting to terrorize me and tear my face right off. I'm not afraid of clowns, goblins, ghosts, or witches, but sock monkeys are. Thank you.
Next up is our current KENOSHA Poet Laureate, Nico, Speak Free More.
Gratitude for the space. Keys for the door to freedom. Keys for the door to freedom. I'm a key, you're a key. He's a key, she's a key. We all are keys to freedom. And this is my freedom song. Something is terribly wrong when my daily observation is violence, greed, and hating. This is not why we are here. There's no debating this country's fueling off fear. We must progress. I'll admit, life is far from picture perfect. But when we look beneath the surface, it all shows to be worth it. Everything happens for its own specific reasons. People grow just like plants and change just like seasons. I'm believing if the sun wasn't shining or even beaming, nothing on this earth to be living or even breathing. So I must thank love for everything that I'm seeing on this beautiful planet I call home. It's so amazing what we can do with the brain that's in our domes. We have to heal this planet. The children can't wait. First, we have to separate the real from the fake. Fill ourselves with love by alchemizing the fear and the hate. Some people on this planet need to take a break from money, because it's the reason that greed and hunger have grown way too strong. And if we're going to be a part of this change that's going on, we got to look inside ourselves and find that freedom song. It's never about me. It's always about the art. The art has a life beyond my life's end and start. I shoot from the heart. When I'm approaching the song, got spiritually strong from approaching this life thing wrong. Now I'm floating over all the small things I used to trip on. Inspired by life, even though sometimes shit gets crazy. I'm on meditate daily, then continue till the night is done. Look into love's eyes, the moon and the sun. Go back into the time before religion had begun and find a way to reconnect the world before the end can come. I'm a dreamer, determined to stay woke. Just remember that we are here, placed in the image of pure light. We must look deep down inside of our spirit and ignite the creative inspiration of whatever we're here to do. Free the love inside and be the most divine, aligned, truthful, activated, honest, creative, loving, empathetic version of you. That's that piece. Gratitude, gratitude. I'm like, if of y'all can breathe with me, we can take some just collective breaths together, and we're gonna make it intentional, right? So we're gonna breathe in love, and breathe out fear. Breathe in love, hold it in there, and breathe out fear, shake it out, breathe it out. The audible release if you need to. Breathe in love and breathe out fear. Breathe in love and breathe out fear. Breathe in love, breathe out fear. Fear wants to speak. So fear says, I'm often confused with hate, especially when it comes to violent crimes. I paralyze your body when I take over your mind to survive. It's love I need to steal. I can make false evidence appear real, make you sacrifice your happiness for illusion of a good deal, make you feel pain, then forget how to heal. Helpless human, hopelessly controlled by me. I give you two choices, at least two choices you can see. As long as you fight or run, you will never be free. They say I'm second to love. Look at this world. I disagree. I know I'm not the voice that you truly want to hear, but you cannot shut me out. I'm your faithful friend, Fear. I will show you things love is way too blind to see. All you have to do is agree to follow me. But I say, breathe out fear and breathe in love.
Breathe out fear and breathe in love. Breathe out fear, breathe in love. So of course love has to have its say. Love says, I am far from blind. In fact, there's nothing I can't see. I transform every being that believes in me. I help you become what you dream to be. The most priceless resource, and I am free. Every living thing would agree it's not money that makes the world go round, it's really me. I am the dirt, the seed, and I become the tree. I'm the process that recycles life. When it's time to die, I am the caterpillar, the cocoon, and the butterfly. To find me, you can look low or you can look high, but most of the time I reside inside. I am the spirit of forever, the setting of the sun, the rising of the tide. My goal is to overcome all fear. Help the living to become more alive, create below the flow that exists above, the purest of all energy. And I am, you are, this is love. So don't complicate your mind. You'll find that's not the way. Let intuition be a guide. Hear what your spirit has to say. Let joy grow in your heart. Let all pain fade away. And when you fear at all, remember love will conquer all. Know that love will conquer all. Yes, love will conquer all. Know that love will conquer all. 'Cause love's the highest law. Thank you. Gratitude.
Our next reader is Nicholas Ravnikar. Please welcome him to the stage.
I'm going to be reading some Polish octaves. They're Polish because they're dedicated to my great-grandma Skotnicki, my Bushi. They're octaves because they're written 8-line stanzas. Every line must contain either 8 letters, 8 syllables, or 8 words, and they can only use the letters of the 8-word title. Polisimi. Oye, oye, oye! Mommy peels pesos, loses polis, messy moose slop. Popeye sells moly, pomelo peeps, poppy lollipops. Oh me, oh my. Cesspool employees elope. Semple popes mop sleepless slipe. Else pomo psyops ploy yeses. Summonses possess epilepsies mossy slopes. Mopey polyp posse melee loses polos. Osmos ye soy posole. Pom-poms yell. Smelly poops plop. Thunders. Dented deer turds duet red trees. Sudden sunsets undress tense trusts. Turrets suture untenured thrusts. Her herd hushes under russet suede. Unsent duendes teethe her sheets stern. Her uterus resents dentures. Neutered tunes, tender, stuttered stresses, tethered thus. He ushered untruths she endured. American, I'm an anemic maniac in a racier, rare anime. Me, a Cimmerian merman remarrier. I mimic a nice ice cream enema. I mime a crane, arm in ermine. I cram ceramic race cars in. Ramen, acne cream, rice, career memes, an inner imminence. Amen. Unversed, suede sundresses, uneven nerves, reused duresses, rude ruse, revered nudeness deserves duende, nurses sneered, vendors surrendered, usurers severe veneers sunder revenue, venue dense, undue verse never sees nerds endure, sudden verdure ensues, under sun reverend senders need reserves, Venus reverses, serene serves. See? Reruns end, dude. In ink blots, in silk knots, in soot, I link toil. Oboists blot lotion on Boston snobs in kilts. Bilbo slinks in bikini, on stilts. Snooky insists blotto bonobos blink. Look, I'll boil non-book notions in ink. I'll oink obits and skits. I'll kiss TNT. No, it's not tonsillitis. It's billions of soloist skill kink. Seashore. As a hero shears a horse's ass, ere he hear assessors erase a rose so rare. He oars ashore, shares a horse ear. See her shoes, her sores, or her rash. She harasses seahorses. Hear, shoo, shoo. She shears her hero's roar, a rash error. Seers see, hearers hear, so he hearses her. Harsh. Oh, here's a rarer horror. Eros erases ash. Thanks a lot.
Please welcome to the stage Holland Dvorak.
Hi, this is my first time here. I appreciate the love and the space here, so thank you to Woodland Pattern and Jay and all the RACINE folks that welcomed me. This is I Hate Morning Epiphanies. I should be packing love letters and lunches. I should be attending to breakfast. I should be organizing backpacks, assignments, Godzilla costumes, picking out clothes, following the checklist, one task done, and on to the another. A gaping reduction, sowing time in my head, gurgling salt water to add buoyancy to my day. I had a morning epiphany today, and time flung me out, and I time traveled to an X that marks the spot. Eroding memories, still holding consequence, fumbling through the meaning, catching rockets of remorse, long, bony fingers humming a tune, a tree standing above a stove, curly brown hair, a baggy Charlotte Hornets t-shirt, white Keds, a time less harrowing and less and more that we could be, before your body turned to paper. I forgot to put my horologist on speed dial. My DeLorean caused my delirium, the pink elephant's memory grasping at the non-combustible straws. Was this after-school special a must? Did the Disney antidote intend for ever after? Each story, the woman that is woven through stems of golden pain, producing a pirouette of time and space, I descend into madness. The epiphany, the morning I break a piece of myself so interwoven in my identity. I should be packing love notes in lunchboxes. And then this one is Summer in the Wilderness. A place to get lost amongst the faces. Pine hearse carrying our lost ancestors, tracing stories that repeat themselves, so many. Expressions of the charred glass, splitting skin collectively, they reach the depths of our earth's inner core. A round home, wind-bearing beams absorbing the tectonic shifts. As I lay awake, thoughtless thoughts seep through. The earth is old. I wonder how heavy heaven is. Cherry chapstick and fragrant floral kisses the skin, basking in my corporeal privilege. My UU teachings has taught me that my creator is a florist. Which flower is a fascist I would like to alt-delete? I feel like a death doula as the universe unravels beneath us. Thanking this body, we are still here, counting each sun-kissed freckle. Each freckle jumps back and forth through time, wishing I could join the planet parade as they pass through our night sky, tracing each constellation, defining them, as though they care of my human tongue. They are older than time. All right. Okay, this is my last one. Tap, tap. Mapping each azimuth point from the scapula down to the hallux. It's so finger-licking good. Bridging our bodies one torso at a time, each leaf is thick and saturated with water, trickling down the narrow of my back. Rituals from the old world, ancient blood eagles spreading wide open. Connective tissues holding our bodies together. Limbs entangled, luminous glowing, searches for the emphatic depths of these sheets wrapped around us. Nothing of the lightning bugs dying crossed my mind. I search for the city without any lights. Tumbling down this mountain of flesh, I hear all the love notes you wished I wrote. Dusting stars off our skin, I dreamt of eating you years ago, sending dream through wormholes to reach you in time. Thank you.
Closing for today for KENOSHA RACINE is our very own Jay Mollerskov.
A flat, dark, damp, a bubble box in a flat, dark, damp, a flat box, a damp, flat, a bubble box in a flat, dark, damp, a bubble damp box, a bubble box in a flat, dark, damp, a damp, dark, a damp, dark, damp, dark, a damp box, a dark, a flat, dark, damp, a flat, damp, dark, damp, dark, damp, dark, a box, a dark box, a damp, dark box, a flat, dark, damp box, a bubble box in a flat, dark, damp, bubble, a dark, a damp, dark, damp, dark, a box, damp, a dark box, a damp, a box, dark, dark, box, damp, a dark, bubble, a damp, dark, bubble, a flat box, a flat box, flat, a damp, dark, a bubble, dark box, dark, a bubble box, a flat, dark, damp box, bubble, a flat box, a flat, dark box, a bubble box in a flat, dark, damp, a flat box, a damp, flat, bubble, a bubble box in a flat, dark, damp, a bubble, damp box, a bubble box in a flat, dark, damp, a damp, dark, a damp, dark, damp, dark, a damp box, dark, a flat, dark, damp, a flat, damp, dark, damp, a box, a dark box, a damp, dark box, a flat, dark, damp box, a bubble box in a flat, dark, damp, bubble, a dark, bubble, a flat, dark, a flat, dark, damp, flat, a damp, dark, damp, dark box, damp, a dark box, a damp, a box, bubble, damp, a dark, bubble, a damp, dark, bubble, a flat box, a flat box, flat, a damp box, a bubble, dark, a bubble box, a flat, dark, damp box, bubble, a flat box, a flat, dark, damp, a bubble box in a flat, dark, damp, a bubble, damp, a bubble, damp, a box, boxer. Thank you. I bought a property in Egypt. I bought a brain rot meme. I bought a boy dressed like a sad Jedi. I bought a carton of cottage cheese, 2 months old. I bought a brain rot meme. I bought a shrimp and stuffed it. I bought a stuff and shrimped it. I stuffed a sad Jedi and shrimp and ate it. I bought 10 hard-boiled eggs. I bought a bottle of menthol, tree bark, black knight, tarmouth, super backtack aperitif. I bought an ice sculpture. I bought the desert. I bought a property in Egypt. I bought a brain rot meme. I bought the River Nile. I bought the last living rhino. I bought a blade of grass and stuffed it. I ate a city of gold. I ate my words. I ate a brain rot meme. I ate the desert.
I drank the River Nile. I drank a carton of cottage cheese. I bought a Coltrane record. I bought a Screaming Child. I bought Stitches. I bought Thin Air. I bought a bullshit sandwich. I bought a property in Egypt. I bought a property in Egypt. I bought a property in Egypt. I bought a brain rot meme. I bought a rainstorm. I bought the Dust Bowl. I bought 10 hard-boiled eggs. I bought a gun and shot it. I ate the color green. I ate a $20 bill and shit quarters like a slot machine. I devoured the desert. I devoured the holy mountain. I bought a golden calf and shot it. I drank a cup of coffee. I drank a rainstorm. I drank the wrath of God. I drank the color black. I bought a property in Egypt. I bought a brain rot meme. Thank you. My last piece is Pronghorn from my friend Andrew Gable. Horn and horn and horn and horn, horn, horn and horn, arbor born, horn and horn and horn, norn, 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 tarbor, arbor born, storm, storm born, storm, stem, stem, stam, brom, brum, bum, stem, strum, rum, rum, bone, stem, strum, bum, 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 bum. Wrong! 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 Wrong horn! Wrong! Run fern herd wrestle! Wrong! Prong dongle! Prong hern herd pestle wing slabber walk! Jungle prong herd wrong horn wong hair! Winged dread muscle scrum herndon yarn scrabble! Yard pringle pop 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 pep 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 pep. Thank you. Thanks to all of my friends that joined us here for this hour. Thanks to everyone for listening. Thank you to Woodland Pattern. If everyone could come up, we'll take our photo and move on to the next group.
All right. Hello. Hi, everyone. Welcome to this community hour. I'm your host, Allison Thompson. Thank you for everyone. Thank you. Our sponsors are Greg Flegel and Rich Green. We want to give a shout out to them for sponsoring this hour. And of course, thank you. Giving a shout out to Woodland Pattern for making this possible. There's a lot of man hours that go into an event like this, and I want you to just remember that this fundraiser supports programming for 2026, and there's over 400 plus programs annually, and everything that's happening here goes to support those, and we need the arts more than ever. With everything that's going on in the world, we need voices that are shouting from the rooftops, love, peace, and connection. So thank you, Woodland Pattern, for putting this on. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, so to get started, we're going to start with Essie. And then after you, I will be back up. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Essie. That is the name that I write under. I'm a poet. And I just wanted to say, this has been so fun. I've been here since yesterday, and what an amazing sea of creativity to bathe in. Love it. I'll be completely honest, I hadn't heard of Woodland Pattern, and I went online and looked for just opportunities for poets, and I had no idea how deep this world was. I just got back into this a couple years ago and haven't really dived, and what a great place to dive. Okay. In times of challenge, whether by my own choice or in moments when it feels like the world is going mad, I have found value in facing those challenges with a simple first step: breathing. It is only a small thing, and it's not a solution in itself, but a very effective place to begin. There are some things we have in common, places to begin to communicate. If you can think of no other, begin with breathing. And keep in mind that our capacity for violence and mindless, soulless destruction is matched by our capacity for love, learning, and creation. Here are some words that I've slung together about breathing. Both of these are in my third book coming out this year called Versos. Every breath, a prayer. Not to an unknowable God on a cloud throne, lightning bolt in hand, eye glint with terrible jealousy. Only the one found whispering as fire fuel funnels past this heart, falling forward through time, beating, racing, stumbling, occasionally into rhythms unknown, merely acknowledged in authentic expression. If blatant pain, welcomed as the herald. Grief invited to the table. Desperation heeded as the messenger to hope. We watch another pillar fall and cry out, "What now?" Keep breathing. Every breath a prayer. Not to the unknowable God, but accept the love that keeps you alive and the gift returned. Choose to breathe and accept when your body breathes for you without thought. Life is the prayer, and life is the answer. One. It seems to me the nightmare stuns and leaves unveiled what cannot be, but it is. It has been for so long, but seams are finally bursting. Illusions crossing swords with egos, this killing field lays bare the darkness that's been festering just outside our awareness. And so, here we go. Curling tendrils of light round hopes and dreams and blessings, not raining down upon us, but shining from within. Finding presence in each other, tenderly unwrapping, squinting, smiling, and finally basking in each other's kaleidoscopic radiation. turning toward the true foe, inviting to take arms in arms, to synthesize an exit from what hypnotized our breathing, out of this plain understanding that all love's power to summon knows that all life's breath is common. Thanks.
Thank you, Essie. Okay. Worshiping God. Some people worship the Virgin Mary, Shiva, Buddha, gods in training. I want to worship you. You, a living manifestation of God's grandeur. Skin, bone, blood, and brains. I want to kneel at your altar, open my mouth, and take my sacrament. Commune with the communion. I want to place food and flowers at your feet like a myrti, to be baptized in your body and be reborn in your arms. I want to memorize you like one would memorize their prayers, to meditate, to contemplate, to feel God's love through you. Some people want to worship idols. I want to worship you. Thank you. Taught in my youth that my very nature was an enemy to God, my nature to observe the symmetry, to seek the unseen paths, to contemplate the quiet woven into the world, God's enemy. I am inherently spiritual, spatial, and sensual, loose, loving, and liberal, taught to suppress the self that feels the pulse of authenticity, the rhythm of change, the call to expansion. My innate values become threats, branded combative. My intrinsic worth a battlefield where intuitive instincts fought for survival. How strange to name the sacred as sin, to call the very essence of creation God's opposition. And yet here I stand, a child of nature, no longer at war with myself. And this poem is not mine, this is Diana Antigua's. It's called Another Poem About God, but really it's about me. You would have made a lousy nun, the woman on the A train says to the person on the other end of the phone. I laugh to no one and imagine what a lousy nun would do. Maybe sneak a lover into her room on Ash Wednesday, or take off her wedding ring from God, let the sun touch the unveiled skin. I was never a nun, but I was called sister, and brothers were not allowed to do more than shake my hand. I was called daughter when the pastor kissed my cheek, when I was worth more than rubies. I was a good sister for a decade. I was good. After I left, I prayed to all the fathers who weren't mine. I opened my mouth to their wisdom, and in my tongue was the law of kindness. I became their Mary Magdalene, holy by day, whore by night, perfuming the feet of every man named Jesus. After I left, I stayed devout, devout to recklessness, devout to taking out my virgin. I don't remember craving anything so much as my own destruction. It was beautiful to watch from the bleachers of my mind, separating myself from all the sisters inside me. In Proverbs, it is virtuous for a woman to work willingly with her hands. I only wanted to bring virtue unto my name when I held each new body in my palms. I only wanted to bring virtue when I hid in the bathroom, slapped my face. Thank you. Thank you. And now we will hear from Carmen Martigua. Marguia.
It must have a different Carmen. It's Margia.
Margia.
Yeah.
I apologize. Thank you.
Unless there's a Margia. You don't know. Hi, bienvenidos. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome. My name is Carmen Alicia Murguia, and I'm really proud to be here again for like my 20th year. This is wonderful. This is wonderful. I love it. I want to thank those people who, the poets who cannot be here. You know, the poets all over the world who suffer, some in silence, some not so silent. And so these poems are for you. This first piece is entitled, I Can Be. It doesn't take a man to love you the way you need to be loved and the way you want to be loved, Sarah. I can be that woman. And it doesn't take a man to fulfill all that you desire and all that you deserve. I can be that woman. It doesn't take a man to talk openly with you, honestly, and listen to you, really hear you. I can be that woman. It doesn't take a man to carry your burdens, purse, aches, groceries, worries. I can be that woman. It doesn't take a man to celebrate your big and little victories, your birthday and anniversaries, new anything and new everything. I can be that woman. It doesn't take a man to stay when things get tough, when the world feels like it's closing in, or you hit rock bottom. I can be that woman. It doesn't take a man to stay close to you or to notice your body changes, your mind and spirit shifting, your heart expanding. No, I can be that woman. It doesn't take a man to notice when you need real rest. I mean, quiet time with a book and space alone, or have a bath drawn for you. I can be that woman. It doesn't take a man to compliment your new outfit, your new glow, your new hairstyle, new you. I can be that woman. It doesn't take a man to ask you, how do you want to be touched? Uncover what part of your body needs caressing. Is it making love by candlelight and love songs, or making love on a couch with the rain coming down on a Sunday afternoon when the house is still? Yes, I can be that woman. In essence, it doesn't take a man to say, I love you. You make me feel strong and whole. I am completely and utterly gaga about you. You give me butterflies every time I think about you, but most of all, baby, I can't live without you. No, I can be that woman. Thank you. All right, here we go. This piece is entitled Papeles, Papers, a poem for the times we are living in. And thank you in advance for all of your applause. It means a lot to my heart. A passport. Not just any passport, my passport. My birth certificate. My Social Security card. My state of Wisconsin driver's license. And to arrive safely anywhere, my Virgen de Guadalupe prayer card. Papeles, a poem for the times we are living in. How far can I travel in the world today? I have my papeles and my two good knees, the new ones after all. I tell myself, excitedly packing one item after the other. Is it from my welcoming front building entrance onto a busy Waverly Place sidewalk? Is it out of my quiet private driveway? And perhaps it's in my CX-5 to the bright red stop sign, left on Astor, past the Couture high-rise, heading towards the 94 East Expressway, with only one thing in mind: Mitchell International Airport. Will I make it that far, though? Or will I be abruptly, unsafely, and inaccurately stopped in front of the Cudahy Tower? You see, I'm lovingly coveted with my fair brown hands, my dark brown eyes, my silvery cocoa hair. Me, an American-born citizen of these United States, traveling to anywhere: Switzerland, Mexico, Ethiopia, ooh, maybe even Greenland. Just anywhere out of here is good. I packed a light, I convinced myself it was light, Samsonite classic suitcase, and a Fossil Parker black leather backpack weighed down by my papeles. The whole pack. Social Security card, check. And my birth certificate, check. And my state driver's license, check. And my passport, of course, check. And behind my gorgeous, engaging smile, I am scared. So what do? I grip my black plush steering wheel with sweaty palms tightly, all the while looking and holding on to my Virgen de Guadalupe prayer card my friend Denise gave me. Do I make it as far as 6 long blocks? So I asked myself again, gripping onto that steering column, how far can I travel the world today? How far? Now, even though I have, as you know, my papeles, will I ever have to invoke my Fourth Amendment rights? You know, the amendment that instructs me to know that I'm okay. I'm within my rights to sit facing straight ahead, doors double locked on all sides, not flinching, not facing this foreigner to me, in a wool mask, an ugly one at that, buried in all kinds of military gear, he goes, or she goes, or they go, from calmness to calamity, curiosity to crashing down, down, down. How far can I travel the world today? The end. Gracias. My name is Carmen Elisa Murguia, and I thank you.
Thank you, Carmen. You're welcome. All right, Jenny Benjamin.
I love this event. I've been doing it for a long time. I'm very grateful to Woodland Pattern, and I hope they get a lot of money from today. This first poem is in a new collection I have coming out with Finnish Land Press at the end of the year, and it's dedicated to my kiddos. It's called When You Grow Up. When you grow up like a sea wind in summer, when you grow up and take all the sharp words from my mouth to forgive me and save them like coins, when you grow up like hills between tectonic plates, I want to step into a portal to the future, curiosity burning. What will you be like when I cotton in old age? And so I set my eyes on each moment as if it were my own sister holding my hand. the idea of being held and guided without the worry of another checkpoint. And I think of your life as a prism, reflecting sunlight and changing it to a kaleidoscope of color, your signature, each pen stroke a loping curve before my eyes, rolling as waves do toward wet sands. Each of your bodies, islands of brave petals, something integral to this blooming world. When you've grown up, I want to tell you everything I've forgotten or withheld. How I became a bride to miserable silences for you. How I pushed through windows of darkness, stepping over a threshold of water. When you've grown up, I don't want to regret any infinitesimal moment like when I've watched you breathe, your lungs, your miraculous wonders. I don't want to whisper, I should have done, into a cabin without firelight. I want to watch you ride off, a traveler cycling through time, and maybe back to me before I leave this place. The next poem is for the public library, dedicated to the public library. I'm going to try not to cry. You're going to see as the poem goes. Ready reference made me cry again. The shelves stacked behind the desk, the smoky air, the spines shining in the dim light bring me to my years of questioning, such as at college, Central Branch, downtown, and how the books smelled like childhood, hideouts, and strangely, the homes of my Italian relatives, in the old stone houses in Joliet. So yes, as a college student, when Ready Reference answered my queries about the Victorians, or the Australian Aboriginals, or Virginia Woolf, or the earliest humans, I teared up when I walked to my section searching for call numbers, heart kicking up in dewy decimal regularity. Then I wiped my eyes and found the titles to help me write my papers as an English and anthropology major. In those same years, I lingered over the reference desk at my university to meet a future boyfriend to whom I posed obscure questions about Margaret Mead and he played along like he was asked such things each day. When I shed no tears but found some love, always a good thing. But then flash forwards to the lockdown of 2020 and the libraries closed for an uncertain amount of time. But Ready Reference, I discovered, held a live chat. To answer patrons' questions, I broke down in sobs, typing back and forth with my librarian about titles and book bundles selected by genre and curbside pickup locations with books that had longer spans for due dates. But okay. I cried, and now in 2025 and 2026, I want to plant myself at my local library branch with a sign that reads, "Thank you, and you are the bastion of questioning and looking up and verifying facts and criticizing to support or refute, to have a citation giving evidence from relevant and credible sources." So yes, I cry and howl at the world to come here and defy. There are so many reasons to and so many ways to, and we may feel overwhelmed to the point of pain or sorrow or rage. So then read the band and listen to the margins, because in these shelves we live and live to hold up what is good and kind. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. I just wanted to verify Angela Schaefer. We don't think she checked in. We wanted to make sure. No? Okay. And Nat Bowden? Okay. All right. Then it's going to be Susie Krause and Harvey Taylor, please. Thank you.
First, I'd like to acknowledge our sponsors, Martha Berglund and Dick Blau. We're grateful. Woodland Pattern, our ultimate sponsor. Good luck on the move. We're very excited about losing our neighbor in River West, but we have a lot of Bayview connections too, so we're sure it's going to be a very beneficial transformation. We'd like to dedicate our first piece to Mariella Revenson, who we met when she was a very young poet, maybe about 6 years old. She's now recently got the keys to the family car, so she's not a grown-up poet. But thank you, Mariella, for inspiring. I wrote it together. Susie and I hung out with old friends and their daughter, a sparkling sprite who's a cornucopia of creativity, with drawings, dances, songs, and other appealing expressions constantly flowing. That was yesterday, so it's not surprising that last night I dreamed the little girl said to me casually, "I wrote it together," referring to, well, I don't know, for the phrase is all that survived the dream.
But it's enough, more than enough, 4 apparently simple, everyday words that have the power to open my heart to a much deeper understanding, akin to the legendary story of Ali Baba chanting "Open Sesame," which revealed a door in a mountainside and the treasures within.
I know I'm not the only one who thinks I did this and I did that, when actually and always I did it together, together with my ancestors, together with everyone who ever helped me learn something, together with all of the friends whose companionship leaves their fingerprints on my soul. No, I've never done anything alone. As a child wisely said in a dream, I wrote it together. I imagine many of us gathered here had a rough night's attempt to sleep with the news that keeps overwhelming us. I scribbled something this morning I feel compelled to share. I keep trying to wake from a nightmare. I've felt like this before when something horrible happened, and now I'm feeling like that again. A bomb just blew up a world of care. I keep trying to wake from a nightmare. Our government is cruel and violent. It lies and lies, denying evidence. A bomb just blew up a world of care. I keep trying to wake from a nightmare. Insanity is on a horrendous rampage. Men with guns paid to assassinate. A bomb just blew up a world of care. I keep trying to wake from a nightmare. The nightmare where a poet named Renee Good and an intensive care nurse named Alex Pretty were murdered for being caring citizens. And by the way, as you may know, Alex Pretty grew up in Green Bay and participated in the River West 24 bicycle race, which pedals right by Susie's and my house in River West. We're right on the race route. So Alex apparently bicycled by our house many times. It's a small world, folks. And now, to honor them, no kings.
We Americans were once subject to the dictates of a king on a throne across the ocean in England. We rose up in defiance, resisting tyranny, and broke the chains of monarchy with our bold experiment in democracy. No kings.
From time to time, our republic has been threatened by the forces of authoritarianism, such as the attempt by the Confederacy to enthrone white supremacy. It took a civil war for us to continue our bold experiment in democracy. No kings.
Considering our human flaws, as is all too obvious in the historical record, such as the attempted genocide of the original indigenous Americans, the horrendous system of enslavement, insane patriarchal domination of women. The genius of our constitutional system is its adaptability to positive change with the amendment process, so we can proceed with our bold experiment in democracy. No kings.
And now we're severely threatened once more, this time by totalitarian forces determined to establish rulership by techno-plutocrats led by the fake antithesis of everything true democracy stands for, a wannabe king who aspires to replace the Statue of Liberty with a statue of himself, gold-plated, of course, that we should all bow down to and end our bold experiment in democracy, to which we steadfastly, resoundingly say, no kings, no kings, no kings. Friends, what can we count on in these desperate times? What can we do? What vision can we find? I follow the example of those who inspire me, devoting heart and soul to the beloved community.
Whoever we are, we're very welcome in the beloved community.
Our home, sweet home.
Thank you, Susie and Harvey. Bob Hansen?
I'm not sure where I'd be without Harvey. Thank you. Isn't Woodland Pattern wonderful? Congratulations on their new home. The first two poems I'm reading is from my new book, Musings and Poems. I think it's for sale at the bookstore or up here. And I read today in memory of my ancestors and relatives and friends who live in Minneapolis, St. Paul, and Minnesota. Listen. The tenor sings, "Comfort ye my people." Then he has the guts to continue. "Every valley shall be exalted." The music continues in the same spirit. This was not written for our times, was it? Some might say for every age, for the people on earth, Gaza, Ukraine, Syria, and now Minnesota, and all over. Comfort. Who's listening? We hear it everywhere. Comfort, peace, compassion. Yet the conflicts continue. The bass adds to the picture, asking in a deep voice, Why do the nations so furiously rage together? The question of our time, every time. No magic here, no angels flying around. The music ends in a great choir giving hope, but our suffering continues. How do we repair the breach? There is a time when hope and comfort are sewn together. We cannot always choose the moment, but be prepared for it and act. This is not a political or religious notice, but a human one. Are we ready to act and transform hate and separation into love and peace? The tenor continues. Comfort ye, my people. Every valley shall be built up. What are we waiting for? My second poem is one that I read every time I have the honor of being in a reading. And it's in honor of the 22 veterans who will take their own lives today because of the wounds of war and because of what's going on right now in our country. Surprising God. How does one surprise God? I've heard the door or gate is always open. It's never locked. Every time, every day, I think of Mike. He told me about the riverboat he was on, the murky river water, many small boats alongside, lots of action all around. He was a sailor on a ship. What the hell was he doing on a riverboat? He often asked, even now. Cannot remember the name of the river, but it was Nam. You come home from war. You are different now. No one seems to know. But I'm glad you're back, bro. Glad you're back, sis. Yes, you are home. But then there's an addiction, not of killing, but of forgetting. This time, the time comes to report, remembering one's service out in the woods, away from it all. There is that standing at attention, hair and beard trimmed, at muster for the last time. There's a strange silence afterwards. How does one surprise God? I've heard the door or gate is not locked. It's always open. I've had the honor of, and the fun of going to the Jack Kerouac School of Disembodied Poetics many times over the last 15 years. I should have a PhD in non-credit, but they don't give that. And it's fun when I'm the oldest person there too, usually. But one of my teachers there is a writer and poet who's even older than I am, Margaret Randall. And if you haven't read her, you should. Her latest book is called Wild Card. And I read a poem there that just really, I couldn't get the parts of this poem out of my mind. Excuse me. I want to read you her poem, and then I want to read you something that I wrote recently in response. In the words, if we reference biblical prophecy rather than human compassion, It will settle our colonialism and pass for neighborly enclaves. If we choose the term victim, not aggressor, can we justify the murder of 16,000 children? If we remember the Holocaust without also remembering that survivors become perpetrators when revenge overpowers pain, and call it righteousness instead of genocide, will the goat herder of Ramallah ever sing to his flock again? I could not get those two lines out of my mind. I wished I was a musician that could write music, because I think there's a song there somewhere. So I wrote something else, a poem. By the way, you know, don't you, that artists, writers, sculptors, painters, poets are what save the world at times like this. And you will notice, and even though Minnesota has a great music tradition and its Lutheran choirs and everyone else, you'll notice they're singing all the time at these demonstrations. In 20 below zero weather, that's not easy to do. So, will the goat herder of Ramallah ever sing to his flock again? The moon never loses its spin. The earth speeding along all the time. The sun always has its heat, and humans seem to always have breath. Will the goat herder of Ramallah ever sing to his flock again? Will there ever be peace on this small item in the universe? Will the foreign policy of the powerful ever stop showing power by warring with each other? Will the poor and disabled ever be respected and cared for? Will the goat herder of Ramallah ever sing to his flock again? How can we stand by and have thoughts and prayers when innocents suffer? Remember, many have died in Gaza, Ukraine, and Minneapolis, all by the greed of nations, including our own. Will the goat herder of Ramallah ever sing to his flock again? Will the goat herder of Ramallah ever sing to his flock again? Will we ever sing songs of peace and compassion again? We know that no God or spirit will fix this, nor ours on the mat in meditation and prayer. Will the goat herder of Ramallah ever sing to his flock again? Yes, only if we join in. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Annalise Pink? Thank you.
Is the volume okay? I would just like to say briefly before I begin, as of 6 days ago, I am the Poet Laureate of Sheboygan, Wisconsin, and thank you. And this Wednesday, which I believe is January 28th, from 6 to 8 p.m., we will be having an event at Word Haven Book House in Sheboygan, Wisconsin. It is called Melting Ice, Poetry of Resistance. I would be very happy if any of you could make it to attend or even possibly to read something there. And if you would like more information about it, just please find me. I will read 2 poems. This first one is titled For Peace. There is the peace of the moment before the pull of the trigger and the peace after. There is the blank white peace of the silent snowfield motionless and cold, the small red piece of the rabbit not crawling away from the fox. There is the piece of the tree lying shattered after the storm, damp wood slowly rotting, the piece before the footsteps and the opening of the door. There is no peace for the winner, the victorious wolf licking its red paws. Peace belongs to us, lying frozen in the snow, hands still bound behind our backs. The peace of the small hole, the ragged-edged cut, the peace of silence settling upon us, flake by flake. And on this very cold day, the second poem I will read is called The End of Summer. And how to make sure the rains come, huddled in our rooms, how to make sure the sun rises like yesterday, the earth circles like last year. If you are told this much death is what life requires, this much air breathed out and never back in, this many bodies stacked like cordwood, so much smoke and ash blown away on the wind, never mind, don't answer. The air fills with smoke, the sun rises. Breath flies up toward heaven. The earth spins around the sun. The rain falls on all of us. We call ourselves clean. Thank you.
Thank you, Annalise, and congratulations. Martha Berglund.
I moved here to Wisconsin, Milwaukee, a long time ago now from Illinois, and I'm very glad I did. Not that Illinois was terrible, but that very quickly upon being here, I discovered Woodland Pattern, which was about as new here as I was. And it's been a part of my life ever since. It's really one of the best things that I know about this state is Ann and Carl, and now Jenny and Laura and Mike and what's his name here? Anyway, one of the things I love about poetry readings is, when you read your own poetry, and I love listening to poetry, and we've heard some wonderful things this afternoon. One of the things I love is that you actually kind of find out what the hell you're doing when you read stuff aloud. You don't really know until you read it aloud, and then you discover things. So I have discovered, I've written this new piece, and I'm reading it to you so I can figure out what the heck I've got here. So this is called The Silent Switch. Dan Seal, once our neighbor in Illinois, died last week. He was 82. The Seals' place was 1.5 miles south of us on our gravel road. I left the farm decades ago, bringing north my memories of the Seals' house to set my novels in. Dan died at home, they said. I could have gone to see him, slipped the latch on their wire gate, followed the dog into the yard, up the back steps onto the back porch, knocked at the door, standing among the familiar smells of farmers' jackets and overalls. The family would have let me in. known me as one of the Berglunds, welcomed me into the dining room where the sick bed was. If he was conscious, Dan would have smiled and called me by my girl name. I would have taken his warm, rough hand. We wouldn't have had much to say. But I wish I'd told Dan how wonderful it was for me and my two little brothers when he was 12 and wild, and he would slide into our driveway on that beat-up, fenderless bicycle, fling it into the gravel, then lead us around our own place to brag and scare us and lie. Walking across the lot, he'd said, "Once I jumped off our corn crib, but I wasn't hurt." He'd turn to see if we were following. We were, and we followed him as he clambered up onto the combine and pointed. "That right there," he said, "is the secret switch. Don't you little kids ever touch that." Then we climbed up on Dad's tractor, Dan in the driver's seat. The other day, he said, I rode my bike clear to Galesville and back. He pointed west. We wondered where Galesville was and how far. We followed him up the wooden ladder on the side of the grain bin. It was empty. "You're just lucky," he said. "It wasn't full of soybeans. You could have fallen in and suffocated like that dumb little kid from D-Land." We climbed down, slow and backwards. "Day after tomorrow," he said, on his bike, going home. "I'm putting a rowboat in the creek just south of our place, taking it clear to the Mississippi River." When he left, the three of us silently wandered off to line up our Hot Wheels or pet some cats or hit a tree with a stick. After he fought in Vietnam, Dan came home to farm and work for the power company. He married 2 good women. There are many grandchildren and great-grandchildren. He lived the rest of his life, of his 82 years, in that same house. I still don't know how to get to Galesville. Thank you.
Thank you, Martha. Our last poet will be Catherine Young. And when she's done, I would invite all the poets to come up for a photo. So thank you, Catherine.
It's a video reading.
Hello, I'm Catherine Young. I live in rural Richland County, Wisconsin. I have 3 poems. The first from the 2025 anthology Driftless, When the August 29 Dragonflies Rise. They come in the low, late August sun as if gold is what they are made of. Reflect the hay ground cut clean and ambering. They come only now, when the sun drifts south in the autumning year, day nearly done. Dragonflies by the hundreds, thousands come. Flash and flash, they drone over and around you within reach as if they stitch some invisible thread between seasons, weave across and back as if to mend your late summer grief. All across the field, above and in the distance, they rise, an echo of midsummer's fireflies. Their sparks fill the air there and there and there. Droning magnificent, dragonflies sweep and dip as if their only purpose is to mirror August's burnished sun to you, tell you more than goldenrod can. There is turning, and in the letting go, there's gold. From the anthology A Line Meant, and in response to the prompt, cool water is hard to gulp down, here is the poem Meeting at the River. Cool water is hard to gulp down. Take it slow. Remember to taste the snow in it. Try not to drown in its sorrows or joys. Make the choice to savor this water that travels the world through time, through each microbe and child, carries rivers of tears. Cupped in the hands at a spring or sipped from a tap, this water was tasted by your father, long gone, and your mother, and all those they loved, going way, way back before you were born. All you have ever been is water. All you will ever be is in this stream. Drink deep. Remember. From the Dick Skuglick Residency 2025 at Right on Door County, and after Mark Anderson's painting Cave Point Classic, this is Cave Point Love Poem. There are days I reach out over the edge as if I'm still the child with arms spread, seeking the updraft, and like a gull rise, suspend over water's unending pull and pull, peak and dip, each pointed wave tip dipping and rising like prayers. How many times have I stood there, arms uplifted like pines peaceful in a darkened wood, seeking grace from skies, shimmering ship-bound clouds, or sparkle-faceted light in blue-violet endless night. And in my imagined world of flight, I never worried about impending storms. Time extended like opened wings. It's like that, being with you, when edges call, flickering, unpredictable, ease infuses this landing. I let my days have no beginning nor end, a holding pattern, a canvas primed, a tapestry tethered to earth, a painting forever transparent, luminous, blended. Thank you so much to Woodland Pattern. Happy marathon.
Yes, and readers, if you wouldn't mind heading over that way.
right, everybody, I think we're going to get going in just a sec here. So if you could find your seat, please finish your picture. Yep. How's everybody doing? Welcome. My name is Jordan Dunn. I'm going to be hosting the community hour that'll be split between 6 community readers, and then 5 readers will be reading represented by Oxide Press, of which I am the editor and publisher of Oxide Press. So that's a little bit about me. Community participants, I'm just going to read your names real quick so you know what order you'll be coming in. So we're going to have Rick Ollman, Harrison Warren, Ed Barth, Noah Fields, Rosemary Wexler, and Stevie Hanley. And I'll be doing a 5-minute timer to make sure everyone stays on track. And Oxide Press authors, I will be doing the same for you. I would like to say, though, first of all, I'd like to thank the sponsor for the hour, which is none other than the Plaza Hotel. And then I would also like to just say, on a personal note, a little bit about Woodland Pattern, which all of you know are hosting today's event. One of the things that is hard for me to express enough to people from Milwaukee who only know Woodland Pattern as a wonderful local resource and a regional resource is how much respect and how much fanfare Woodland Pattern has nationally and internationally as a center for poetry. And I'd just like to re-emphasize that as much as possible. There's poets who come to read here, and they are honored to get to come to Milwaukee and to be part of the Woodland Pattern community. And there's very few places in this nation that are like Woodland Pattern. And for me, it always makes me feel like home when I come here. They even brought the podium from Woodland Pattern here. So I just like to give a round of applause for Woodland Pattern, not just as a Milwaukee resource, but also a national home for poetry. They also do an amazing amount of programming, if you're not aware, and some of those things you can do online too, so make sure to pick up a newsletter and visit woodlandpattern.org. So with that being said, let me introduce our first community reader for this afternoon, which would be Rick Ollman. Rick, you here? All right, welcome, Rick.
Sharing the power. Both of us sharing the power inside the house with photographs, candles, and flour. Even a mouse until its demise in our trap. With blanket and blouse and furniture saved from the scrap, with gold wedding rings. And when we arise from this nap on intangible wings, spread in their spirit a shower given by things and creatures that time will devour. Ours. From that hour. Sharing the power. The singer. I clear my throat before I sing, before I can emote. I physically restore my instrument, recalibrate the bore, prepare to vent. I work through my design and my intent to deepen and define my craft. my boat. And then I let out line. And then I float that first spontaneous note. The singer. The immaculate. I arrived as the loveliest pink, almost perfectly white little thing made of milk. You would drink me like snow if my bright eyes caught yours at a glance. You would feast in my world of delight as my happiness only increased. And so soft was my skin, just a touch, and you knew you were fleeced. So I take up my pen, and maturely I write what I think, and I'll say it again and again in a river of ink. My feces don't stink. The immaculate. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Next, we'll have Harrison Warren. Is Harrison here? Hi, Harrison, welcome up.
Hello. Just 1 second, sorry. I tend to write on a flip phone, which makes it kind of difficult to find what you've written. Okay, here it is. Sea clams fly out from the sham and land on forked tongues till a helpful man can grab your neck and yell, "Hell of a lot more where that came from," over your protected plate. Say yes more often, say no more too. That's a lesson for a slimy sailor whose bell end gleams red at the dream of seaweed turning magic. Long, draping hair down to the bush and a cunt that looks like a pearl. And a seagull yelps. Kiss, kiss, bliss, bliss, kiss, kiss, bliss, bliss. Thank you. Why are things repeated? Nothing new under the sun, or no new interpretations. The cat's cradle, looking out a window in a moving bus, pointing out all the things you see, names of things, seeing all in a blur, no time for one interpretation, no time for the cat's cradle. Oh, well, do you know John Cage? Never heard of him. I guess you could call it proto-ambient. What does it sound like? Nothing. Sounds terrible. If you hate nothingness, you could have any appreciation for one. Sorry. If you hate nothingness, how could you have any appreciation for when something emerges? We should start from loving nothing, I think. To spite my own sentimentality, Milwaukee is a shithole. I wouldn't come back here. People want fried cod at 7 in the morning here. Okay, one more. Dear Ed, it is a new year and more words to saw down, to use as toothpicks, getting all the old, nasty, bad-smelling gunk out of the gums. Clean mouth, good boy, very good boy, and kick those nasty cigarettes, would you? Thank you.
Thank you, Harrison. I forgot to mention, for both the community segment and the Oxeye Press readers, if you guys could gather at the end of the hour for a photo, that would be great. So thank you. So after Harrison, we'll have Ed Barth. Is Ed here? Welcome, Ed.
Hi. I feel like I'm a writer, the title suiting me. Delusionable, insufferable, mind-winding to retreat. The lesser suiting no one, my loneliness my own, creeping up like ivy, the root of it unknown. It saddens me to see myself pained in darkened windows, objecting to reflect on splintered, shattered stones. Feet that sink into thin air like muddy water silt, trudge through the sludge for days, brown greenery takes wilt. Sometimes the quiet scares me, but then I come to find it's my heartbeat beating in stale air that makes it so unkind. Axle's broken, but the wheel still turns. It's a lust that never ends. Cutting corners when she says we're better off as friends. Blood obstructs the characters as my fingers filed down. It's better off to read in red than aging into brown. Gold explosions level towns, planting seeds of steel, turning into something, the turning of the wheel. Thanks, that's a classic that I like to start with. I feel like I'm a better writer than a speaker, so shout out to my veterans who've been doing this. I'm gonna read one or two things, a book of letters that I'm hoping maybe to publish one day. It's important as it is impossible to sit still. It's like this everywhere. The snow, I mean. I am waiting for the Rough Riders to take me away, got an old man in trouble. He has dementia and he locked himself out of his house because he mistook a movie for reality. There are eyes everywhere. White light, too. Around these eyes are frames, and inside the frames is glass, and on either side of it all is light and snow. I could melt, but I won't. Thanks. I forgive you for fibbing. I don't know much about the Dust Bowl either. Here's what I remember from school. It was the drought that did it. The women, lighting their last candle, felt like wax themselves. If the wind was a sigh, these gusts were sick laughter. The planes were screaming, blowing more dust than normal into their shack, as well as their eyes, ears, and mouth. The skin on their face was as dry as a piece of them went flying around among the debris when they smacked their lips together. They were slowly disappearing. There was a batter in their mouth, like mud or silt, Every syllable required them to pry their mouth open. Luckily, they had run out of things to say long ago. It was she who had to save them. Pa lost his job, and he didn't know the first thing about cooking or cleaning. Within their little shack on the prairie, they were stuck. She had become the matriarch. They made it all 18 months before sickness began. That's all I remember. Silver Jews have been playing on the radio a lot lately. Are you a fan? Best, Ed. Like a fan. Last one. Dear Harry, sedated by the warm wine of winter, I wait for something to change. Everyone has to go. Forward only. We are fenced in by that fact. A new year is ripe for the picking. A succulent year is on its way. Midnight is a first, but first comes a last. Midnight lasts a second. Don't think twice about it or you'll miss it. So many good things have happened to me in this year, but the best, by far, is you. Best, Ed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. Next, we'll have Noah Fields. Is Noah here? Hi, Noah. Welcome.
Hey everyone, my name is Noah Michaela Fields. I'm here from Chicago with some of my favorite people. I love Woodland Pattern and it's really special to be here for the marathon. I'm going to read a few poems from my new book, E, from Nightboat Books. It's a book that is a mishearing of Louis Zukowski's A. It is a remix project. This first poem is called Silence Equals Death. Hello. Let me body up here. Limbs dance slower. Plummet down. Uppers lend speed. Lower inhibitions. Speak up. We're unamused. Seclusion to alphabet the protest. What's integral? Lower limit? Sick. Silence. Upper limit? Muzzle. Mausoleum. Pulse rising over brutal phrases, residually haunted, longing for tuning, unfold divinations. Go ahead, poetess. Your work fuels derailed overtures, notes for the protest. All people are porous, make messes, refuse throats and thrones, God mess with errors, flat the sharps for a change. Chrysalis stereo, we're pariahs, replace the placards. In any case, I'm against rule following. Don't own anything if you can avoid it. Can't we already defund the prisons, pigs, and militia? These generous riots rephrase rage as wishes. What of yours is worth more than bearing testimony to ongoing travesties? Ear splitting. On earth, I must be loud. Pleasure dome jars, cavernous, incantatory sagas fervently breaking, escape velocity. Oh, knockoff creators, no one forgives the pen's pantomime, so why not be braless and lawless? I am author now. Don't bother slipping on the horizon. My non-compliant wordplay, a switchy fantasy, wounded animals wanting vice versa, wrong directions. Named for ghosts, we carry on lip-syncing, seeking euphoria, untrained sensation. Haven't you too whispered disclaimers while lust-stricken? All I mean to say, stay close, read between my lines. Oopsie daisy, you slurp my homonym, our covenant of whatever you choose. Flip over, Pillow talk spills over to exclamatory moaning, infinite know me, last seen romancing infrasonic, where words backflip, linger, fortune tell. E's song hollers back, devours A's reverie, nourishing faggotry. And I'll read one last poem. Happy marathon, y'all. This one is called Enjambment as Embodiment as Escape Art. I'm not perforated tonight. Unrelated, overheard fragments my hearing aids pick up. And is my protective hypervigilance audible to others, clocking our pharmaceutical nerves? Beginner subtitles. Implausibly, categories degrade. Now please understand the truth is unenviable. Hell is reelected and making a cacophony as if he ever left us. Hey, confidant, do you have time to drop by? I'm tearing up too much. How should I hurl self's newest design? Blackout, forgive her. I won't forget what you said. Can't desire for the future be trans? Veer to prophecy? Weather this murkiness, make art that escapes. Thank you.
Thank you, Noah. I could listen to that all day. What a beautiful project. Next, we'll have Rosemary Wexler.
All grace penetrates everywhere and sutures together enraptured constitution. Matter suspended, Dainu amnion. It's really inspiring to be here. I wish that I had gotten here sooner, but we drove as fast as we could. This poem, I'm not a poet, but my friends make me write poetry, and then they make me read it. I'm a weaver, and this is a poem about teaching. 1. We teach others how to speak like this, with twirls of knuckle and wrists aloft, wrestling with wrought hunks of wood. We push, they pummel, we catch, they rose. Thrumming halos slack off their lift, accumulated protein time, feathered clockwork. I taught you how to whisper with the soles of your bare feet, so that in your patient physicality, your loom might admit you to her divine apparatus of sense-making. Truer sensation than I'll ever feel, engulfing you as she engulfs sun-wet breaths of dust, because that's what you make, and her too. Flowing with fervent oils, our hard bodies touching, hocketing a song of tension in centennial cantos. Memory in age, sense fibrally. Inside her, spirit, codified alike, induced diagonals. 2. In syllabic brevity, dexterous wrists thrumming aloft. Look, your knuckle speaks ligonous to clockwork hunks who pummel. We push and catch a rose slacking off. Protein time distills a halo, and to cellulose below patient souls whisper for admission. This loom's circle of touches, senses true. Her centennial fervor unmatched, we gulf hard and dust spurting hockets. Matrix dancer, memorize my spirit. Inside fibrous rooms codified diagonally. And I'll read one more. And also, if I had a poem about this, I would read it, but I don't. But I want to dedicate this time to everyone resisting and surviving in Minneapolis, on a lot of our minds. Everywhere from Minneapolis and beyond, yeah. But this is just a dream poem. Superficial molting mediates dreaming. Until dream she was dreaming, hold. She held holdingly, dreamlike, sopping. To dream or not, to hold unclear, rot, sleepy. Dredge, dream, decalogue. She said and held a holding dream to be her until she was, or hold to be held, until depth, dreaming aware of dreams hold, rotten yaw, interior of, or until held, revived, revised, resized. So dream before dreaming, dream before crossing, holding, crossing arms held across, held in sleep, or in rotten dreams decided, unheld for dreaming, for slivers, for sleep, for alliance, for holding and any other holding, and dreaming beyond dreaming, to be held. Sword decision in dream, soured concision in cream, holding for long and not at all.
Thank you, Rosemary. I'm glad your friends make you write poems. And last for the community segment, we'll have Stevie Hanley.
Hi, I'm Stevie Imuaklani Cisneros Hanley, and I'm also here with the NOAA gang. I'm going to read something I wrote last week. It's the day of mourning and remembrance of the overthrow of the Hawaiian kingdom. I pray to God, to all the Akua, and respectfully acknowledging and asking all my ancestors, and I believe all my ancestors can dance in unity, as can yours. I am of Kanaka Moli, or indigenous Hawaiian, Zacatecas, Irish, and Punjabi lineage. May the mana that flows through all of us be prospective, imaginative, forgiving, and encompassing for the benefit of all beings, rather than merely being retrospective and anchored to past actions. Let us grapple with more pressing present questions of what actions we now can take informed by history. So 133 years ago, on January 17th, 1893, the sovereign and internationally recognized Ka'apuna Hawaii, the Kingdom of Hawaii, with strong diplomatic ties to Great Britain, the United States, and many other countries, was illegally overthrown by a gang of European and US American capitalists, primarily plantationist, backed by a US naval warship, the USS Boston. I'm not going to get into all the points, but just to state that Hawaii is still in a gray zone, a legal gray zone. Yeah, so I'll keep it at that, and then I'm going to read a poem by Brandy Nalani McDougall, Aina Hanau, our birthland. Waikiki on Google Maps, satellite view. In Waikiki, Lili Ukulani is just a few blocks from the Royal Hawaiian Shopping Center and runs Maua Ka, and my Hawaiian is not perfect, from Malakua to the Ala Wai. Kuhio meets with her amid vacation, condos, hotels, fenced empty lots with trapped shopping carts, overpriced apartments and ABC stores, as does Koa, Prince Edward, Cleghorn, and Pauakalani. Ka'iolani parallels her and runs Makua, but has much shorter life before becoming Kane Kapolilai. From Lili Ukulani, take Cleghorn, Kuhio, or Prince Edward to the Princess Ka'iolani Hotel. When you get to the King Village, you must run Mauka with them, but only to the Ala Wai, and search in brown canal water for any part of us that is still ours. Whatever remains after even the names of our kings and queens have been taken, left on the streets. And last, I want to read a poem from my ex-wife and forever bestie, Noah Fields, Equinox, Mishearings A15, no lady rich is very poor. Maladies, wishes, there we go. Seasons were always morphing, sweeping through the major arcana, weathering earth-broken hearts, high-maintenance placements, our apartments right this way. Outliers enthroned at the threshold of rumor, weirdo interdependence, unkept lepidoptera. Live here. Fusion of pansy siblings who flaunt the will to lip sync, or Wellbutrin recital initiated by the obscene boyfriend parade, neuroses on the loose. I'm overly forgiving by default, like knocked over coffee, all's ephemeral, dogma of friendly death, sounds pheromonal. Notoriously we're hyperbolic in the naughty, clairvoyant loading zone. Words cross-dressed trashily, thrown together an ad hoc collective, are prefigurative drifting. I dog-eared the page asking, have you assembled our autonomy yet? And yes, we are otherworldly.
Thank you, Stevie. Thank you, Chicago. We had a nice Chicago cohort. Okay, so now we'll be transitioning into the readers I curated for the Oxeye Press hour or half hour. Hi, Mike. I had a few things I wanted to say, though. The first is I just want to thank again the Plaza Hotel, which if you haven't stayed in the Plaza Hotel, even if you live in Milwaukee, I think you should. Because it's full of poets' dreams who've stayed there over the years, who've come to Woodland Pattern, and it's worth having some of those dreams move through you at night. So thank you to the Plaza. On a personal note, I just wanted to thank all the volunteers and the staff for helping make this happen. Many of them are my friends. Many of them have been published by Oxeye Press, and I've lived with them in various cities. So thank you to everyone. Okay, so for the Oxeye segment, we'll have Louis Friedman, Chuck Stubbleton, Antonio Vargas-Nieto, Richard Meyer, and Lisa Fishman. That'll be our order. And I'd just like to say all of these people have published things with Oxeye Press over the years. I'm sort of one of the sole people behind Woodland Pattern, or behind Oxeye Press. And you can find many Oxeye Press publications at Woodland Pattern, which is where I was trying to get. And I guess I don't have any more to say about that other than all these people are my dear friends, and so it's an honor to have them up here. And I was just thinking, man, I think I've like cuddled with all of them at different times, other than maybe Antonio. So there's still time. So that being how it is, I will welcome up my dear friend Louis Friedman.
Lookalikes. The whole thing had a quiet look, like some abstract watercolor kindly spread across the page. The antagonist, or is he the protagonist, has a goatee, though it doesn't mean he looks old. He's got this angry, mean look across his face, like you crossed him by making an ugly statue of his head, and now he's about to bark at you. In the sculpture, his mouth's a little bit open, and his eyes look only laterally, as though behind it all there's some cross-eyed mountain that makes the inside of our heads into store windows. But not really, of course. Our features are pretty static, and we all look pretty prehistoric. Our heads look pretty much like brontosaurus heads. No, I'm just being playful. Seriously, as individuals, we don't look quite human. We look more like the pups we love to cuddle with, but with more prosthetics and longer legs. Or if you're looking from quite a distance at us, we look a lot like kind of crooked bugs without the feelers. Or so a moth told me. It said, thrust your jaw out. Now look kind of stern. Okay, now flare your nostrils and look angry like you've just been fighting. Now pretend you're standing on a real skinny peninsula and hold just like that. I'm ready to take off if I can just take half of it. But I look so similar, I don't know which half to take. The blue surface is sleek enough that if I look real hard, I can see it's a lake. But mistaking shiny solids for liquids causes mental instability. The red shiny surface mistaken for blood. This is how my puppies went insane. Taking a second longer look at my socialization, I have this thought. I mean, it's just a thought. I think we don't look so much like animals instead of people. We look like cupids, like lots of little cupids, deforming our pelvises to get in that right firing stance, a little pear-shaped, a little smaller than the others. We lie on our stomachs to take aim, our little muddily booted feet outstretched behind us, too stubby to be useful. Moving on, the two seahorses pinned into a wall on spikes look sort of pleased and surprised. They appear to have that rare and unlucky combination of being both nerdy and stupid. But they have good attitudes. They're happy with their lot. It's the sort of attitude that allows them to really take a battering. Like if some little creature came up to them and was like, "Hi, I'm just a friendly amoeba," but was actually a little goblin tearing at their scales, they'd look surprised, but their concern would be for the symmetry of two small mountain lakes on the horizon, even while their face was being skinned. Later, they just put on that old Greek mask of stoicism and laugh at all the people trying to look through the same keyhole. Now let's consider one's expression and all the things we might associate with it. I don't know about you, but this can't be the best part, as it neither appears suggestive or convincing. Instead, it looks to me like some kind of heavy coat or huge hat meant to hide the distortion of the body, which, having turned your head away, you admit is only grotesque if you look at it. So look upon this top-heavy table and weep. Everything it hides is in the middle, like tufts or splotches of a cold and formal nothing, rendering it vaguely unstable. The wicked, the diabolical, the frightening, the doggish, the mucoid, the hungered. Wouldn't you rather just be a bat, a heat-seeking bat, than look at this shit dancing on the 4th of July? I look like a bat. I'm a heat-seeking bat. We definitely look like bats. Yeah, like bats in flight. The whole thing looks like bats in flight. Yeah, in flight, in a bowl of spit. I'll tell you why it doesn't look like a bat. Because when I was chanting Om on the airplane, I could see the shadows it cast, cutting through bone to make a bridge that unified the coastline. If anybody's looking right now, let's suppose we got our flags crossed. Let's suppose that some energy just slid out of focus, and here we are, charging up the Bunsen burner app to tell its history of reminders, lookalikes, and tuxed-out gentlemen. It doesn't mean too much, you see. The men and women here are not trying to climb a tree. It looks more like they're working on proportions, waiting for something to come to mind, for something to roughen the edge, get large enough in proportions so it looks more like humans than anything else.
Thank you, Lewis. Now we'll have my favorite trumpeter swan, Chuck Stubbleton.
Before you start the timer, Jordan, I just want to I want to mention that our 2026 project fellow, emerging poet, fellow Lily Lalios is here, and Lily is working on a series of workshops that will start in April, public workshops. And one of the pillars is grief, that these workshops are being organized around. And that includes climate grief, and that includes the types of grief that we're all experiencing. And so as Lily develops this curriculum, we exchange poems. And this is a poem that I shared with Lily this week. It's by the Chicago poet, now passed, recently passed, Liesl Mueller. When I am asked. When I am asked how I began writing poems, I talk about the indifference of nature. It was soon after my mother died, a brilliant June day, everything blooming. I sat on a gray stone bench in a lovingly planted garden, but the daylilies were as deaf as the ears of drunken sleepers, and the roses curved inward. Nothing was black or broken, and not a leaf fell, and the sun blared endless commercials for summer holidays. I sat on a gray stone bench, ringed with the ingenue faces of pink and white impatience, and placed my grief in the mouth of language, the only thing that would grieve with me. And Lily shared this Arthur Zay poem with me I'd like to share. The Shapes of Leaves. Ginkgo, cottonwood, pin oak, sweet gum, tulip tree. Our emotions resemble leaves, and alive to their shapes we are nourished. Have you felt the expanse and contours of grief along the edges of a big Norway maple? Have you winced at the orange flare, searing the curves of a curling dogwood? I've seen from the air-logged islands, each with a network of branching gravel roads, and felt a moment of pure anger, aspen gold. I've seen sandhill cranes moving in an open field, a single white whooping crane in the flock. And I have traveled along the contours of leaves that have no name, here where the air is wet and the light is cool. I feel what others are thinking and do not speak. I know the pleasure in the veins of a sugar maple. I am living at the edge of a new leaf. So the first of these workshops will commence in April, and it's going to be under the year-long working title, Over the Prairie, Under the Prairie. So please keep an eye out for that. You'll have an opportunity to work with Lily in various spaces throughout the city. Two Sleeps. This is two poems that carry the same title. And the first is constructed of lines from Carol Pagel's book, Free Clean Filled Dirt, Laney Brown's translations of the lilies back into lists, and Susan Howe's singularities. Two Sleeps. I could say time, the swiftest thinking about slow thought. No document exists to check what comes next. Mowing salt marshes and sedge meadows, no harm, no strain, no epic chase. How few we are and fall from each other. I could say time, waking up early like you said you would. The functionality of rest has been put to bed. Two Sleeps. This year made the almanac. This year, two sleeps. This year, the door jams. This year is it's possessive. This year, the provinces. I know this year when I see it, two sleeps. This year, the heron's accurate leggings. This year, a waiter's blue-green tights. This year, a second sleep. This year, what is the difference? This year, sympathy. This year, two sleeps. This year, the broadside stretch. This year, eyeless. This year, cousins. This year, Leviticus. This year, numbers. This year, mesocosm, 2 sleeps. The data compacts this year. This year, another straw. This year, sumac clusters. This year, the moment before. This year is not about that. This year, John Barleycorn. This is the year beans lost its lease. This year would eat a swan just to watch it whistle. This year, a kelp gull. This year, juniper moons. This year, the snowy owl at the petroleum pier. This year, 2 sleeps of tundra swans on cue. This year, the medieval habit. This year, 2 sleeps. And this poem, When the Catfish is in Bloom, takes its title from a John Fahey song. When the catfish is in bloom. Stone Mountain gone atomic, 1 dead white mole. All the ginseng one can muster, the oxbows narrowly kerned. Up stands the dam, its authority. The nearest valleys all squint, a skein of geese harshly lit, a snowflake, a hopeless romantic when the catfish is in bloom. I had this little book come out with Green Gallery Press, 100 Patterns and 3 Heuristics, and it went into a second printing, so that's not really that significant because the first run was only 100 copies, but it does open up the opportunity to make some edits. And one edit I made is that I included a dedication for a poem that was for Lisa Fishman. This is Single Tree for Lisa Fishman. A swingle tree or single tree is a wooden or metal bar used to balance the pull of a draft horse or other draft animal when pulling a vehicle. It is a kind of whipple tree, and the term is also used sometimes for other whipple trees. And I'll close with this short sequence of they're not all technically loons, but I had a practice of writing 3 loons a day, and a loon is sort of an Americanized haiku form. So this is from Treble Clef. Otis in the evening sun on Lake Monona. A snake bite in the shavings, no dice, swimmer's legs like moccasins. Big Dipper, Little Dipper, North Star, Dipper bird of mountain streams. Thank you.
Thank you, Chuck. Next, we'll have Antonio Vargas-Nieto, and you should make sure to pick up Antonio's Oxeye Press chapbook, Marbled Exterior, which we just published, I think, in June. There's still a few copies left. It'll probably go into a second printing also. So welcome, Antonio.
This is called Clef. Heedless tetrahedron, heedless tetrahedron, efface the hydra, efface the hydra, efface the hydra. She loves me, she loves me, she loves me, she loves me, she loves me not, your heart, loves me not, your heart, loves me not, your heart. Loves me not, your heart. Loves me not, your heart. A harp, mine, a wind chime, replete. A harp, mine, a wind chime, replete. A harp, mine 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 a wind chime, replete. With crimson liquor, our helix symmetry unfolds. 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 Frond, curves, compass rose, anoints, effigy, movable sea. Frond, curves, compass rose, anoints, effigy, movable sea. Frond, curves, compass rose, anoints, effigy, movable sea. Frond, curves, compass rose, unfolds. Effigy, movable sea. Frond, curves, compass rose, anoints, 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 effigy, movable sea. Lapping, boon, off the marrow. You're such a liar. Lapping, boon, off the marrow. You're such a liar. Lapping, boon, off the marrow. You're such a liar. Lapping, boon, off the marrow. You're such a liar. Lapping, boon, off the marrow. You're such a liar. Lapping, boon, off the marrow. You're such a liar. Lapping, boon, off the marrow. You're such a liar. Lapping, boon, off the marrow. You're such a liar. Lapping, boon, off the marrow. You're such a liar. Thank you.
Thank you, Antonio. Next, we'll have a friend and neighbor in the heart, Richard Meyer.
Thank you, Jordan. Thank you, everybody. 5/2/25 for Joshua Clover. Hi, Ben and Amanda. I just saw you. Tomorrow was dumb. The first words in my mind this morning, at first I heard them as an error, but then as true. The low song of the wren cheers me up. It's so expensive and fake, alive and nourishing, full of pleasure. Rimbaud d'Orange. The common grackles whistle the words of the American robin. The threats of the red-winged blackbird didn't stop me in the vacant lot for too long. The least turn flies north and south. For a minute or two, my body dissolved into a cloud, and you and I were both inside it. It was so dispersed we couldn't see it. You were making a kind of chopping motion with your hand and drawing out a word like a great actor. 3 mergansers, black as bats, flying south, the faint sound of the drainage pipe. That's how long it lasted. Then you were dead again, and silent, as I like to be silent, as you spoke after eating a fish in 2 minutes to celebrate my last night in Paris, or wandered around the Sky apartment singing about a town called Town where you lay your body down. Body or money or both or neither. I hear your voice, but I can't remember. I was downcast when you said you weren't interested in Anna Karenina. I was reading The Energy of Delusion and in love with Viktor Shklovsky, his short sentences and how he reported Dostoevsky lamenting it didn't end at the hospital bed when Anna had given birth, and for a moment the 3 were reconciled. And Levin, the fool cutting hay, you said you preferred the Dostoevsky of demons. Then gently, when I couldn't speak, one has to have opinions. It had a second floor with an open window, and as we lay in the midst of wind and clouds, I felt mysteriously exhilarated. Basho, the narrow road to the deep north. In Davis, picking Ella and I up at the train station, you said when you really needed to be sure you didn't miss a call, you held the phone in your hand to feel the vibration, even if the ringer was on. The lake is green below a blue sky and clouds as the sun goes down. I'm no longer afraid to tell you you wouldn't have minded. You too lived in Arcadia once and dreamed of joining a commune on the outskirts of Paris. 2 weeks ago, I read Zone with my class and thought of you. You were still alive. You were as alive as Apollinaire and the one he addresses. You were the one standing outside the chapel on some place or other, writing about an illuminated window in ecstasy. I told the Xfinity guy in Cairo it was a rough day. You had died, a poet. I apologized as I began to cry. Man, you can tell me anything, he said. We are two people talking, he said. The days were already really hot in Cairo, but the nights were cold. He wouldn't be going home until 2 a.m. He said the whole city was awake. A thousand grains that issue out of dust. Hearing somebody is reading the same book you were reading produced excitement and no jealousy if you liked them, and it made you like them. And when a thing stopped happening, the conditions for its emergence retrieved something in bare feet from the sunshine this morning outside of time, with no one here to kiss me or touch my shoulder with a stick. A phrase began to form, the black-tipped gull gathering itself in the sky into a letter with two legs and one head, an R, an F, an H, a Y, and hanging for a moment before crashing into a wave, bobbing up almost instantly to float for a few seconds without a fish in its beak. How many times over the years have you said this won't happen again? The squawk, chirp, squawk, chirp, squawk, 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 me, me, tunk, 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 chip, chip, a reekum, reekum, reekum. If you are real, then hop between the grass blades, black shoes on the blue stair, the wearer gone 2 or 3 days, and then so focused on a female mallard drinking from a puddle on the driveway. Its throat moved like a robin scene, the body doubled grossly by its shadow, the devil sticks balanced by a stone on the ash stump. The feelings intensified, and for stretches didn't need the words of my surroundings to guard against others. His anguish continued. He would have liked to go away somewhere. He did not know where. Above him in the tree, a little bird was singing, and he started searching for it with his eyes among the leaves. Suddenly, the bird flew away from the tree, and at that moment, for some reason, he recalled the little fly in a hot ray of sunlight, of which Ippolit had written, that even this fly knows its place and participates in the general chorus, and he alone was a castaway. Ippolit had taken the words about the little fly from him, from his own words and tears of that time. He was sure of it, and for some reason his heart throbbed at this thought. To find one's words have been in another's mouth, that the same words have passed over and through one's own mouth or others, one's words and one's surroundings. The tree drying up on its side, buried in the sand, protruding in 3 places, didn't move when I balanced on one end. The Hostoria combined all the logs riding in the pile, and we tore them apart to make mulch for the graftings. The shadow of my sorrow. It was important to copy all the words from the book into this handmade book, to preserve the question if under a green tree was where we were. The fly that was a friend to John Clare in a paragraph, and me in the same paragraph so far away. The fly that might have been him returning home in the mountains. The small gilded fly releasing the older words that the intense desire to repeat it all had produced. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. And last but not least is Lisa Fishman.
Thank you so much for being here. Okay. Okay. I'm going to read something I haven't read in a long time. I wrote it in 2016, which you'll hear in the title. And there was a procedure, and yeah, this is part of my time, Jordan, don't worry. I started my timer. A constraint whereby every word, the first letter is a tree, or the name of a tree. I was working with a friend's poem who was writing against his inclinations in writing about trees. And so, for example, if you hear the two words president joke, it was because maybe the word I was looking at was poplar, juniper, right? And I now don't know what all of these trees that maybe start with F could have been, but that was the procedure, how these trees became words in this case. November 16 to December 1st, 2016. Another clatter calling for no public polis, polar ice caps, or proud malevolence enters, double, double, pressing, endless, murderous, win, win. Battalions, belted psychology, rigid lord hysteria, police, central police. Being completely fucked, the song rusts, rusts. Fathom fascism, hey ho, chomp something, president joke, bitter joke. Pay extra, mother. Bad, bad lottery, marked everything, marked. Final country America's terrorist vote. Bitter breath, bent breath, locked breath, clatter winter, cut weather, don't die, around and around, blue, green, water, water, remember, beggars, artists, girls, transliterate, sunk, persons, places, all. How forage, Jack Bliss, fear comes without privacy, or clanging clutter out throat, sphere, public, clanging clutter out throat, sphere, public sphere, across throat. Persons enter mashed, sun enter mashed, mind enter mashed, exit, must exit. But, broken held night, please remain, redo, can't. Take all eloquence from God's own mouth. Born out engine, stinging puzzle, flung past far outlying borders. Everybody says, oh, failed, mother, psst, opera's edges. Please, old English failures become ugly and feel back, chime, present place, please pass. Mirror, chance, murderous chance, ages ago. Parenthetical. My pants are dirty, but the couch is too. Mama is hungry. She will eat now. Mama's cheekbone juts out like a wave. And orphan excess fails. Bent, stuck, left, hurt, chidden, clatter, message, tug. Soundless, less, soundless. Less, soundless, less, ash tree, ashtray, a shame. Thank you. When the wild onion floats on its back in the half daylight, and the speckled hen stops arguing with her god in the winter, early winter, just past light. Pencil presses halfway, and the time of time is short. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Can we just get one more round of applause for all the community readers and outside listeners? right, so I don't know exactly what's next, but it's going to be great. I know Pity Milk Press is having an hour soon. If the community and Oxide Press authors could come up for a photo, that would be great. And thank you so much for coming. Dinner.
It'll be on the back of that. We have our 5 o'clock hour yet. This isn't it, okay, guys? This isn't it. You're going to be buried in that.
Yeah, good to see you. Yeah. Okay.
All right, we'll roll right into the next hour, the 5 o'clock, in just a couple of minutes. Noting that, 5 is a loose. What's time anyway, right?
Has a good feel. All right, hello everybody. I know we're kind of a little bit behind schedule, so I think I'm just gonna roll on into this. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Chelsea Tedeschi, and I co-run Pity Milk Press with Edie Roberts. Really happy to be here representing Pity Milk at the marathon. The marathon always feels like a cool full circle moment for Pity Milk. About 15 years ago when we started making books, we lived in an apartment above what used to be Soapy's on Fratney and Locust. I'm not really sure what it is now. Yeah, rip. But our neighbors were quite literally woodland pattern. So I really do like to credit the proximity for sort of stoking and enthusiastically sort of shaping who we are as poets and also a press. So yeah, it's really an honor to be here and celebrate woodland pattern. Our lineup is one that I'm super juiced about. These poets have either found their work in a Pity Milk publication or read at our event series, The Bell Tower. First, we'll be hearing work from Grace Mitchell, followed by Ridley Tankersley. After that, we'll hear from Alex Niemi, followed by Chloe Allen. And then lastly, I'll come up and conclude the segment, and then we're going to take a photo and watch a documentary film.
After that is...
Oh, sorry, I should have read the board.
Yeah, Milwaukee Kitchen's Popcorn Fantasia, which you don't want to miss, and you'll get popcorn.
Yay! All right, cool. Before we begin, I also want to thank the hour's sponsor, Cafe Corazon. I mean, raise your hand if you've ate there before. Come on. I'd be pretty shocked to learn of the amount of burritos I've ate there in my day. But you're a staple, you're delicious. Thank you for sponsoring this segment in this hour. So with that, please welcome me in joining in welcoming Grace Mitchell.
Hi, thanks for having me, Chelsea, and Woodland Pattern, everyone. Hi, Cece. I'm going to be reading some things I wrote while working at a sheep farm last summer in Oklahoma. Drove past the farm, a fog's burning off. We walked along a flooded river, ate sandy blackberries, almost too small to taste. Different planet farmland, a lot of armadillo roadkill. His shirt is losing his smell. Wool is from a body, be of a body. Sheep as teacher, be a student body. Had a meltdown. This is the backyard. Don't let sheep near old car batteries. They like the taste of lead oxide. Dust on the dash, filling up at the gas station, sheep smelling gasoline. Half asleep storm, everything is dewy and puddles. In my head, ground too wet to weed. Things have been feeling more symbolic in a paranoid way. One plant must cancel the other out. A train, the wind, traffic in the distance. Sent a picture of a rose bush on the side of the road. Black chain link fence, pale pink roses, all the way open. Strobe light lightning, the wool in the chicken coop works better than straw. Katie the donkey is pissing. Journal balanced on a fence post. What goes beyond observation? Dinner came early. A madness swarming, then spreading out into the lawn and leaves a mower that just got fixed next to the broken tractor. Each barn door opens differently. Every gate locks and unlocks in its own way, locking myself out of where I need to be, getting in my own way again. Dog in the distance, the highway hum. Puddle on the gravel road smells like it'd kill you if you drank it. Thought I had more to say. I have to pee. Deer tick on my neck. Mud in my hair, on face, on my glasses. Want him to kiss all my bruises. Forgot to get postcards, but got more stamps. I believe in casual devotion. Maybe the thunder won't come here, there's a fence. Soft rain, soft focus, dogs in the distance. Mistook the yellow moon for a street light like the one in my alley. Daffodil stamp. Washing lamb's tails so they won't attract maggots, hose them off, revealing white, white wool. Woke up thinking the yellow moon was a streetlight again. Coyotes screamed, crumbs on the cow plate. Suffering has used St. Bernadette, sending a rose card to Nick, another hot day. Rainy season rotted out the potatoes and some of the onions. Write more lists that are useful, mockingbird like a car alarm at 3 a.m. Knitting from the flock, phantom tick leg hair, love letter on a folded napkin, milk, bread, shirt, dream, book, sun singed onto vision, a circling fan, old hat, candles, the depth of trees, the trees deepening, knit 2, purl 2, tick spray 305 U's, 6 ticks on me, old sky, new day, reflected onto all of the puddles, toilet won't stop running, bird dying on the sidewalk, ball of yarn fell on the floor, eyes dry from tired, Band-Aid where a peacock scratched, 8 blackberries from the bush while looking at webs, picking seeds out of molars, lanolin, submerged wool with pitchfork, scratching mosquito bites, I don't care. Longest day of the year, high of 92, flying a breadcrumb, heart-shaped period stain, postcards of motels with empty dining rooms and tightly made beds, wood-paneled everything. Almost out of pages, haven't looked closely in a mirror. Towels still blow in the wind. Art is filling up the tubs with water for the sheep to drink out of. Miss Foot tripped on a bucket of molasses. Needle for vaccines pricked my pointer finger, pricked thumb. Hot out, sweat drying to salt. A book about love, about labor, about sheep and about shepherds. Sophia's letter in my mailbox. Moved sheep to the shade. You and I are environments to each other. Ran out of notebook, ran out of yarn, waiting for your card to come. I like hanging out with Dana, the retired FBI agent. Strawberries and asparagus are good together in a garden. Slept like shit. Guard donkey with nothing to guard, wrote to Sophia. Finished a sweater, started a sweater. Does a mockingbird have its own call? Pick up jams and jellies made by a single Amish mother. Marigolds everywhere. The animals don't recognize me with an umbrella. Roses on the bedspread, branches in the yard. Clouds can feel good. Dana started making a saddle blanket from 2 fleeces. Weed pulling, giving sunshine to stunted beets, shorter than usual okra and tasseling corn. Training the tomatoes upwards. Rows are now visible, and my love is soon. Thank you.
Keep it going for Grace. That was mesmerizing. That was great. Next, I would like to welcome Ridley Tankersley.
Hello. Thank you, Chelsea, for including me in this showcase. I'm going to start off with a poem from a book Chelsea and I wrote together a couple years ago called Le Monde Entier Notre Musée d'Art. It's called Juno Park. The scene is rearranging itself to be interesting for my observational poem. 2 planes form a Y of chemtrails, the start of yarrow, your favorite flower, allegedly. I guess I believe you, but you couldn't remember the ending of your alleged favorite movie. The scene is rearranging itself to be interesting for my observational poem. A helicopter enters stage left like a bug going from some place to another autonomously with idle purpose. Sometimes I feel like a bug. The scene is rearranging itself to be interesting for my observational poem. A man in green stares out at the marina, confusedly trying to deliver a bag of Chipotle to the lake. We both stop writing to light cigarettes, but you hold one in your mouth for a minute, unlit, to think of something to observe. All right, a few short one here. Oh, thank you. This is called Moby Dick. No, I do not feel good today, washed in the bleaker wine. I do not bathe in it, I only soak. What's the word for when you're always straining to grasp what you want, but it's never within your reach? Well, I'm changing my name to that. Call me Wishmail. I got a couple new ones here, short one. This is election day. I didn't think it would be so easy to just walk into a school. It's April 1st, the Day of Fools, and I'm standing in a gymnasium to cast support for my judge of choice. I wonder why the ballot booths are mostly vacant. It's the Supreme Court, for God's sake, the best of the best. I'm also scanning the room for basketballs because it would be really funny for a humble voter like me to deliver a surprise no-netter as the shaky volunteers question credentials, addresses, identities. I start sweating when I step forward and my shoes squeak, and I look down and realize I'm standing directly on the three-point arc. Is this it? My moment to shine? This is Earth Day poem. A fluorescent light is flickering above my head at Ace Hardware, imbuing my search for the glue with an eerie significance. My arms are sore from carrying all these buckets of paint, and the wire handles are making painful impressions in my fingers. So I'm thinking maybe I should reassess the plan and not make the papier-mâché globe costume. But then what will I wear when I go downtown to choke myself on plastic straws? All right. This is a meditation of sorts. This is a very new one. It's called I'm Sorry. I'm sorry. The complete poems of Edward Scissorhands has sold out. But there are plenty of copies of the complete poems of Edward Snowden. I'm sorry, the complete poems of Cher has sold out. But there are plenty of copies of the complete poems of Cher, the verb. I'm sorry, the complete poems of Indiana Jones has sold out. But there are plenty of copies of the complete poems of Indiana Jones, the ride. The complete poems of James Cameron's Titanic has sold out. But there are plenty of copies of the complete poems of James Cameron's Avatar. Oh dear, the complete poems of James Cameron's Avatar has now sold out, but there are plenty of copies of the complete poems of James Cameron's Avatar, The Way of Water. The complete poems of A Needle in the Haystack has sold out, but there are plenty of copies of the complete poems of A Rice Grain in the Mud. The complete poems of Using Your Turn Signal has sold out, but there are plenty of copies of the complete poems of Passing in the Bike Lane. The complete poems of Hell is Real, the Billboard has sold out, but there are plenty of copies of the complete poems of Hell is Real, the Reality. And the complete poems of the United States of America has sold out, but there are plenty of copies of the complete poems of the United States of America, the Memory. Thank you.
All right, keep it going. Woo-hoo! Thanks, Ridley. That was great. Next, I'm welcoming Alex Niemi up to the podium.
Thank you so much for having me, Chelsea and Woodland Pattern. I'm going to read 4 poems. A Mother's Advice. Cut flowers to turn your sister into research methods. When you drink the cusp of earth, try to look young again. If you're young all night, let your friends grow dumb with feeling. If you smoke a tree, everyone will invite you to the grotto. Knowledge is a ball made of unknown material. fathers are for the stage. Milk. I wake up and the fan is turning. Its small wind like a blue slash. I hear the upstairs neighbors. They walk early like gifted babies. I see them out the window next to the sound of dogs barking in the dark. Their names are solid like mountains of children. As they go to work, the door shuts like a crate of stomachs slamming against a brick wall. I imagine the neighbors in the Museum of Mothers, all mothers in the shape of a star, burning in the shape of a silk curtain, turning in the shape of an eyeball. I imagine the time it would take to collect the mothers, the neighbors, and fit their singular army into my sack. I look at the fan until it seems to move backwards. I play my one song for any man who loves better. I imagine pouring a glass of milk for the neighbors to share as the smoke of my song rises all the way up past the ceiling. Mirror moat. The goats swarm. The sun opens out onto a cold spring field. You close your eyes to the one gray crow just so you can practice being blind. The mall roams like a unity of cattle. The luxury shoe department hugging your one good side. The luxury fur department reminds you of your one dead friend. You zip your crotch for the millionth time and throw your head back with the graveyard love smell of food courts. You scratch your right nipple over coffee, laughing at the mind's hand-drawn circle. Your face hides your face with care, just enough. The intensity of the world offers long streaks of past, but you carry your small heart to the grand attic. Send yourself into one more peculiar circle, wrap your vines around your waist and say, "This is the year of the lonely-eyed tantrum, the lonely-eyed tantrum that screams divinity." Your head turns round, the fluorescent pack recedes, and the night dims nightly on your bad gloved hand. And the night burns nightly for your old dog limp. I could stop. That's it. Okay. Oh, no, there's one more, I guess. All right. Anthem. People meet as children, then marry, though they were once children. The Antichrist starts off as a baby. Someone wins. Someone feels the emergency, morally, of orange color. The voices of children fade, are replaced by water. Their mouths become water. Their mouths become rain every day. Inside of their mouths, inside of their brains, inside of their passenger seats, the people push up against the window. They look into the distance, and the distance tries to escape. Lovemaking cannot reach me when I lope along the cliffs, when I leave my calm, long arms in the past, an anthem for every corpse in the ocean. I leave my calm, long arms in the sand. I leave my calm, long blood in the sand, and I run, noodle-like with the tender spirit. I watch as the horizon expands, the earth held down against the long century. A lost French fry by a pigeon at the beach can represent the whole nation if you let it, can represent the whole hermitage if you let it, the whole politic, like a song going straight down, all the way down into the slender mine. Thank you.
Wow, that was mesmerizing. Thank you, Alex. Next, one of my favorite people and poets, Chloe Allen.
Hi. Thank you for being here with me today, and let's never forget how good it feels to be together. I like to work with you, and every one of these poems, you is a different person, so ride with me. I love you like you are already gone. He will leave as my peace, stone in my pocket, weapon in hand. The winter is now. There was no deep fall. On your birthday, the snow offered a glittering night, and everyone My age is finding fine lines like I'm catching you, being like me. I love you, like you are already gone, already me, a mirror, a fear. You are. The first time you see a doctor your age, she is about to insert the speculum and look in. Her forehead is shockingly tight, glowing and smooth, just like yours. But just like yours, a few hair-thin lines lay groundwork for the wear and tear of having a face. Though, unlike hers, unlike yours, is her blazing white smile, her sterile sapphire gaze, her physician's license. You flip between mirroring yourself in her forehead skin and staring at the screensaver in the ceiling of cheap-looking Gerber daisies on a translucent pastoral panel illuminated by a fluorescent light. Just another one of healthcare's little distractions for when there are plastic hands in your pocket. After she extracts, shedding gloves, she calmly and volleyball playery assures you that your cervix is healthy. You pinpoint that she's not an enemy. She's just pulling away, joining a different class. And you leave there, net positive, clinging to your pursuit of beauty, your chase after the ephemeral euphoria of life in a body. In reactions past, I might have had a row of thin-stemmed glasses pour semi-opaque chilled cocktails into my mouth. But today I cope. I loop the lake to explore my pain instead of indulging it. And anyway, isn't it some sort of pleasure to let my eyes run thin lines through the sunscreen on my cheeks? I pass by plenty of people, 40 years old and over. They smile, wave at me, or say, "Good morning." For this, I gush as the youngsters look away. Deep into the morning, at 9:36, I see many mothers. I see retired couples, conformative ladies in packs, an old-timer in a windbreaker riding the lawnmower. He smiles as he carves his rose. And the water. It still shimmers, doesn't it? When a lake fly hits you on its passage, getting caught in hair. I think that black cormorant parallel from me can tell I'm crying. You know, an animal in distress. Oil black body, slick and buoyant, on Little Lake Butamore, as water flirts in the morning sun, flickering, burbling, and tumbling between docks and abrupt banks of backyards, lawns on the lips of the playful water, and my problems at least sort of gone. The wind has a way, through the leafy branches, an ancient proverb, a song, be your own vessel, a whispered, move on. This one's just for fun. Sports car. To dream of riding in a sports car means you wish to be saved from your waking life. To dream of driving one means you long to save yourself. A hand on your thigh. To dream of driving in a sports car with a hand on your thigh suggests you wish someone would make your choices for you. Thighs. To dream of thighs when you should be watching the road means you are not focused. Hitting a deer. To dream of hitting a deer means you're looking for divine intervention. Hitting an enemy. To dream of driving over your rival might mean you've left something unsaid. Being pulled over. To dream of being pulled over suggests that you struggle with authority. If the sports car you're driving is red, it may mean you crave domination. If you dream of being the passenger while being pulled over, you may desire submission or fear your lack of action. Losing track of the lines. To dream of madly swerving means you have unused creative potential. Backseat makeout. To dream of parking the sports car, climbing into the back seat, and making out means your heart is open to love. Crashing cars. To dream of crashing your car suggests you are changing your mind. This is not always bad. Thank you.
Thank you again, Chloe. That was great. All right, I'm going to close the Pity Milk Hour and read also 4 poems. This first one is called Sugar Stiffened in the Jar. Sometimes I don't feel like it. Alive. The cup shapes the water. I walk around like I'm full of milk. Call me a cunt. Good afternoon. I just visited your profile, stared observantly at your life as if mine could change. My boring, boring heart, how it fools me. Aftercare. My mother texts to ask if I'm praying. Each answer I seek involves baking soda. I pretend it's beautiful, how the hair on my arms looks darker and thicker when wet. I wonder how many of my periods were actually miscarriages. My eyes on the sky as if it's not looking back. Thank you. What if you met whatever keeps the world happening? How much of my body is doing something I didn't authorize? There's an old VHS of a birthday. I was so small I didn't have bones yet, just feelings. They say sodium kills you slowly, but so does any decision. Sometimes I think about children, not as people, but as weather patterns, pressure systems moving through what used to be my quiet. My insides are bored of me. I need to focus on boiling water, organize the clothes I wear when I hate myself. What if I built someone who thinks clouds are edible, eats one just to see? Sometimes I like to name them, like testing the temperature of a very deep lake. If you scream into a hole, the hole remembers. Holes have memories, like small animals that made it halfway across the road. All right, this last one I have for you is called Eggshell Gloss. There's nothing wrong with grinding down what's already soft. I chew on the necklace until a bead pops loose. I think we all might be dissolving in a way that no one notices. There's a pain that hums, and I've worn it under my clothes since I first bled in a bathroom at Six Flags. A girl on the bus ride home showed me how she kept her dead pet's teeth in an Altoids tin. They're cleaner than my own, she said, with absolute faith. I'm scared of how often I say I'm good and mean I'm leaking. How often do you think about love? How it fills your head like something that's melted, then hardened? Sometimes I catch myself apologizing to things I haven't broken yet. On Mondays, I'll wear white, so bad thoughts won't stick. It probably won't work, but it's good to have a theory. Thank you. Keep the round of applause going for Grace Mitchell, Ridley Tankersley, Alex Niemi, Chloe Allen, and Woodland Pattern. We're gonna take a photo, so stick around.
And while the photo's happening, we'll be setting up for Milwaukee Kitchen's Popcorn Fantasia, so you will get to have an appetizer before we break for dinner. So stay tuned. Thanks. Is there a tablecloth? Yeah, okay. All right. So I guess, I was imagining you over there, but if you wanted to be over there, you could be over there also. You don't want to see me. Oh, you could be back there too. Yeah. I didn't. Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
is a state of mind more than a physical place. And so we are here, Milwaukee Kitchen, bringing it to you, and we're going to make some popcorn for everybody. Popcorn?
Who loves popcorn?
But the question is what do you like on your popcorn? Because we've got a lot of different options. Let's see, we're going to heat up the skillet. Joining me are some of Milwaukee Kitchen regulars. We've got Nico Wilson, Marcy Hoffman, Ariana Baith. My name's Paul. We'll be, as normally, we'll be multitasking, doing a number of things as this proceeds. But here we are on the set of Milwaukee Kitchen. What's up? How do you guys like your popcorn?
Which popcorn?
Which popcorn? As I'm waiting for this to heat up, and then we're going to make some popcorn.
I like it just plain, no butter with salt.
Marcy, that's boring.
Well, how does the salt stick if there's no butter?
You don't need butter for the salt to stick. You just pop it, has enough moisture from the oil, and then salt it. That's plenty.
That's plenty boring. I think it needs like a little something.
Like what?
Well, first, you gotta have the butter.
Yeah.
That's a necessity.
No, it isn't.
It's 100% a necessity.
No, not really.
You gotta have the butter.
No.
How much popcorn do you think we can make in 15 minutes?
Who likes popcorn here? Okay.
Okay, popcorn for everybody.
I just would like to, is this on? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'd like to talk to you all about how you like your popcorn.
Butter.
I can't imagine.
Butter, salt, both.
Okay, forget it.
In somebody else's mouth.
Oh, really? You don't like popcorn?
It's all right.
This is just shocking.
Well,
Okay.
what kind of snack do you like if you don't like popcorn?
I don't want a snack.
Okay.
Okay, we didn't anticipate anything like this.
Well,
that's what makes it live. Yeah.
I'm the exception that proves the rule that everybody else loves it.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah, I used to like it with herb and butter and salt until I had trouble with my teeth. It's very bad for your teeth. It's so hard.
Yes. So what happened? What happened to your teeth?
Well, I started cracking my teeth.
You could,
This is, so do you still eat popcorn?
I definitely do not.
Paul, these people are in the front row. Okay. Hi, how do you like your popcorn?
I don't eat popcorn.
Okay, Marcy, we gotta have the people who have their hands raised that like the popcorn, we gotta go to them.
Okay.
Here you go. Here's the second mic.
Oh, there's popcorn.
Okay.
We need.
You wanna take this side? I'll take this side.
Okay. You're allergic? Do you like popcorn? Do you eat it?
I think so.
Butter and salt and yeast flakes.
Yeast flakes. Is that brewer's yeast?
It's nutritional yeast flakes. They're really good, yeah.
I like that too, but for the sake of the common good, I'm sticking with plain and salt. Yeah.
So butter is a necessity.
And maybe they have something to say.
I don't know if this is working. Is someone tell me if this is working?
Ejaculation.
Oh.
I want to die. I want to live between this love embrace.
With butter and salt and
me.
caramel and...
Trust me.
We've
I
got
do
a
agree,
sweet
Madame.
popcorn eater
I firmly
here.
stand that ground. Coitus is paramount.
Caramel corn's my favorite.
Absolutely.
We have caramel corn lovers here.
Nay.
I'm going to get
Mr. Switch,
corn if it's not.
do me allow to
suffocatingly
cool
cheesy.
define
Moderate.
when you know how. As poetry,
Cheddar.
coitus, urges, driven courses, rhythmic surges, energy, executive ability,
Is it
fancy
orange?
swing, composed,
Yeah, it's
complex,
orange. What is it?
genius, sex, bagpipe
too.
spell, sun
like
sirens,
popcorn?
crimson cruising, yell,
With
it
salt,
is
butter, and brown sugar.
else.
Salt,
Hell.
butter, and brown sugar over
Well,
here.
source obs agog enorm.
So
How do you like your popcorn?
popcorn
With
style?
a spicy kick.
I like it with a lot
of butter
perform.
and salt.
Do you cayenne?
Marcy, you're totally
Sure.
wrong.
Lullaby,
Butter and salt is the way.
ultimate orgasm, supreme.
We
Death.
have a cayenne and lemon
Earth flight
lover.
practiced by sun's
Nutritional
passion
yeast.
shaped.
Yeah.
No,
You're the second
glory.
no
person
jizz on the
who's-
popcorn.
We have
Passion,
two
courage,
people who love nutritional
Does
yeast.
anyone here have a favorite
Orgasm,
topping?
Okay.
death
You're not
finale,
listening.
lightning, birth, ava, Shitus,
Favorite topping?
mock shape, inapt,
Extra
butter,
passion
extra salt, and
slow
eaten
bird,
Not on
very
the date
quickly.
night.
plated, phantom
Yeah.
gig, coward, gangling,
Yeah, yeah.
I've never tried
Death
the powdered
listed.
garlic.
Big handfuls.
I'm gonna try it
suspended
now.
between
Yeah, I like that
space,
too.
Did you say Worcestershire?
half-cocked, liar,
Or
Now, but
what
now
about
we're
when
in
you're
Worcestershire.
home?
dissembled,
I can't talk about
saliva,
that.
sweat patterns,
Okay.
blood
you guys.
cloud,
I like
Okay.
some
sex
black pepper,
agues,
white sea
infamous,
salt, and no butter.
damnation, sticky, hell
You're wrong,
junk,
but okay.
Jesus
Okay.
Christ.
How do you
Poor
take your
blah.
popcorn?
I'd
I
like
usually
to
do olive
passion,
oil and
courage,
Parmesan,
act,
like the
just
green can
life,
Parmesan.
Just butter and
orgasm,
salt.
death,
The cheap Parmesan.
The stuff that you
womb
can
cradle
keep in the
jalapeno.
fridge
sun,
forever.
phallus wheel,
Wait, but how do you
Forever.
apply the
Land,
jalapeno?
power.
A 7-year
Aja.
shelf life.
A little olive oil for it to stick.
Okay.
Scoop jalapeno
We
while
have-
eating popcorn?
We have another
those
new
poems, by the way, are by the Dada.
All right, you're the one who
Oh,
wanted
artist, poet.
Hold on.
the jizz, the
a-
ejaculation
there's a
on your
count back
popcorn.
here. Who
I heard
likes
you say it right here,
Ravnikar?
right on the mic.
Ravnikar.
Glowing Hoff.
Butter and
It's
salt.
very interesting. You can
All right,
Google
butter
all
and
about
salt.
it. She's born
Minus
in
oh, hot, hot,
1989.
ejaculate. good too.
Let's see, her birth
Okay, what else?
is
What other favorite
Is a
place?
hot honey
Anyway, she
lover.
was
Parmesan
very
cheese.
active in Greenwich
That's my
Village
favorite.
from
Parmesan
1918
cheese.
to
How do you like
Put a little
1924.
cayenne.
Her art is
Garlic,
just herself.
black pepper,
She's
I
a
garlic
try it with
salt.
cayenne. I used to do the
her
black
art
pepper. I
is just
switched to
herself
cayenne.
garlic,
dressing up.
just
Cayenne
garlic
with the-
powder.
She's
the
interesting. You can
garlic
Google it.
Shredded or
powder.
grated.
Okay. Does
That's my
anybody
favorite.
like garlic powder?
We got one over here.
Oh.
A lot of garlic powder.
Do you like popcorn?
Seasoning, truffle seasoning, and
I like
if
the nutritional
store-bought
yeast.
Garrett's Chicago mix.
We
it's got
have
a caramel and
4
cheese
people here
blend if
who
you're from
want
Chicago.
nutritional yeast on their
You can eat it
popcorn.
when you're not
Paul,
from Chicago.
4 people.
Wait, with the garlic powder people, or are we doing a
There's
garlic
one-
survey?
There's one garlic powder, but 4 people who really like nutritional yeast.
No, we got a bunch of garlic people over here.
You're kidding.
Raise your hand if you're garlic.
That's awful. Oh my God.
Why are we so judgmental about other people's popcorn? No, I'm a bit of a hypocrite about that.
You were the one who started off.
Well, look, okay.
judgment. You challenged my plain popcorn.
Because it was wrong.
Yeah.
You got the wrongest popcorn.
Has everybody expressed themselves on this? Oh, okay.
She's like, I don't know where
How do you
this
like your
trash came
popcorn?
from.
With Flavorcol. Flavorcol.
What is Flavorcol?
It's a mysterious
Monica,
thing
how
you
do
can
you-
put on popcorn that makes it taste like movie theater popcorn. Yes. Someone over
Wow.
there is backing me up.
Oh, yeah, Carla from my writing group.
Internet.
But we have it, man.
Flavorcol.
It's an online writing group.
Flavorcol.
We heard you guys were here tonight, and so we came in person.
Even with a
mic, y'all.
Stock much?
Sometimes.
No, thank you. I have no, I like it all.
We have somebody here.
Parmesan and cayenne.
There's somebody who likes popcorn anyway.
Oh.
Anyway. Lemon. Where's the lemon lover?
Lemon?
There's cheese.
Somebody said truffle oil, which I think, did you guys bring that?
Okay.
Y'all gonna have some soggy
what makes
popcorn.
the salt stick.
That's why it's not oil though. It's just gonna like soak right through. Okay, so
And if you think this is not enough popcorn to feed the crowd, our guests.
We
have
brought some extra popcorn just in case.
in that Milwaukee kitchen.
okay, so
Yeah, just in case.
Sarah, Carla said that you were a food anthropologist.
Yes, and I had a psychic premonition tonight that people wanted Szechuan pepper oil on their popcorn.
Oh, yes.
Along with nutritional yeast and
Okay.
I thought you were-
paprika. So we have that one as well.
That's in this bag here.
That's right.
The intense mystery bag.
Okay, but I'm really confused because I thought you were a food anthropologist and not like a food psychic.
Yeah,
cross
well,
boundaries.
we're
I never
certainly
even
on right
you
now.
know, food shaman.
You get to know so much. Food shaman.
It's actually a popcorn
How we
shaman.
doing on time?
It was racist.
I think we're just at we're at the
So
sweet spot.
do people want to try some of this?
Yes.
Szechuan, what'd you call it again?
It's the numbing and tingling peppercorn.
So it's like also good on your wounds or something.
And as we move off stage, please come out and get a bag of popcorn. We've got vegan, we've got butter and salt, we've got the fancy popcorn that's being dished out, and we've got lemon and cheese.
Parmesan.
Yes, the fresh parm's going in.
Where? Who has fresh parm?
Who's got the fresh parm? Raise your hand.
If you have not visited Milwaukee Kitchen, please check us out on YouTube and Patreon.
That's how you know it's healing you, shaman. Okay.
Butter and
Sin
salt.
eater. Is this a lemon? This is lemon parmesan here?
The vegan corn's going over here.
No, I gotta wash my hands. I haven't tried it, but I'd be willing to try it.
We have butter and salt here in the front. Being clean. Butter and salt for the butter and salt crowd.
I need a nutritional yeast one. I need a
Nutritional yeast and numbing, tingling nut and peppercorn.
Oh, is that peppercorn as well? Can you handle the spice and the nutritional yeast?
Wait, so how many flavors do we end up having?
Four, yes.
Butter and salt here. Yeah.
Classical butter and salt.
You sound like you're at a baseball game.
You gotta serve people.
Butter and salt.
Crazy wild chili Szechuan.
Which one did you want?
What?
Yes.
What's going on?
Popcorn.
Oh, it's popcorn.
Popcorn, nutritional yeast?
Whoa.
Szechuan,
Well, it's got a lot of things in it.
and
so
other
that's
stuff.
the one that's all.
Okay, I think this one is
wild
Szechuan. This one is this. Oh no, this one's Szechuan. What's this one?
Mild
think
fried
what this-
popcorn. Mild fried.
This has nutritional yeast in it, but it's also, it's Szechuan.
This is a Szechuan with.
Hair pepper, which will make your mouth tingle a bit. So
Makes it kind of juicy.
Thank you for being part of Milwaukee Kitchen and for supporting Woodland Pattern. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you.
I have a kitchen-related gift for you.
And can I just say, once you've acquired your popcorn, there is dinner outside in the lobby.
Well,
And then please come back
where are you gonna put that?
with your dinner for the Buttars, Ollman, Smith trio. We'll have some music back in here imminently.
Yeah, we can
So
do it. We can
thank
do it
you.
on the episode. We got to bring a person by.
We're getting a Milwaukee Kitchen gift.
A Milwaukee Kitchen. Oh, is this working? All right, sorry. It's
Thank you so much to the Buttars, Ollman, Smith trio.
Yes. I'm not sure how many of you knew what we were doing, but it was improvised from beginning to end. We never said, let's play in this key, or let's play in this time signature, or that's what we do. And I mean, that's the only way I can play. Jane Buttars. Eli Smith. And I'm Rick Ollman. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you all so much. Thank you. We're going to commence the poetry shortly, so stick around. One more time for the Buttars, Ollman, Smith trio.
guess I don't need these because I'm not reading anything yet. All right, everybody, how are you all doing this evening? Oh, no, you can do better than that. You can do better than that. How's everybody doing this evening? Oh, you came alive. Thank you all for being here this evening with us. I'm Nikisha Roberts-Washington. Thank you. I am the founder of Genre Urban Arts, and I'm also a board member for Woodland Pattern. Woodland Pattern, I tell this story every year, but I'll make it brief this year. But Woodland Pattern was one of the two spaces when I started working in Milwaukee that really supported me and helped to make sure that the publications that we have as Genre Urban Arts were able to thrive and to continue. So I'm forever grateful and indebted to Woodland Pattern, which is part of my home, part of my Milwaukee family. So we have a, thank you. Thank you. We have a really wonderful lineup tonight. Our first poet will be Sue Blaustein. Thank you. Come on, clap all until she gets all the way up here. Thank you.
Enough. You are enough. Nah, can't be. Enough for what? What waits for me? Enough plates for the picnic? Gas for the road? Metaphors for what we feel? Enough strength to carry the load? You are enough. I doubt it. I'm sure that I am not. Makes no difference anyway, because I'm all I've got. Willow. We took Max and Dre to Washington Park and walked around the lagoon, or tried. Dre had his days. We came to call them Dre days. Why wouldn't he walk? Those days he'd roll on his back, showing his blotchy scrotum. Then he'd roll over, regain his dignity, and wouldn't budge. One Dre day in April, a birder told us 2 egrets were nesting on the island. I wanted to see them up close. The breeze shifted while we tugged at Dre, and the sky began to darken for a slowly approaching storm. I looked across at the island and saw white shapes, high in trees, more sharply defined as more clouds arrived. 3 shapes, not 2. 2 egrets and 1 plastic bag. A woman, dark-skinned, in shorts and an orange tank top, was fishing, settled on a portable stool. She was by herself, smoking a cigarette, a little wild-haired, a little toothy. We asked her what, if anything, was biting. Everything that hits is too small to keep. I come here every day. My son is dying of cancer, and I can't face it. Oh, we're not done. We pass stands of cattails with muck at the base, sometimes trash on the muck, and sometimes frogs, or both. Of course we like frogs better than trash. A sultry evening in August. There was an intense blue opening in the western sky, with clouds moving everywhere else. We'd made it to the landing by the band shell. Sometimes there was a breath of drier air. Steps later, I'd sweat. Then that breath again, speaking, seasons, seasons. We passed the spot near the huge willow where Dre stepped on a bee 2 years ago. The willows here, tall and thick, prostrate and split. It's all the same to them. Branches and leaves everywhere. High, humid summer. We don't hear bullfrogs as often as we should. The air in the house is stale. The way home is littered with bumpers and shards of headlights. We could be next. Sweat. Then a tiny breeze. Then the plea from a lush old standard plays in my head. Willow, weep for me. Yeah, life with dogs, max in 2025. I know it's oversimplifying to multiply your dog's years by 7. Compared to me, how old is he? I met Max in 2011. The furnace runs long and loud tonight, drowning out his snores. Cozy, but I can't hear him till the blower cycles off. However you calculate, Max is old. When his snores gurgle or his breath catches, I worry it's his last, so I disturb him. Why'd I do that? Now he's up. He gets up and wants things. He wants more things. We can't go back to sleep. The thing is, I can say anything I want to Max. You're the best dog in the United States, best in the universe, the galaxy, the Milky Way. Then, you're disgusting. You're the worst dog ever. I can say anything to him. I'm so free and in love. So I give him chopped ground dinner, biscuits, and fresh water. Then the ground dinner lubes him. He trots, and his feces hit the kitchen floor. 1, 2, 3. No need to panic. I go to the stack of mail for his 35x7 card from vendors of Medicare Advantage plans. Humana, Anthem, United Health. I tear one and use the halves to cleanly scoop his turds and take them to the toilet. Improvising on a winter's night. We're the worst. We're disgusting. Nah, we're the best.
Thank you. Thank you, Sue. Thank you. All right, next up we have Tiffany Miller, a brilliant poet and owner of Fruition Cafe. Come on up. Hi, I didn't see you out there. I think I'm good, because I might be a little more voluminous. So I play with the band called Case, and they do improvisational soundscapes. And when I perform with them, it's very free, and a lot of times I don't have, like, I'm able to do improvisational poetry. And this is one of those that I re-listened to and wrote down, because I'm curious about what I say in those moments, and if it's poetry, or like, I'm just curious. It's a wonder of mine, and I get to keep it undefined. So this is set 1, track 7. Wondering what heaven looked like, what it feel like, are we in human form? They say they found non-human matter like alien, and I wonder, it makes me wonder what heaven looked like. Are we just colorful orbs of rainbows that appear in the sky sometimes? Are we as bright as the sun? I would like to be a purple sun that sometimes changes to a yellow sun and maybe even a blue sun or a million stars in the galaxy. I want to see heaven. I want to see those that came before me, the ancestors I know and don't know. I want to meet them. It's going to be 4,000 something plus I know or beyond what I can envision, and I want to see my honey mama and grandnana. I want to see that smile, that one smile when I told my mama that she was still thick. She just smiled across from me on the living room couch, looking beautiful, doing her best to be well, to be well, to be well. I remember that smile, combing her hair, twisting her hair. I know she is up there twisting grandnana's hair and doing a pin curl roller set with that one setting lotion that's blue with the white top. You know what I'm talking about. I wonder what heaven looked like. I want to have heaven here on earth, be immersed in joy, be immersed in love, be immersed in joy. I want to create heaven here on earth, and that be hard. That be hard sometimes. I feel like I have to protect it more than be immersed in it, because it be sirens, it be
gunshots, and it be lost, and it be sirens, and it be more gunshots, and it be lost, and sometimes it look like cancer, it look like cancer, it look like cancer, and I wonder what healing look like. Like, I be mad at God. I be wondering if there is one, because mama went home too soon, and I wanted more time. I wanted to go to Paris with her. I wanted to go to the islands, the Dominican Republic, the everywhere. I wanted to go. I wanted more time. I wanted more time. I want more time, and I know I see the signs. I see the symbols, I feel the synchronicities, but I want more joy here with her and now. I need my heaven now. I need my heaven now. I need my heaven now here on earth. So I be asking her to protect all the things in my life that equal joy, like my son, like my father, my brother, my sister, like my dog. I got a dog, y'all. Like, she would never, but he's her favorite color, black. Black like black licorice, black her favorite, like black jelly beans, and black like her coffee, black like her skin color, black like me, black. My heaven would be black, caffeinated black, hyphenated black, black just black joy and beautiful, a safe and protected space, free from anything that compromises our joy, free from anything that compromises our peace, free from anything that tries to limit our infinite abilities. Black, I want my heaven now. I want that peace now. I want that. And I don't want to have to worry when my son exits the house. He's 24, and I be asking, where you going? Where you going? Where you going? Are you safe? Where you going? Where you going? Where? Who you going to be with? Where you going? Where you going, son? Heaven. I want my heaven now. I want to see my honey mama's face one more time, a million times. I want to hear grandnana's giggle, that laugh. I hear it through mine. I hear it through mine. I want my heaven now. I want my heaven now. Thank you.
That's all I can say. Like, let me, hold on. It's beautiful, but it also is really touching. Thank you for sharing. All right. Everybody, a breath. Beautiful. All right, so the next poet we have up, if you catch him and I out in the hallway, he'll tell you I was his student teacher back at Riverside. And I'm going to take a minute just to say this student, this poet, he's not a student anymore. He might be a student of the world now. But I noticed that he kept a fat black notebook under his desk. You know how you have those desks and there's a rack underneath it? And I was nosy. I am perpetually nosy. And so I'm like, what's in the notebook? Like, what are you doing? The whole thing was full of poetry. And I said, I had just learned that Dasha and Paul Moga had a group upstairs in Mr. Moga's room, and I mentioned to him and to, I'm forgetting the other kid's name right now, but go to the poetry group. And so he was already a poet when I met him, but I just kind of directed him in a way, so I'm gonna take a little responsibility, and then I went on my way. But anyways, it's not about me. Please welcome Kavan Cortez Jones to the stage. Woo!
What's up? Woodland Pattern Poetry Marathon. Make some noise. I'm gonna turn on my Mr. Jones voice. The kids at Brown Street School call me Mr. Jones. Give it up for yourselves. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So, yeah, I feel like a proud student that's just all grown up 17 years later from 2009. And this is for Nikisha, and this is for all of you. When I say you in this poem, I'm talking about all of you, encapsulating all together to say thank you. This piece is titled A Love Letter to Milwaukee. I love you, Milwaukee. I love your coffee shops and art galleries, Fuel Cafe, where I experienced my coming of age among hipsters and punks. People watched, inhaled the rich redolence of coffee, Var Gallery, while I sipped Stella's hard cider, composed naked poses in a Fabrano sketchbook, Christina behind the bar, dishing out bottles. I love your narrow corridors, Brady Street, nestled in Rochambeau, college kids with open textbooks and laptops, Arabic men at the tea tables watching soccer matches from an overhead flat screen, long hair bohemians in tie-dye. I enjoyed to sit upstairs by a window, listening to the philosophical conversations and laughter at the bar below. I love your springtime cardinals, Canadian geese, partridges, a city one can experience winter, spring, summer, and fall in 1 week. Fluorescent leaves fall as an Indian summer beat sweat. Next day, your scurrilous winds reminds us, yeah, we are still in Wisconsin. We sniffle, sneeze in October's frigid air. It gives us an excuse to break out more fashionable apparel. Neck scarves, winter caps, blazers. You are so unpredictable, Milwaukee. What a beautiful city. A visitor would say headed downtown over the Hone Bridge. I can't wait to enjoy and embrace all you have to offer. A city built over a swamp. City Hall is sinking to its primitive layers. Our own Leaning Tower of Pisa, Mayor Baird called it. If one steps outside Discovery World that night, the downtown is lit by the U.S. Bank Index and all of its fingers studded with orbs of marmalade lights. The Northwest Mutual Building is a new city spectacle. Countless orange barricades as the streetcar makes a combat. The sleeping Calatrava rests its wings. You are a pleasant land, Milwaukee, Algonquin, Milwaukee, a city with the bloodshed past. Scars were cut in your back. Fox, Sox, Menominee, Potawatomi, Ojibwe tribes once flourished the land before European contact. Latinos make the South Side home after the Polish took a white flight. Blacks came for a new life out of the South's racial stigma. My mother came from Whiteville, Tennessee, a runaway teenager. I ran away from her mental abuse with a backpack full of comp books and dreams. I didn't want her to redline my aspirations. Germans came, fell in love with Lake Michigan, built Pat's, Slits, Blatz, Miller breweries. They call you the city that made beer famous. No wonder why we are so drunk. You are drunk as mud, segregated, north side, black, south side, brown. Community members facilitate bike rides, open mics, meetings to bridge the gap. Red, bike, and green, Stitch, Milwaukee, Zip, MKE. I still see you through rose-colored lenses. Ignorance of the deadly overnight shootings the news speaks of on streets I was raised. Martin Luther King Jr. Drive, Bronzeville's revitalization pinches the shoulder of my infant past. Peach Fruit Market is open, Value Village is gone. Hey, but did you hear they are rebuilding the Black Holocaust Museum? My mother worked there in the late 90s, the only maintenance worker. Founder James Cameron lived on the same block as us, 5th and North Ave. My mother cried at the television screen when he died in 2006. Dr. King K-8, an African-American immersion school on 3rd and Ring, best and worst days of my teenage life, full of aspirational angst, age 13. Then I met Kwabena and Muhib, who inspired me to write poetry. Best thing to ever happen to me. I shedded blood in a composition notebook. I have not stopped writing since. I will always love you, MKE. Even after drug dealers set ablaze the house next door on 24th and Burleigh, I never seen flames fang upward so close. Even after you shot up our home, 8 bullets through the front window, we caught pieces of white plaster from the ceiling. Even after you gave me chicken pox, a sophomore, a week before exams, my mom and I went to Carter Drugs. Mr. Carter gave us calamine. I escaped 53206 that summer on junkyard bikes my stepdad brought over. I didn't want to be among the gunshots and derelict houses. I didn't want to stay stuck behind the systemic red lines. I biked to the east side in the 3rd Ward. I didn't know so many white people lived here. I kept biking and biking. Even after high school, I wrote down my history in coffee houses and parks. Fuel Cafe, Humble Collectivo, Lonesome, and Riverside Park. Why did you make me feel lonely, Milwaukee? You are a Paramour's paradise. Who wouldn't want to hold hands, kiss barefoot on the Bradford Beach sand? Who wouldn't want to spend summer within you? Every day is a party. Fish fry in the flick, Washington Park bench shells, underwear bike ride, jazz in the park, Kaddish Park, skylight music, chill on the hill. I adore you in summer, though the lake sewage stench still catches my nose off guard, no matter how many times I bike across it. Downtown food trucks make up for it. If I was still a meat eater, I would snag a bratwurst with a ketchup squeeze and sauerkraut in seconds. You are a city full of smells. You are a coffee shop haven. Walker's Point, Anodyne, Valentine, Coffee, Fuel Cafe, Rochambeau, Prospect Collectivo are a writer's heaven. A city in a tug of war with the past and present. New Bucks Arena, but a streetcar slithers through downtown. Most segregated U.S. city dares to climb over the Houghton Street Berlin Wall. Community members facilitate bike rides, open mics, meetings to bridge the gap. Not only the most segregated, but the drunkest. Makes sense. We need a drink at the Fed. The biased baloney racist serves us. Your unpredictable weather plays with my emotions. I don't care though, because in June you are so fine. Worst city for black folks? Well, what city isn't? Don Troy Hamilton and the Sherman Park Blaze are reasons we should be here in the social justice fight. I cannot wait to leave, come back after a European tour, feeling like a tourist. I will sit next to my aluminum pony upon the reservoir hilltop, gaze at the downtown view, and remember where I was and who I used to be. I love you, Milwaukee.
What a poet. All right, thank you. All right, next up we have Dana Alexander Coletta, who I love her work. Come on up, Dana, where I got my, is she in here? Oh, you're there. I'm blind. You see I have my reading glasses on, like, where's Dana? I can't see your faces when they're on. Dana, come on up, please. Give her a hand.
Hello, hello. Thank you, Nikisha, and for always elevating poetic and artistic voices. Thank you, Woodland Pattern, and heartfelt solidarity for Minneapolis. I'd planned to read a poem for my husband tonight, written for him because he needs a little positive poetry in his life right now, but Minneapolis, so here we are. So this was actually written a while back and revisited last night around 10:30. The original is a response to a prompt by Curtis L. Chrysler. If you don't know him, he's the Indiana Poet Laureate and just prolific. Specifically, this is a response to his 50-something years of letters, redacted laters, My Paradoxical Absolution of Emmett Till. So check out his epistolary poems, and sorry, I got to read this because it's been a minute. In a lily-white room, for all intents and purposes, across a threshold dream into the tip-top of an historic relic, a calm recitation by a black man pens poignant iteration, egression by naming, verbal expression, a reading, a liturgical teachable moment in a vital lesson that generations missed. Till. Still tilling seeds of pain, pinpricking tiny stabs at systemic trauma without lecture or direct speaking, only by reading, a recounting, a master class in classic poetic prose, black typeface juxtaposed, funneled tornadic on white page, counting on a page to invoke reaction in its reader, to be the change penned forward in those who read it, shift systems in those who need to hear it, fear of cyclical systems if we opt out and don't heed it. Curtis' words wrench unexpected, dear one who shall not read this letters from suppressed pens unsuspecting, tornado typeface subliminal cut space for surgeon-like poetic insertion of self-inflicted scalpels of self-realization, maybe still a biopsy, a cancerous cell excised, a marginally malignant piece of memory lump still oozing, unhealed, under generations long hardened scab, or superficial keloid kernel of traumatic truth. Still quaking, till ready to prompt catharsis in the unready, to remain unread to those who stained our souls, silenced our voices. a sweet, softly read epistolary to your own and at once to my trauma, to one of many whose elegy I thought I'd long ago written, smitten with wokeness at your reading and mine still unspoken, snaps to the other unwitting poets to snap unwanted attention from my tears welling. I'm not sure I'm ready to own it. Black magic prompt, weighted word dumps, bitter words, sad words, angry ones, psychological speed bumps yielding reluctant reportage, written disassociations of first-person witness testimony, first rough drafts of newly found, painfully old scripts and manuscripts, emotional alimony to divorced dreams, widowed wishes, taken by quiet storm in the eye of a silenced tsunami. Posthumous poetry, till we no longer pen, dear ones who shall not read this letter, letters to our dead, letters forever unread, future prose unauthored, agitated prompts unanswered, still expecting ghost-written responses. Till Black Lives Matter, till we say her name, hasta que digamos sus nombres, till ice thaws. Dear Emmett Till, dear Eric Garner, dear Trayvon Martin, dear Michael Brown, dear Brianna, dear Tanisha, dear Ahmad, dear George, dear Marcia, dear Sylvia, querida Linda, querido Geraldo, Azizi Hassan Ali, dear Renee, dear Alex, dear, still.
Thank you. The first time I heard Dana read a poem, I was also crying after it too. The very first time and every time. Thank you so much. Oh, it says I'm supposed to be reading now. Okay. I wanted to write something about like what is going on right now, but I just don't even have the words to fully communicate all of the things that I want to say. And so I didn't write anything. And so I looked through all of the books and magazines where I'm in, and I said, I know I have something. And it's still, I'm just like, nothing is gonna fully capture what I want to say. And so I said, I'm just gonna read about my grandmother. And thank you. My grandmother helped to raise me, and she was an artist. We, my generation, now have the privilege, Skylar, to be called artists now. But my grandmother was such a brilliant creative. And so when I create, when I speak, when I do anything, when I wake up, when I'm doing anything good, sometimes when I'm doing something I have no business doing, she was a little saucy too. But I do it in the name of my grandmother who raised me. So I'm gonna read about her instead. This piece is called For Mothers, for my grandmother, Lietta Hansbro-Bird. I sat at the crease behind her knee. My head rested on her hip, encompassed in the square of her leg and the couch. Like this, for hours we sat. She built many worlds with her hands, silver crochet needle wrapped around blue yarn, looped, wrapped after loop, her humming in short, sporadic spurts. That her ears never heard. My grandmother was deaf. I asked her about the hearing aid she wore, that she had in the drawer, and she told me, I don't want to hear that shit. She said they were too much noise. The noise was too loud. I wondered if she wanted to hear my voice. And I know now that hearts speak, and I know now that hearts speak so deeply and intuitively that words are irrelevant and incomplete. A seamstress, a creative, it is no wonder I am who I am. And then, so I have this list. Thank you. I'll just read a little short piece. If trauma insists on duplicating and embedding itself, surely too must bliss. Continue on like branches embedded off a tree, breaking in spurts, leaves bushing in a zephyr sway, connect flows like tributaries, perpetual windings ebb and flow. Excuse me. Let me laugh their laugh until I am breathless, lying on the floor, less than ladylike, cheeks full of and sore from hysteria. All right. Thank you. All right. So next up, this is why I do need the glasses because I can't see the paper. All right. So next up, we have A Cinema, a film entitled XENO-EUPHORIA. Okay. You need me to move this? I got it. Okay.
And sorry, I'm quickly going to say it's going to be 2 cinema films, and then a video reading from Seth Copeland, and then back to some live readings. And thank you, Nikisha.
Я страна. Природный регион. Территория с собственными особенностями. Я утратила суверенитет несколько времени назад, когда переоделась в зависимую территорию. Истеричную, управляемую другим государством, где я ушла от своих принципов, привилегий. По пути я потеряла часть своих полномочий. Отважная, я отпустила поводья и села рядом с своими умершими и цветами. Запланирование устаревания было мягким в течение многих лет. Является ли память одновременно и возвращаемым? Возможно, это встреча с собой, примирение с потерем, касается причины прикоснуться, не разрушив. Когда тебя разрушают постепенно, путь окорачивается, а ослабляется. Становится акварелью, горьким прикусом, из которой нет возврата. Иногда это путешествие жестоко в своих доводах. В другие моменты это прогулка в постельных тонах. Для одних ты воспоминания, для других забвение. Сон показывает тебе, что нельзя сплести людей. Ты видишь только негативное, которое нельзя проявить. Ты становишься адекватным наблюдателем, дышишь летаргией. След становится размытым. Ты всего лишь особе, сновидческое издание, панорамный бред существования, которое превращается в ограниченный запас. Теперь ты соучастник фантастического психоза в процессе. Ведь когда ты один, битва уже проиграна. Открыть то, что не адаптируется, то, что тащишь за собой, что несешь и молчишь, что высчитываешь и складываешь, то, чем ты не была и не станешь. Может, туман скрывается в терпении, познании, а не в завершении. Я хочу ухватиться за импульс, но кровь холодная. Моя кожа стала червяком. Память и ее туман — это ретроактивное вмешательство, где рождается то, что не удается закодировать. Теперь ты неисполненное обещание, цвет, который видят немногие, но каждый изображает, что видит. Заблудиться, позволить себе остановить время — это многовиние. 8-я нота — точка побега. Извращение идеи возвращается. Это пожелание каторга для этой зависимой земли. Ты уже не можешь опираться на иллюзии. Без памяти нет рая. Ну, а конец — лишь начало. Потому что забывать — знать умирать.
You have been summoned to the interdimensional battleground of ecstasy. Tonight we experience the dance floor as we prepare to enter a state of XENO-EUPHORIA.
Solid round one.
These sacred moments, seconds stretch into eternities, and eternities compress into beats per minute. Breathe, your flesh remembers its potential for strangeness. Feel the vibrations of 1,000 alien worlds pulsing through your veins.
Solid round one.
Alien bodies emerge in this room. Unfamiliar organs and unexpected limbs fill with sensation.
Leap in the slave.
Prepare yourself for a rhythmic onslaught. Bodies call out to each other, each movement anticipating the other's new joyous and unexpected minutes.
Enter XENO-EUPHORIA.
Body can only attempt to comprehend that. The ray is a dance of rapture. Surrender into this gorgeous mutation, sweat and glitter. Tonight, we gyrate into a new orbital field.
E. coli beach scare, 24,275 gallons of storm water, from water intakes to shipwrecks, gobbled up phytoplankton, water weed rings, 11 million pounds of plastic, crocs half buried, a mix of cobblestones, diving to collect samples, no commercial photography. Droughty conditions, then the open ocean, a wave sensor, water quality sensors. If Chinook salmon, eyes on a freighter, underwater videography. As snorkelers down, resource protection and ship splitting, shore pounding, algal mats, waterfowl. When swells happen, In the main basin of Lake Michigan, North Point Lighthouse Museum, mussel density, of SS Appomattox, dunes at the north, shadow areas, owned by Captain Pabst, snowy owls, Bradford Beach safe, and lake beds, if a wave crest is midship, low quagga. Keeps sending them underwater. A fully improved bathhouse, gull. Correlations to shell length. The beach extensively. Ponar grabs. Transects of sand cores. Salmon jaw. From an old wooden dock, as one of the North Shores, zebra mussels. Zebra mussel. Mussel.
And as I walk the mic back over, I also just want to say a huge thank you to a cinema. Sorry to interject, but Janelle Vanderkellen and Taka Suzuki, who's been with us all weekend, curatorial duo, who have been organizing film screenings at Woodland Pattern for a decade. Woo. Including a little film fest, like 6 screenings over the course of a weekend in May, the 15th, 16th, 17th. Mark your calendars, look out for more info, and that'll be at Woodland Pattern. So anyway, thanks, Janelle and Taka. Yay. And
All right, thank you so much. All right, next up we have Amalia Tenuta. Please, am I pronouncing it correctly? Okay, let's give a round of applause all the way up, please.
Hi all, thank you for coming out. I will be reading a few pieces, and yeah, so happy to be here. Thank you, everybody. Re-existings. Sweat equity. Demand escalators really do run backwards. I find it frustrating when I can't find information to trust the health of my kids being the primary driver of decisions. And I like that, and I feel that we are self-sufficient addiction to ancestry. These experiences in childhood inspired efforts to take children into what I call nature. Surely now, gray infidelity in Extinction's noon arms might agree, I don't see you out there walking children in nature. More than a mere lie, the family too. Our friends who have worked in grocery stores have taught us how to use the wrong bulk bin codes at the self-checkout because we feel we can't afford to buy the items we want on our budget, even with food stamps. And all doing our best, to steal more daily life, to keep our community safe. And sorry to add useless chatter, I just wanted to express gratitude. Oh, I have so much time in the whole world. The steady job haver saves receipts for soup. Awake in a green tractor beam. Discs of pudding ribbed like magma there between clothes and sweat and skin is ground. Love that permanent adoption day, swerving between cones of mint and strawberry ice cream stacked to the 11th floor. Crowns of shadow soaked faceless across the head of a bean, flat and balding like carbon spokes. No parents, no school, no kids, just ice cream. Okay, This one is called Dawn Bridge. Okay. I want to destroy everything. There's the answer to what you don't understand. My rage, my impetus, my how do you say that fucking word when you think the worst of yourself. It's not impotence, it's rage. It's crazy how when things start to go really fast, they act differently, like materially speaking. What hurts is how we imagine ourselves as an arm to an invisible body that does not yet exist. And in not yet existing sprouts barricades in all direction, concerns about communities a part of or not. Someone will say the rebellion has surpassed the need for organizers, or have you asked community members if this is what they want, or we will be removing any concern trolling, or I was just blocked, or if anybody you know is organizing, or this crew, or call them in immediately, or I have no more capacity, or mail passing, or I have a car. We are afraid when we see those we want to protect we do not truly know or cannot. And those who do know them do not want to be protected by you. It is a grounded and careful coalition that stands still and shovels snow. It is marshaled well across the country. Others post how victims wrote poetry and to stop murdering poets, but everyone else too. Too peaceful from some vision of an intifada is how 10,000 people are described. At the United Confederation of Labor, an emergency council is called Cavalier. For 60 days, I have watched windows smashed and fathers on their way to work dragged through them. I have woken up to calls of cars left on the intersection of Lyndale and Franklin with the keys snapped off in the ignition. I have walked on glass broken before Urban Tales, Lark and Honey, the Dragons Pinball Workers Cooperative. I have painted the walls of a punk house now being safe under investigation because friends and friends of friends have died. Do you even know how you get the toothpaste back in the tube? Outside the encampment is now a temp office and also a T-Mobile store. I have learned so much about the verisimilitude of violence, its speed, how it is like the gases, much thicker than air you can fill an aquarium full of and float aluminum boats on. Frankly, I see no reason why, if they can shoot us and steal us and cut the lights off and bomb cities, we cannot also return to this kingdom of violence's non-identity in search of focused and observable fealty, or also a violence that enjoys itself. Americans tell me that I should strive for this blessed state of self-contentment as one if I intend to survive, though going to meetings is not part of my ethnic identity, though it is true how our enemy now is awash in a sticky and crummy fantasy of dropping in. We cannot even engage them on bikes or drive up and empty out our tanks into that which is thrown by the eyes of another. You could instead say that we are having a series of operations in our lives. Bovino, you rotted dog, I will drown you with my blood. I will bleed on your face until you break. I will bite off your jawbone and throw it across the plains like a boomerang. I will cut off the heads of all of your dogs also. Bring those you have trampled in your haste up into the face of anger. They will lead us. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, up next we have Scott Lowry.
Thank you. This starts with a quote from our inimitable Congresswoman, Gwen Moore, at a rally last spring. It's called Political Speech. Democracy in America, she said, has always been aspirational. The bronze bell of its summons rung by noble oligarchs with blood on their soft white hands, which is not to say that democracy in America isn't inspirational, isn't a flickering beacon above some battered shore, awash in bodies. In fact, it's always both. The opened arms, the double-locked gate. which leaves us here together, always separate, never equal, mouthing the words for breakfast, spitting them out before lunch. All of us trying to love what never loved us back like it said it would. Those bell tower words shimmering, reverting to mere air from which they were made, proving again, democracy in America has always been, will always be, just this, respirational. Watch your breath, the yogi says. Feel it buzzing with multitudinous life each time you welcome it in and let it go. I want to shout out to all the yoga teachers that I've run into, and some of us, a bunch of us in here, some yoga teachers in the bunch here maybe, I don't know. But thanks for reminding us to keep breathing, because that's what we got to do. This is a Milwaukee persona poem here. Woman on a Bus. When I was a young girl, too young to speak up, but old enough to remember, my mother vanished on a long trip, or so I was told. The truth, who knows? I lived with an aunt who kept me fed when she was on her meds. Mostly, I learned to be ghost-like in my habits, hiding inside too big clothes or a noisy classroom. Even in the haven of my own mind, I could not see myself, or only vaguely, cloud of steam across old snow. When you sit down beside me on this bus, smile my way, comment on the rain, I see reflected in your glasses stray bits of me. Surprising, blue scarf, gray hair, eyes flaring, alive. Well, Minneapolis is my hometown, and it's been quite a few weeks here. So this is a new one, pretty plain and simple. If any of my Minneapolis friends might be, tuning in on Comcast, keep breathing. Authoritarianism. No point in appealing to the heart or soul it doesn't have. So save your breath. It feeds on namelessness, but name it with too many syllables and it wins again. The goon squad's tracks wiped clean by grocery lists, snow, football scores. Just 4 words on my sign. Breathe easier, join us. Ha! Not really, jokes the nervous young marshal in his or her neon vest at the busy crosswalk. Too cold to breathe easy here today. It's what we do at these things. Wry smiles, weather complaints, bits of chatter to pass around like balm for our deeper shivering. Most of us have paid our protest dues before, are dressed for bitter wind, giving motorists our cheerful best reflected back by honks and hand waves, leaning our way behind unshattered windshields. Faces like or unlike ours, bright momentary smiles, running to Target for toothpaste or beer, some Happy Meals on the way home, trying not to see those prices rising like floodwater halfway up the basement steps. Give us a good old disaster any day of the week. We all know how to pitch right in, wade through the mud and wreckage in our rubber boots. Same kind of summons is why we're here, boots, signs, and all. So, Thanks for the wave, but next week, join us, please. All of us breathing easier, warm bodies out in the cold to say it plain and clear. Name it wrong. Name it not while I can breathe. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Next up, we have a poet.
Hi, thank you, Woodland Pattern. Thank you, Milwaukee Poets. I'm 3 days out of Oregon and touched and changed by your company and your countless modes of expression. A stone to take with you and carry on your way. Before this year gets going, another rousing song, droning harmonicas, broken bass drums. Young people think their music is transcendent. Let's play until we're not. Repugnant leaves chasing after a garbage truck, no train horn. We're friends, but we don't use SMS except when it's absolutely necessary. Some simulacrum of shredding over EDM. The kid turns out to be 3 different people. The sun speaks to the cloud of some optimism, that comes off the wrong way, that is a cul-de-sac. It was put into office for saying too much, afraid their lungs will go the way of old Hollywood, blue big dada, the silver reduced to velvet cuttings that darken the room immodestly, flashed shadow, the mushroom wears a silver hat, asbestos stretches out in the body, or at least that's what they say on TV. Pretense to let the sheet tying you to the bed and calendar dates my place among the tender prods. My teeth pull away from your bottom lip, oranges, tomato, nasturtium. Labor veils mating, gift exchange, cookie station. Mom, don't fund peanuts thinner yet, the hilt is ruined. Policeless, they reach you. Hard Scrabble Creek. On every word turns yellow, the sun rusts. Chestnut, Kentucky. A little more fully, lips think they were first, let them. True story. We were lost inside your ear, inaudible, cloudless winter sky. But once discovered, we were too safe to fund the seasons, cloudless, inexhaustible winter solstice, abandon up, where truth become. Winter drought freezes, periwinkle stillness, aged sunlight withers in your hand. When the wind turns off, nobody knows where it has gone. Poetry couldn't be the only way out of this. Anselm, Lacanian, Shadow, Plowshares group. Performing above the constellations, cloud forms don't ask for an audience in the form of an eye. Exploring an echo blasts on Laura's phone as she surveys the event, which are neither forest fire nor lightning striking the tent, ancient static forces swallowing earth, and recorded other storms connected by memory. Yellow pine, 03 or 04, tongue of flame curls, or at Jeff and Grace's wedding when we used our tent as a parachute, almost. Speak, chasing some beautiful cattle rustler across a stellar arm you can't ford. Beatrice says, it's not fair. Cedar says, I'm bored. YOLO stinkhole. Adam can spot a Chinook's shadow from the highway a couple 100 feet above the river. Ferguson's green and silver snagged on a willow. Where an eddy swirled, I almost kissed the oar. Bones of an old tree, The raven or nobody, Grandpa's lead-filled can of beer as an anchor. Heart is big. Dad says it's been handed down the line. The anomaly of being in the present. It wasn't right what Bob said about Brodigan. From the bare spot to that is like the zone. There's a fish on your right. I don't think it's much size, though. Caught one there the other day, right where that little fish rolling. Congratulations to the kingfisher. Raven, like a goddamn pterodactyl. Your heart is higher than mine. From down here, it looks. Smoke fills the sky from the Eagle Creek fire a decade on, but my lungs feel moist and heavy, heart, fingers sticky with orange or worse. Though lately I found myself wishing I were a different person, no less than a more perfect complement to recent objects of inspiration and to my friends who share the real blood that is imagination. Tender black tea, more poems, and your hands' curatorial energy. If you imagine a world, then this is the world that we live in, with you on the construction paper, laid down looking on the shrugging red leaf oak in preparation for disappearances to come. Thank you.
All right, so that is the end of this hour, but there'll be more. There's more, so don't run away. I do want to just take an opportunity to thank Mike and Marla and all of the Woodland Pattern staff, and also to thank Jenny and Laura, our executive directors. Having or creating, making this whole thing happen is a huge undertaking, and I know they are tired. And I hope you guys have your days off organized or whatever you need. But anyways, thank you for being here with us during this hour. I love you guys.
Oh yeah, and can everybody who read here this hour come this way for a picture? Thank you.
Hello. Hi, everybody. Yeah, no one else is going to need it this high except for maybe KENOSHA. Thank you. Cool. How's everybody doing? Thanks for being here. Up next, we have a selection of readers that was curated by Melissa MURSCH-RODRIGUEZ, who edits and curates the publication Moody. And then, so for the next 5 readers, this is going to be a collection of people that were invited by Melissa. Moody started as a zine in 2020. It's made up of contributions from queer and BIPOC artists, including stories, comics, poetry, visual art, playlists, horoscopes, and much, much more. In the last year, Moody's focus has shifted to functioning more as a small press with an interest in supporting artists with design, consultation, financial support, and also support in publishing. So if you're interested in having something published, please feel free to reach out to Melissa. Some publications in the last year have included also cookbooks, poetry books, as well as other kinds of compilations. I wanted to make sure to thank this hour's sponsor, Metro I, and also just remind everybody that this marathon is a fundraiser. Woodland Pattern has supported and carried Moody since its origins, and along with countless other small press publications, independent publications, and other non-commercial print works. And so by supporting Woodland Pattern, you are also supporting such a broad network of people who are doing incredible work, which is not easy to do without support. So yeah, I think without further ado, we can kick this off, and I'll invite our first reader up to the stage. Please welcome Nick Noddy.
Perfect, thank you. Hello. I have 2 poems for you all today. The curled talon of a turkey vulture, its naked face red, like the red hands of maple leaves, veined and triangular, open palms. I think all creatures, all alive, bird to birch, are outstretched hands that reach, pull, accept and ask, exchange and embrace, and even rip and shatter. My hands have crawled, opened windows, crawled toward windows, opened and crawled out of windows, and even if it is a crawl, my hands are always reaching. I will always seek all that is opposite of conspiracy and crave the inhibition of an open window. For as much as I covet solitude, sitting in the cradle of my own lap, as often as I may prefer the company of insight, the older I get, the worse I am at not being obvious. Gaudy orange shoulder pads of the red-winged blackbird, bone-snapping creak of sudden freeze, and its dusty, cold residue on my windshield, obvious like grit and shrill voices. I fail utterly as I age to hide anything that misery begs me to diminish, to fear the threat that honest, untethered joy is meant only to be tolerated, grimaced in the perimeter of a closet, flipped open and shut as a secret, even a secret to myself. I long surrendered to the myth of silent passions, the lie that both ecstasy and pain are conditions only some can name aloud. And I found that all this left with me was a gray disembodiment. And I found that all it left with me was death. And I found that there is a seed inside me, an ember, a crumb of ancient fires, red like the vulture's face, the shivering trees, the blackbird's shoulders, as red as any red that has ever existed and will ever exist. I weighed the possibility of extinguishing the crumb entirely, and reached instead for the bellows, to breathe it even clearer, even when it confuses me, even when the flash of white, cold aloneness blinds me. The seed is proof enough of self-evidence, a flame worth tending in light of day, as obvious and undisguised, as eternal and as basic as wanting sunshine through my open window. Thank you. Thank you. I think we begin tender. Before the masonry of men and women and of getting older, each day a brick and exterior built, the walls of do's and do nots, nevers and oftens of binary. Before that, we are ultimate softness, soft in the marshland way, tawny grass stretching skyward and swaying. Kohler Andre State Park and the 2 cranes we spotted there, their steps in silent sync, like they had always been an entity shared, 2, a system, connective tissue. Soft in the lavender way, sunset, drifting to sleep, your face held in my 2 hands, the hills of your cheekbones, cosmos I can swipe my thumbs across, the expanse of all the selves we've been and will be when we find each other again as cranes. Thank you.
Up next, we have Katie Bedoya.
Hello. I got here from Chicago about an hour ago. I wrote a sestina about how much love I feel whenever I'm in this city, because I love this city. I feel like if anybody that knows sestinas, they might think it's a very lengthy sestina, but whoever aren't too familiar with it, they might think it's pretty cool. Okay, here it goes. My most vulnerable moment is crying in the shower after I sing. I brush the strands of hair from my scalp and extend them on the wall, drawing the memory of hugging a tree in Milwaukee. The branches holding me with all its different points like gems. I sigh in relief and hug myself. I feel love, I promise. I am at peace, finally drying everything and leaving last for my eyes. Milwaukee exhibits love to a beholder's beautiful eyes. Cannot see? Let the lake embrace you with its singing, accompanied by mermaids serenading an intricate promise on a karaoke machine loud enough for their voices to extend. From the last stop southbound on the number 15th bus to the return of the ringing ears adorned in gems. This display of affection must include hugging a tree. On a passenger seat in Milwaukee, I hear a toddler pronouncing the number 3 as tree. Una tía recibe besos de amor on her ears and eyes. Her nephew in her back seat speaking baby. He's a gem. When he says, I love you, Titi, he only utters Titi and ends with singing. Titi stops the car, and before her and my arms form red magnets. They extend. Love performs the best entrances, I promise. The letter I and the word me are used to spell promise. Preservations through public carvings on the tallest tree. This tree turns into a man whose hands will always extend to be the hero he lost with concrete hands and grounding eyes. My life is not only me or I, but collecting letters to sing, confessions for him, to spell his name, reflecting our love as grounding onyx gems. His window soles shape shift to onyx gems. My love, he says, you are my beautiful blue sky. Promise? 2,850 miles further than Milwaukee. Boo, I am blue. Listen to Sade sing about tragedy and love. Do these opposites share roots, hugging tree? My hair color of the soil compares to my soulful eyes. Distance only measuring how love is wider than Victoria Lake. Over the globe it extends. A tourist views Milwaukee made of cement, city's flower beds of naturalesque tints to be common. However, hand-holding in Milwaukee's parks are not called hidden gems. Excuse me. Best upcoming artists, hustling local businesses, an audience in favor say their eyes. 4 degrees colder than Chicago, the weather app promises. Passing to the grocery store, greetings from rows of maple trees. From strangers to friends and neighbors with last names Lambert, Sanchez, and Singh. The writers of the world have hard eyes on Milwaukee, and the people's art extends. Carry a portable karaoke mic to sing with friends named after rocks and gems. Milwaukee uncovers love. I promise. It starts with hugging a tree. Thank you.
Thanks, Katie. Up next, we have Caitlin Rooney.
It's all good. Thank you, Jordy. These lights make me feel so seen. It's like so impossibly bright, which is cool, I guess, sometimes. Not so much for my anxiety. All right. Okay. All right. Inside of your acidless briefcase was anyone. Anyone met my hand's heartline all at once. All at once there was a photo of me inside of your acidless briefcase. You believed in a photo of me and Argyle, the rain on a windshield, and someone's burned copy of Blood Bank. Born as a miracle without expectation, a miracle called it belief and sold it to anyone. Anyone waited for all at once, one more day, inside of your acidless briefcase. I fathom the house when the crickets are closing in, vacuum tracing the outline of a frog onto the rug, wiping the bathroom mirror to reveal Jim Morrison in drag, folding towels into an acrostic poem for the word peace. I persevere in the town that lives inside of me. My throat is a bridge, my eyes are a community college, my ears are a tabernacle, and I am 48,000 people all singing Touch Me in a cappella. September and deja vu before November, there are different lengths for long. I look up to the sky with one red eye and find that cardboard dissolves. Cat licks an urn that holds the ashes of a cat. A rice cooker knows how a hot tub feels. A blanket thinks fondly of grass, when quantum thanks entanglement on a bus, on the street, a knot unties and destroys a house. The sun wakes up again all year round. Paul Simon your way free, wear fingerless gloves, add a palm, reading on the beach. Drink lightning from a Coke bottle, hear the sound of a crease. Pulling tarot cards while waiting for the cops to leave on solstice. On the other side of a Taco Bell, Walt Disney's NFL draft, Anarchy A and stickers on the console. Flick the high beams on and drive through the snowbank, holding a camera out of the window, smoking a kinetic sand stick and going home. On the other side of the Ohio riverbank, Charlie Chaplin's drag race, plur and whiteout on fingernails, sipping pink lemonade from a bottle and worrying. Use a phone light to sift through the tall grass, licking a stamp with urgency, pressing it onto your neck, taking you with me, embellishing a peace sign ornament with Swarovski crystals on solstice. Some things start with the letter U and possess no degrees. Permeated by the history of things that met my mind, I want to die inside of a wind chime, such a heavenly way to die. Tumbling into the Whole Foods orchid display, 30 minutes past the hour that a shadow of a bag may as well be a bird. The next love I have will be a life. My life will carve my initials into a tree because I can't. Thanks. Kindly ask a mall employee to overnight mail me a Build-A-Bear that says, I love you like Johnny Cash. Desire is the heartbeat in an ear, not the infrared lines on fingertips. And there won't be an angel in the snow if we don't shuck more oysters. I'm drawing bad pictures of Plato's cave, reverting my eyes to a billboard that says, expect the best, lit up by a floodlight shining onto an 8-ball in the coat closet of an eclipse. Humor in the unfathomable is a feasible North Star. Monetize thinking at odd hours for a decent wage by narrating the night sky at the planetarium. Find happiness in that I've almost been the employee of the month every year of my conscious life. There's a well with wishes on the passenger seat of a 2019 Toyota Corolla hatchback, and as an intermittent driver of funny faith, I am obligated to say that I don't take this lightly. Driving a pre-COVID era vehicle that's making the voyage for today's wishes is like being Santa Claus if he wore jeans. I think Andy Kaufman got tired of being funny and so he died, or death got tired of Andy Kaufman and so it just became funny. If I were to narrate the night sky at the planetarium, I hope to emote the voice in my head when I talk to God, which is Joan Cusack's voice, and Joan Cusack is always telling me that I witnessed miracles today. I saw the lights turn on at the BP during Blue Hour and marker drawings on an Irish flag stapled to the ceiling, and while it's not the wilted bouquet in my jacket's inner pocket or a sign at Quick Trip that says sail without an S, or walking over a pewter fork in the road that makes me believe, it's that those things wouldn't matter as much if I couldn't tell someone about it. I allow the fog to determine my Rolodex because constellations clock in for a job that they don't even know that they have. That's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Caitlin. Up next, we have Gosha Ananchev.
Hey, thank you. Thank you, Jordy. All right, this one is called August 10. Searching, do crickets sing at day with no question mark and instinct? I'm crossing paths with the passenger train again, and I notice every time this is something that matters. Our cities live in multiple timelines, you see, and you can't cross the street because they used to believe that shade produced illness and vice, like the sun is a bleach rag, for heaven's sake, you see? If no one takes care of the roadkill, it just becomes part of the road. Is it home? The whole world is home. The mood-lifting soda with L-theanine and ashwagandha extract was on sale at the co-op, so things are looking pretty good today. The sun is setting a white hot just south of National Ave now. They painted lines on the street this time. That's it. This one's kind of a collage. It's titled Confusing the Thing Observed with the Mind of the Observer. Nepali army cleans 100 tons of trash from Mount Everest, bodies among them. High court sentences real estate tycoon to death. Hey Siri, what song is this? God damn it, okay. The cat appears stressed, hides under bed. YouTube, tallest building demolitions in the world. Cruise ship arrives to port with dead whale stuck to bow. Question, why did you make me like this? Worker dead at Wells Fargo desk for 4 days. Car making unsettling noise again. I can be blamed for a lot of things, but I can't be blamed for this. Russia attacks Ukraine's largest children's hospital. Israel follows suit in Gaza. Uncontacted tribe emerges from the Amazon. Vacation spots for the ultra-rich who are done with Mykonos or Tulum. We got what we wanted, but we lost what we never had. I'm sorry I didn't answer your text. That one's on me. Every time you attack your heart will attack you. Fine dining can't go on like this. Tens of thousands go on strike in Brazil. Justin Bieber apologizes to Bill Clinton for F-bomb. Just look at those places they test bombs or store waste. It's easy to separate the art from the artist. Okay, and thanks. And this one is titled September 29? Not with no question mark. Yellowed by the early autumn evening sun, an albino rock dove sits perched on the front stairs railing of Cactus Club, unbothered by passing humans. We take photos with our phones and post them online. The confused dove flutters down to the patio tables, terrorizes bar patrons with its disquiet in the golden hour sun. The The bird is too attached to domestic life to fly away into the wilderness of air. Its cage is what it's anxious for. Certain kinds of beetles and bees have learned to rip through the petals of a plant called closed bottle gentian, whose flowers are perpetually closed. They enter the purple darkness to pollinate it or to steal nectar, as the nectar-robbing bee does, leaving with only nectar while intentionally avoiding pollination. The new bartender at Mamie's didn't put enough bitters in my drink. I say, "It's perfect," and watch basketball with no sound in an empty bar. Before leaving, someone loaded up the jukebox with Metallica's Black Album, switching back and forth between Prince's Greatest Hits and Bad Bunny. The way home is uphill with the wind at my back. A lawn is covered in evenly distributed rotting orange halves. The citrus decay stench follows me uphill. Yesterday, we went to West Bend and joked about it being the next hotspot. At Harrington Beach, we stared out into the lake and wondered what the difference was between leaving home and coming back. Thanks, y'all.
Thank you, Gosha. Our next reader is Cindy Ho.
Wow, thanks for having me. Sorry, I'm a big boy. So I'm very lucky that Melissa had asked me to be in the first Moody, and in the spirit of Moody, I'm going to be reading a Google Drive poem about someone I have not spoken to in multiple years, that I have not read in a very long time. So I hope that if I laugh, you laugh harder than I do. Vignette number 1. This is about dinner, a weekday probably. I don't know if you'd be a morning or after work shower. I'm after. Or maybe I'll have a less dirty job. Anyways, we're not doing anything heroic. You keep me level-headed. We can't be going out to eat so often. At first, I'm sure I'd pout about it, but the kitchen fills out, becomes more familiar. We stack the mugs in the cupboards differently. It'd drive me crazy if you didn't beat me to finishing the dishes so often. We each have our own go-to meals. White boy curry? White boy curry versus Cindy shrimp curry. Shakshuka versus bacon, egg, and cheese muffin. Big pasta, spicy tteokbokki, that gives us the shits, but we meet in the middle. We dance around it. What would it be? There's a place where we know where all the Tupperwares and baking trays go. We have a junk drawer that neither of us have the focus to address. A melted spatula from a pancake left unattended for 3 kisses too long. There's a place where our fridge is stacked with my freezer hoard, and we hit the point where we invest in a beverage fridge. I make plans for a new end table so the toaster has somewhere to be, and you actually help me build it out. There's a place where the crumbs get swept into the gap between the wall and the cabinet, and we know it. Our shaved down baguette dust and stray grains of rice fall and make sedimentary layers. It's so gross. But not enough that we actually get down there to do something about it. Jesus. When I laugh, I can't see, so this is actually very difficult. There's a place on the small of my back where you place your hand as you squeeze past me to dig around in the pantry. There's a place where your neck meets your shoulder that my chin fits perfectly for me to watch you stir the pot, feel you slouch to give me a better view. A better feel for your heart beating in your ribs against my own chest. There's a place that's never perfect but always warm, and I want to be there so badly. Oh, God in heaven. Okay. I'm also going to read a few cutie sweetie ones from my last submission to Moody. The first time I ever listened to Mitski's I Bet on Losing Dogs was in the yogurt aisle of a Metro market. I too bet on losing dogs, but Mitski, do they bite you too? Mine have ripped up the couch cushions and torn up my laundry, and Mitski, there is no longer a sweet, precious memories type look in their eyes. Mitski, have I welcomed a beast into my home? How do I get it out? Please, I don't know how to lose this dog, and its teeth rip deeper every single time. I found one of your hairs in the sleeve of my hoodie. You haven't been here in a long time, too long to be turning up in my washing. I wish it were that easy. I wish I could just throw these things into some big vortex and it'd spit out what's mine back to me perfectly picked, filtered, tidied, eradicated of any trace of you. Emotional, spiritual, painful, unfair, but I don't think the Maytags at that laundromat on Humboldt and Capitol are quite there in technological advancement. So here you'll make residence. In my bed sheets, hoodies, old worn underwear, enough DNA to make it feel like a crime scene, like it was really all that bloody at all. Okay. This is my last one. It's a bitter pill to swallow, finding a raspberry bush in the winter, but I still know you. I can dream it. Your trajectory, I know you, don't I? The sun falling stop on full leaves, the yielding sweetness, falling drip from a soft pluck. You'd take your time, sugar syrup, browse aimlessly between pores. I know you now. We'd meet towards the crook of my elbow, a warm breath on salty skin, and you'd be... No, not quite. I was wrong. Was it too early in the season? A pH unbalanced, the soil content? A crude teenager half-poured energy drink on the soil, hot enough to burn in the sunlight. It's bitter. Something past a preemptive sourness. Was it you? Was it me? Making assumptions. Do we have to start over now, so late in the summer? Those bright red little pearls dropped dead and hot. There's flies buzzing. Maybe I wasn't meant to see you like this. Maybe it was the timing, maybe it was me, maybe it was you. At one point, some point now, maybe, one of us needs to walk away. My fingers get splinters feeling the way that your roots split. There has to be something we can do. You are planted so deeply here, and it's killing you. I can't bear the heartbreak of watching you face winter. There is a patch of raspberry bushes behind the parking lot of the East Branch Library where we used to go for walks to the city of Milwaukee. They tore them out. And although the fruit comes back in the spring, I have not found myself there. Perched on the cool curb, shadowed by the sun, eating sweet fruit. One of us had to walk away. Thank you.
Thanks, Cindy. I just want to give another thank you to the last 5 readers, Nick, Katie, Caitlin, Gosha, and Cindy, and a thank you to Melissa MURSCH-RODRIGUEZ for offering me the opportunity to introduce such an amazing collection of people. Yeah, we can clap for that. If you want to check out Moody the Zine and any of the publications from the past, current, and upcoming, please check out Moody's website or Instagram, but also you can go to Woodland Pattern and check it out for yourself in person, which I would highly recommend doing because you might find, I don't know, like an endless amount of other things that you're interested in purchasing or reading or whatever. We're going to move along with the hour. Our next reader is Juan May-Stokes. Juan is here. Cool, then just kidding. Our next reader is going to be Margot Armbruster.
Thanks, Mike. So accommodating. Hi, everyone. I'm Margot. Pleasure to be here with you all. These are pretty old poems. I haven't finished anything in a while, so apologies for that. But it's fun to revisit who I was when I wrote them. So this one is called Safety. I begin with remarks on the subject of excess. The wood smoke rising, reservable taxis, Greek salad in plastic that somebody gave me outside. I am at a location, for sure, seeking absorption, now getting extremely distracted and running around. I must protest it's my own private honor. What do you do with money except have money and dim down the lights in your house when it's cold in the satiny dark? I feared being obtrusive. I pressed against the window, hazy, collapsible, urchin-like. A sea urchin. I was fucking gelatinous, seeking the end of the song or some caffeine. And am I the diarist of Midwest upper-class deflation, or why do I act impersonal in every room, like my adolescent ghost, like the guy in Andrew's dream saying eternity has teeth? I am the last country selling whitefish that tastes clean. I am a person who requires fabulation. I'm so sick of being wounded. But we are those serious contenders, tweezing my mustache now, talking the sweet vagueness of bureaucracy. I am a little knife. I love the sunlight in my eyes, the painted bus skimming a strip of road. Are you that certain still? You had just dropped your rings when I found you. A blue tattoo along one arm, a line of blisters down the other. I sprained that wrist, my only real injury as a child, on some ice outside a deli in Ohio. I was a lonely kid, played the guitar, though not that winter. But come inside, it's getting late. My wife is steaming lemons. Under an alternate distributive system, we eat roses and bread, rose salad and rose dumplings. Think of equipping it like a zucchini flower. But I'm 21, which makes my wife unreal and you an amalgam. I have a book on tragic vision, which makes all seeing tragic. I have a jade paperweight, I have a dog, I have a probiotic, I don't own stock in cryptocurrency or anything. Darkness keeps shedding its integrity. In silence, in prodigality, in gold, in gold. Life is gentle, gentle nothing. Varnish, perfume, dynasties, amber, snow. My boots are oiled, lightning and streaks across the sand. I hope you can feel more. Okay, another similarly old poem. This one is called Road Onion. Everyone sniffs as a party of bankers, while alone I, parasitic on the world. Frying my leg with steel is like the future is hot and language streaks with rain across Manhattan through the fall. I was trying to say my dream where your beard grew and you called, but my ears ring bad like underwater. Salt, gimp, fish popped and lacquered for my trance. I string myself on beauty, to be clear. Egg white and gloss, please, skin in the street, clean, blue, political to who might come. Acquaintances from school, the men in Barcelona tape watch me. I see an onion, one, wish to be ants, scarf, a variable for power. I have to get you. I am on the phone, foam puppet at a farmer's market stand, expired, sanitizing grease in drag, I think, when walking on the earth. Churning, sore, rocking, empty orthodoxy, kiss the stomach, gerund, number of my times telled off, and still you see my mind? Now be, now before making records, slice, believe, and more is promised, oh dead friend, some moral valence, satin to the ears, sweet boy, my unexplaining crumb. Being sick, I try to worship everybody, labor, steam, pale conscience, gravy, soot, seeing that all I hope right now is to be here. Okay, one more. This one is called Company. Professor says, let's study failure. I do have all that I could want. Stepping on gravel barefoot, and you in the house on the phone, no clue who you are talking to. I tried to ask about your day. Dream with the stomach of tar swelling as I move to be closer. Friend playing a song, black gloves along the couch, flower and braided light, falling like radiation. And all our life is labor, and all I do will go, pulled in the glow of absence. My lips and hands have your quality, I'm told. When I talk, I'm getting lost. Getting it wrong as clocks too fast to meet the hour, getting through with the day, and now I think about sleeping, jogging, boiled rice, bathing, getting dry. Up on the ice or out in the wind with my face chapped, I am not sure of my thoughts about the film, wanting to seem sweet-scented and strong, or catch something at the fine edge of the world, clean pulses in a line away from me. What I cannot deny nearer and nearer still, so skeletal I do shoot straight, I have been pacing for this long. Clay goes downstream if you like, and I am out now, through, all over, everywhere. Thanks.
Thanks, Margot. Our next reader is Amanda Alfirovich.
All right, I figure we'd just jump around in a couple spots in my chapbook, and that's going to be a new something. Can we hear me a little bit better now? Yeah, it did. Thank you. Musing. It feels like a betrayal of self, in a way, to divide and conquer like this. It's the only way I know how to conquer the issue, however. Most of the time, I'm filled with a yearning for her, for Deity, so strong and so powerful I can barely comprehend it. Before her name was Deity, she was nameless. She was me, and I was her. But now we're much more concretely split. The divide has been both a fruitful and vengeful one. This anger, a sense of spite, which one of us is it coming from? Before it was all sad prose and self-flagellation, but now one of us is prone to fits of rage. How come she can write and I can't, I cry, while she echoes the same sentiment. I'm looking longingly at the world around me, longing to feel it, experiencing it only when she's standing there with me. She's carefully tracing her finger down the edge of a page in an open book, eyes filled with wonder, locked firmly on the ground. But even this isn't true. Her feet aren't landlocked, and I'm not untouchable. Look, she says, but it's after I'm already looking. I was standing in the cool night air of my apartment parking lot, head craned towards the stars when I realized she was with me. I attribute this wonder at the constellations to her, wrenching it from my own grasp. I'm the one looking. I think before, in Greece or whatever, people called people like Deity their muses. It was a muse who twirled past their head, laughing on the breeze, sparking their imagination and filling their pages with prose. Did the muses ever resent being so incorporeal, unable to hold a pen of their own? How must it feel to watch your ideas filter through the mind of another person? Who does this writing belong to? A lover's spat is inevitable. From Observation of Shame. The shame she feels reaching for Deity right now. Deity is present. Deity is the one typing this, supposedly, narratively. Deity is reaching for herself. She wants to say she isn't reaching back. Deity is the one reaching out, isn't she? She always is, reaching out through the shell to try and feel alive again. Quat pisses in the litter box in the background as Deity's toes flex and curl and her feet arch and contract, as she flexes her wrists and tries to keep her hands flexible instead of stiffening up with shame again. The word flex is in the last sentence twice. Why fix it if it's just the right word? If it's just the right word? Isn't this for her? Isn't this for her? Who the fuck is this for? And the end of Sophocles and Plato. She's with me right now. I don't know when she'll go again. It feels sad every time we're together now, like I know we're going to say goodbye again. Calm down. The living room of my first apartment. I wish you wrote about me more, he says. I'm shell-shocked. I listen, numb, nodding as if I agree, and she moans, curled on the floor. Everything I write is about you, but her words don't leave my mouth. Or do they? We can't recall. The choir bleachers, a florid imagination and scattered pages, an apartment in Illinois with X, a small NaNoWriMo group in Wisconsin. She's getting tired of this same old argument. So am I. No, I don't know the direction of the story anymore. I need to start over from scratch. I'm not in the same place. It has a new meaning. I'm saying, holding pages clutched over my heart. She feels frantic at the thought of rewriting something for the third time. Fourth if you count the time when we were 12. Fifth if you count the spiritual version I had in my head. No, I don't. You just read it. You liked what you read. We can work off of that, make edits we need to, figure it out. Push and pull and pull and push. She gets tired of this. I get tired of this. And, can you just drop this charade already? She demands, yanking me out of the past and back into my body, back into my apartment kitchen table. I miss her. She's sitting right next to me. The chair she would be sitting in is filled with my slightly open backpack, a spiral notebook, a pen, a manual for cleaning women, my cardigan thrown over the chair, the difference between the and my. Where did we go wrong? I ask her, and she knows I mean I. You stopped listening to me. I never stopped listening to you. You think too much. I don't know how to stop. Yes, you do. Will you leave again? Will you? And the end of lines stolen from Ben in an order he did not put them in. I have played myself as properly as I might. Through observation and love, this is vulnerability. The fear of fearful desire, the secret of having a secret. What remains lengthens in the fading light, a threat. You might have chosen a more comfortable rope. The bird is made visible as a buck. I have played myself as properly as I might. A quality of light. This is vulnerability.
Thanks, Amanda. Up next, we have Benjamin Pelly.
Hello. Just had to make sure my voice still worked. Cool. Yeah. So each found himself caught in the web, actions displaced, languishing in the fragile stalks of smoke. For thine is the days are very long, for thine is the cynosure of evening. The forest is very deep, and Mozart behaved as a Catlin board. Here is the church, here is the steeple, only its omnicausal hands and waggling fingers. It's all in the woods near the door, and deer hooves and dangling velvet. Time is very long, and the fabula of one's life is undesirable. For thine is to be different in each gospel, and you think they take the hint, but it just goes to show you. I believe in Sod, the Omi Almighty, Quaker of leavened and dirt. Don't leave me, I'm sorry. Sacrilege is the soft earth under the 3 stiff buckthorn by the pond, which I sank into some Sunday morning to watch snapping turtles war and smack. If my words did glow with the gold of sunshine, and my tunes were played on a Sunday morning sidewalk, and there's nothing short of dying half as lonesome as the sound of, let us close with the benediction. The Lord bless us and keep us. The Lord make his face an angel that flies from Montgomery and be gracious unto the silver coins that jingle jangle, fancy shoes that dance in time. The Lord lift up his countenance upon us and give us a note that cries, fare thee well, Tecumseh Valley. For thine is the forest and the flower and the morning forever and ever. Yes, Tanqueray and the blood of Christ, if you please. The words are all there. I was brought together into blood of the seed of man, and by the pleasure that cometh with sleep. And when I was born, I received the common air, and fell upon the earth which is of like nature, crying and weeping at the first as all other do. The weather rope is wet and swaying, seems as though it must be raining. Oop, lost my spot there. When we are born, we cry that we are come to this great stage of fools. Oh, I can't say that yet. I'm having a rollicking grand time as king. Surely this goes on in like manner forever and ever. As a child, I said it low and in one breath, like, I believe in God, the Father Almighty, maker of heaven and earth, and in Jesus Christ, his only Son, our Lord, who's... hang on. I'm gonna get it. I believe in God, the Father Almighty, maker of heaven and earth, and in Jesus Christ, his only Son, our Lord, who was conceived by the Holy Ghost, born of the Virgin Mary, suffered under Pontius Pilate, was crucified, dead, and buried, he descended into hell, and the third day rose again from the dead, and ascended into heaven, and sitteth at the right hand of God, the Father Almighty, from thence he shall come to judge the quick and the dead. That's like 2/3. Yeah, that's fine. All the hymns were raised to the powers of little Finnish words, either the titles or the tunes by which the hymns were to be sung. I am the I to be. Thou shalt have no other being before me. When I was very young, I was glad for the dark-haired minister to close his sermons by saying Song 12, verse 5, because it was short and I could go out sooner to play. Were I to hear it now, all those voices lifted in song, many silent shades now, it might come more fiercely to interrogate me, and rush to seize me blazing like a star, and bend me as if trying to create me, and break me open out of who I am. The chickadee's other call sounds like, "Hey, sweetie," or "cheeseburger." I once tried a little dirty talk, and Leviticus 18:22 fell from my mouth into his ear. My pillow talk is no better. I slip up like a dark stain and say things like, "It's not God that I do not accept, you understand. It is this world of God's created by God that I do not accept and cannot agree to accept." In apology, I can offer only this observation. The ancient mandate to love thy neighbor as thyself, transformed by our age into a banal platitude, is a perfectly complex commandment, for the ways in which we love ourselves are difficult, impossible battlegrounds of ambivalent feeling. O sweet, 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 O Pan, piercing sweet by the river, but the quincunx of heaven runs low, and 'tis time to close the 5 ports of knowledge, for thine is the... Listen, the cheap muted organ tests a chord, the minister clears his throat. Let us close with the benediction. The Lord rest us and sleep us. The Lord make his face lie upon ours and weep gracious unto us. The Lord gift up his permanence upon us and give us peace. In the name of your Father, and of his Son, and that Son's Holy Ghost. Amen. Song 12, verse 5. Thank you.
Thanks, Benjamin. That concludes our hour. I want to just give another thank you and round of applause to the readers who were brought here with Moody the Zine, Nick Naughty, Katie Bedoya, Caitlin Rooney, Gosha Ananchev, and Cindy Ho. We can give them a little clap. Also, a thank you to Melissa MURSCH-RODRIGUEZ for putting that collection together. And another thank you to Margot Armbruster, Amanda Alfirovich, and Benjamin Pally. Thank you for reading. I also want to be sure to thank this hour's sponsor, Metro I. I want to thank all of you for coming to support this event and for supporting Woodland Pattern, and especially want to thank Woodland Pattern and everyone on your staff who's been working tirelessly to put this whole marathon together and to continue to support artists, writers, and the community every other day of the year as well. So thank you. If the readers from this hour could come up to the stage for a group photo, I think that's the only other thing I needed to remember to say. Cool. Thanks, Mike.
Last year I got to hold the sign, so. This is our band. Oh, over here. Thank you.
Hi. Hi, everybody. Is this loud enough? Yeah. Okay. I'm always the quiet one. You gotta watch out for us. Welcome to the weird segment of Woodland Patterns Poetry Marathon. Thank you. Thank you for hanging around late into the creeching hours. That's what I call it. My name is Casey Harrison, and I am the creator and curator of Weird magazine. I started Weird back in the winter of 2022 as a way to showcase artists, poets, and writers who work in the realm of meaning making. Weird, W-Y-R-D, is an old Germanic word that roughly translates to that which comes and reflects a combination of both fate and responsibility. How beautiful. We can't escape it, but we can yearn. Joining me tonight are past contributors and collaborators of Weird, each incredible artist in their own right. I'll introduce them in a moment, but I would like to share a poem of my own, fresh, hot off the presses. So the premise of this poem is a conversation between a statue of a lion and a wild jaguar. So they're having a conversation, they're going back and forth. Okay. Beast of stone, formed by the expert hand, perched on pedestal. Beast of flesh, living wild in the thicket, moving through shadow. Ode to order, born out of the unmovable, symbol of triumph. Body is water, graceful steps navigating living world, changing with seasons. Skill of generations, passed down carefully through lesson, culminated in monument, earning a keep in the chain or cycle. Nothing is promised. Rain wears grooves in the perfect white stone, eroding the intention, abiding by fancies, pure impulse, not a thought, given to dawn. It took 3 stones for the first line, 3 into 1. No song better than one from the heart cannot be learned. Men form crowds until fables become more real than deep wound. Once bones dissolve, nothing is left for memory, no name spoken. Mirror inverts image, self-seen as the opposite. Glass can break. Reflection in water, never the same in perpetuity, beast nor river. A perfect delineation of a belief that separates self from world. An honest existence that ends the same moment that it begins. Thank you. Thank you. It's been a while. Up next is Ian Izzard, a good friend and longtime collaborator of Weird. So please give Ian a welcome.
Hey. So I've got kind of a three-course meal of poems for you today. I wrote them all over the course of around the last year and a half, but they weren't originally meant to be read together. So this was really also a practice in just arranging everything and trying to knit together a narrative. So The themes that I'm going to be revolving around mostly are kind of desire and brain rot, aimlessness, and then hopefully by the end, catharsis if I did everything right. But we're going to start today with phase 1, the invocation. It's called Little Boots First Unwinding, and it's from a chapbook that I wrote earlier in the year that I did some edits somewhere in between putting it in my phone and having it in the book, so I'm just going to read it off of here anyway. There's an old spirit with hunger unsated that cuts loose on the net like a bad case of crabs. This sly demon prescribed that weakness to Sisyphus, waiting at the bottom of those mountains to taunt and jeer and feed him more hubris to unsteady his gut. This is the enchantment that whispered from Cain's scythe, praying and pleading for a sacrifice of blood so that prodigal son could come home and be praised. Never-ending hunger, drawn from the river Styx to protect its soft flesh from its insecurities. Spirits walk among us, wearing our skins from the outside in as they go door to door selling dreams. Maybe you have a wish to be bigger right now. Your dream could arrive tomorrow if you just take these fangs and keep them suffused in a pool of blood. Phase 2, exigency. I'm a motherfucking star. Upload me already. I'm ready for the cloud. Fuck being a person. I think it's too hard. Watching the things I eat, making sure that I sleep, tracing the spots on my hands and my feet. Let me be 1 and 0 to your hidden code. Let me be your sun and moon far up in the sky. Bring you up when you're down and down when you're too high. I'll just go and grab the algorithm for you to speak to you from the other side of the screen and draw the heavens close to your subtle frame. You can have Cassiopeia, Ursa Major. Ooh, and what's this? The Son of Baconator, brought to you by Wendy's. You know you love that hot slop we serve. Why don't we check out the hills where the angels live and catch all the missives that rain from on high? The world outside is broken and the end is nigh. A woman married her car for art. Another followed a few years later, but for love this time. There's also a man who made love to his car, who deeply mourned his lover's untimely demise at the hands of a mechanic who felt no love. People sure love their cars, but I can see the appeal of Frenching a tailpipe, taking a long drag in to feel all your weight drift away on the breeze. Just because the world's crazy doesn't mean you have to be. You can start getting help using my affiliate link at betterhelp.com/youaretheproduct. I'm sorry, I know the ads can be distracting, but it ain't cheap to park outside the heavens and scalp tickets from St. Peter, and the cost of living gets steeper and steeper as we warm up the inferno for that long winter. But I do have a 2-for-1 special for the Duat if you're willing to switch providers. If not, no big deal, I just work here, and barely at that. See, I'm a contractor, so I get paid when someone wants me, and when they don't, poof, I'm back across the horizon, replaced with the next cold body, trying to sell you souls in a Thesian sleight of hand. Except it's not really a poof, that's just part of the effect. I walk home alone and cry silently into my notebooks, trying to find the next dream to serve. The tears fall like rain, dragging me into the ocean below, and we all dissolve with them. Phase 3, release, horizon calling. When I close my eyes, everything fades to a deep and still black. Long gone are the lights, laughter, and distant burr of machinery. They're still out there, just over the crest of that one lonely hill, while I stand knee-deep in a sea of sizzling swords. Gone is the child with a long-toothed smile skipping through open lands, who ate raspberries and laid in the sun with crimson-stained hands. Eden has no more sweet nectars for me to bottle and keg, and my new slick shade is fresh blood running down my leg. I'm just so damn tired. The world tried to wet me down to the bone. Now bones are the only thing left, tracing long red trails back home. And finally, the earth splits open. Wait, no, my phone's vibrating? A text from a friend lights up my face and casts my doubts out. It isn't much, just a few words, sent without a goal. But the sky split, sending water to cool my steaming soul. I feel so alone every single day, I know it to be true. So I'll read it now. I don't say this enough, but I love you. And somehow those little words bring the mighty heavens to their knees. And somewhere hidden in that rain, a secret answer to my pleas. Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. Wasn't that awesome? I think of all the people that I know, Ian has that like true artist spirit, just wired different, you know what I mean? This is totally off topic, but I saw a beautiful Instagram post, and it's an anecdote. So I'll read this text, but just know it's from a complete stranger. It's related, I promise. You'll understand. So it goes, one time I saw a squirrel trying to bury an acorn in the hood of their car. It didn't even make a dent, but it kept going. Some blind primal instinct forced him to ignore the cold metal and instead mistake it for soil. I felt so much pity for him that I wanted to cry. And I'll follow that with a quote from Carl Jung. Synchronicity is an ever-present reality for those with eyes to see. Thanks, I didn't write that. But up next is Sea Green. Please give it up.
Hello. I'm going to read a few poems here, short ones. So this first one is called, Oh Wait, That's My Name. The color green that folds you up and puts you in its pocket, kisses you on your toes and sets your glasses on the nightstand. Green is helping me breathe in through my nose and out through my mouth, or in through my mouth and out through my nose, the better one. Green is smiling at me big, showing teeth. Eating wild apples off the trees and berries off the bushes. The apples are dry, the berries are sour, but green says, that's wonderful. The green wraps my lover up in the blanket and tucks them in. We had nothing to lose, and green says, now you have me. Next, this is called Too True to Be Good. The performance of the sea kept breaking the cage in my chest. I am alone with the beating of my heart. I have fallen in love with movement. I shift from place to place, arms outstretched. From above the valley, the hills echo. It is very sacred. Above, the flowers fade, evening pink with tea, faint violet with milk. Their stems vanish in the darkness. Charred remains which will be overwhelmed by grass. Worms kiss my cheek. One hugs me, here forever. Next and last, this is Chinga la Migra. Ball of red yarn is unraveling, 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 and my blue mind is doing the butterfly stroke through the white clouds. And we all know red, white, and blue means cockroaches up your pant legs and crumbs of 2-day-old bread in your sheets. When you're in an abusive relationship with RWB, all you want to do is drink, 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 drink. You take 8 of your Adderalls, stay up all night, and draw because you can't drink anymore, because if you drink, your pancreas will shrivel up and die. Pictures of the devil on Pornhub, pictures of the devil painting a masterpiece. The devil's magnum opus is titled, The Devil's Last Painting Before the Blue Mind Suffocates by by bullets fired by the Secret Service because they successfully assassinated the mean President Man. The definition of a coward is abducting your neighbors and your neighbors' children with your face covered. You can't even look them in the eyes. The definition of a coward is shoving a woman to the ground and executing the nurse who rushes to help her. You run and you lie. Red blood on your hands, white supremacist tyrannical Gestapo, blue in the face from the spewing fountain of racist hatred. I am not proud to be an American. That's it.
That was Sea Green, and hold on. That was Sea Green. I had reconnected with them at a recent exhibition at the Charles Alice, and I swear probably 66.6667% of the works there were theirs. That's 2/3. But I admire the prolific dedication to the artwork and true artists, again, beautiful. So the third reader that was scheduled for tonight was Moki Ruminsky, who some of you may know as the Poet Laureate, correct me if I'm wrong, Milwaukee, something. Emerging, yeah, yes, okay, yeah. Sort of a laureate. Yeah, emerging, that, yeah, that's what Jenny said. Anyway, I had gone to a reading by Moki maybe about a week ago, and it was incredible. Unfortunately, he is sick today, so I have his chapbook that just came out, and I'm going to read a poem in his absence. So this one is called Her Rage Was Misunderstood. Along forest edge, in my dream, all the leaves fell gently. We were paired off from the group, led by shared concern. Golden tall grass bowed at your every step, I stumbled over. Rocks hidden beneath, wondering if you felt them fold. As riverbeds do with grief, we crane our necks together slightly. Under a spell, under a tree she lies, someone most misunderstood. Mute-mouthed, enraged, not at all welcoming, you reach with your shadow. I saw light shining from her, shining from you, within you. Somehow this calms now, this heals her, you have healed her. Then a breeze brought a paper, your hands make clean again. It explains explicitly all you already knew. Plastics would fill bloodstreams, cities bombed flat, if others abandoned her presence for being misunderstood. It was scientific, it was holistic, humanitarian healthcare. You were blooming. I swore I heard wings, yet all birds sat in reverence. Yay! And I see Nathan in the crowd, good friend, stepped in for Moki to volunteer today. It's true friendship. that's about all that I have to say today, but we also have Deanna Schneider, who has submitted a video, a recording of her reading. So I will pass it off to the big screen.
Hello, my name is Deanna Schneider, and I am presenting with Weird Magazine. I want to thank the curator, Casey Harrison, for providing a safe space for my work to live and thrive. Today, I'll be reciting my poem Rabid Wood, which is featured in Weird's Winter 2024 edition. This piece was written from a place of daily frustration and the desire to harness a feral energy. Rabid Wood. Stewing in my little apartment, binging on thoughts and Black Mirror static, at times makes me want to go feral. Claw my books from their shelves, pound my bloodied essence into the dull white walls, screech till there's concern from people down the hall. To trash every morsel I've ever been, to run rabid in the nearby wood, rip-roaring a path through the brambles, some sort of primitive state where the soil whispers my names and dictates all, down to my path or features that evolve in a struggle to survive. I always thought my brown eyes were a bore, but they really were the calling card, telling those of the mundane to stray far from me. Just a slight crackle these days may set off the creature I long to be, morphed into the loam until I lunge from thorn bushes. Stirring fire pits, calling out to the sky, hoping to see stellar lights, crashing down to sear flesh, singe hair, and scare me beyond reason. Foaming at the mouth isn't enough. They still call you into your daily cube when you're sick, dying, or just bleeding, heart push-pinned into the foam, as if it wasn't calling out to those like me, taxidermic in rooms I feel unwanted in, as if it wasn't still beating beneath the pin, drilling a chorus to be released. Dump me far from here. Let me pilfer and pray, rip hide from sinew with my glinting teeth, licking clean to the bone. I give in to animal. I refuse to let them pluck my parts for their own choosing, before I scorch the fields or suck their cattle dry. Thank you for listening and supporting the Woodland Pattern.
Wasn't that awesome? I love crazy girls. I love crazy beast feral girls. Deanna, if you're listening, maybe you're asleep already, but if you're listening, we love you. But that's it. That's it for Weird. I know we're probably running over time. I don't want to look, but thank you to Educators at Credit Union for sponsoring this hour. Thank you to Woodland Pattern. Thank you for all the bodies on the ground making this event happen tonight. And thanks for being nice to me. Oh, we gotta take a photo.
You can do that at the end, and we'll do Better Together. So who's hosting? Kat, you are. Okay. Well, it went through some changes.
Hi, everyone. I'd like to start, of course, by thanking Woodland Pattern and Woodland Pattern staff, especially for all they do for the poetry community, as well as how much they've affected my poetry and my educational experiences. Thank you for that. I also would like to thank the sponsors of this hour, Educators Credit Union, and I quote, "Educators' culture is based on people helping people." Very important. People helping people, which aligns really well with Better Together. So Better Together is a free community workshop running since spring of 2024 every Sunday, except for maybe a holiday or two in there, but pretty much every Sunday, come rain or shine. All this time we have met, or at this time we meet at Kumba Cafe from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. with prompts from Lakeside Poets and Writers, theme series, then we could do critique, and we do performance practice. Collaborations include Nikki Darlin Nikki's Haiku Workshop, Brenda Cardenas' Ekphrastic Project, and coming up, an experimental workshop with Lexicon X. So I'm excited about that. So, I'm not going to host this hour. I'm going to call up a very important person to me, my biggest supporter, comedian Simba Soto.
Hey. My bike was stolen. I don't think I'm getting it back. The guy outside the store said it was stolen by an owl, finch, and a bat. I'm not easily fooled. Where is my bike? I was gone for 2 minutes. I've been working all night. He said, why would I lie? I'm just as surprised as you to see birds operating a bike the way a human would do. And I look down the block, and what do I see? A flock of birds riding my bike down the street. A flock of birds riding my bike down the street is the craziest thing that I ever had seen. If I called the police, they would probably make jokes. Like I'm not a man that just lost all my hope. I wrote that poem at Better Together at a Sunday workshop. Brenda Cardenas, the poet laureate of Milwaukee, was, I'm sorry? Of Wisconsin, the whole state. Yeah, she was instructing the class, and the class was to write a poem based on a piece of art. She brought a bunch of art pieces to the room, but I chose to do my poem on a portrait on the wall at Kumba. So if you want to check that out on a Sunday, Kat will be hosting. And I'm very honored to bring up our first poet, Breezy Bree 2 times. Make some noise for her. 2 times.
I really wish I could hold it. I'm just leave it. Okay, I'm gonna just leave it. All right, I need y'all help real quick though. Can everybody say 2 times? 2 times. Everybody say 2 times. 2 times. I know her. I know her. What up, y'all? It's your girl Breezy Bree 2 times. Special thank you to Kat. I am newer to the poetry scene, about 2 years now, coming up in April. And once I heard about her workshops, I haven't been going much recently. I know I be in church on Sundays, but when I was going more consistently, it really did help me grow. And so for any of these poets in here, If you guys have free Sunday mornings, definitely go check her workshop out because it definitely helped me elevate as a poet. And so thank you, Kat, for all you've done. So I didn't know I was starting this thing off. Okay. So my poem for tonight is called Unite. I was here last year, if y'all remember. I remember some of these faces in here. And yeah, this is my poem. It's called Unite. Black, brown, or white, it's time to unite. Black, brown, or white, it's our time to fight. We can't let them steal our light. No one human is illegal and slavery's supposed to been dead, so why they still hanging melanated people? Every time I open the gram, Trump announces another ban. The only ones unaffected are straight males whose skin color is lighter than tan. It's driving me crazy. How can you deport children, separating moms and babies? They bomb and kill families in Gaza like it's nothing, and right after inflict pain on their own country, they want to see us all suffering. It doesn't matter where you're from, to them we're all the same. They don't want to see us flourish like, why are you mad a Puerto Rican is headlining a Super Bowl game? If they see you speaking Spanish, it's enough for them to throw you on that bus, but when will we say enough is enough? Got crooked cops running these streets looking for any black male to cuff. They want us all dead or put away because they know we're too powerful and we won't let them have their way. We all need to band together, stand together, and let our hands intertwine. We bring too much value to this damn country. And if we're being real, this land was stolen from us, but they don't want to talk about those times. Let's take to these streets, make a scene, and fight for our rights. The revolution will not be televised. We must not just stand by. Black, brown, or white, it's time to unite. Black, brown, or white, it's our time to fight. We can't let them steal our light. Thank you.
Hey, everybody say 2 times. Hey, great job. Our next poet coming up, her name is Anthony Hollowell.
Yep, on Friday. This is our wedding weekend. This is part of our honeymoon, so thank you all for being here. First of all, I would like to give a huge thank you to Educators Credit Union for sponsoring Better Together and for sponsoring our spot here at the Poetry Marathon and Benefit. Without educators, we are nothing. Without educators, we can become nothing. Without educators, we cannot achieve nothing. We cannot achieve anything, excuse me. I need an educator, and I am an educator, oh my gosh. But a huge thank you to Educators Credit Union for this, a huge thank you to Kat especially. I was fortunate enough to meet Kat on my birthday at Linneman's when she was bringing some of her students from her adult education class to view some of the poets in the area. I had done my piece, Dear Humans. She kind of fell in love with it, and I have been absolutely blessed to know this incredible woman since. Her Better Together workshop has made me a better poet, a better writer, and a better man. And I couldn't possibly, as much as I try, put into words how incredibly important she is to me in my life. So thank you, Kat, so much. I love you too, honey. That being said, I want to introduce this poem with many of us are considered other. Many of us are considered different. Many of us are considered not. Because of that, many within this administration have deemed us unworthy, have deemed our existence less, and have deemed our continued pursuit of happiness to be one of vile inhumanity when we ourselves are the definition of humanity. For those who do not know, I am an educator. I am an openly transgender male. I am a facilitator at the GSA at the school I work at. I stand as an example for those who come after me to tell them, to show them that being themselves is not wrong. That being authentic to themselves is never wrong. This poem is titled Trans is In. Binders are in. Newsboy caps are in. Out are the days of bras and black satin panties. Out are the feminine florals. Out are the items with that damned pink tax attached. Button-up shirts are in. Testosterone injections are in. Facial hair is in. Out are the days of birth control that did more harm than good. Out are the doctors who gaslight women. Out are the days of endless red from between my legs. Hello, sir, is in. Let the man speak is in. You're a good man is in. Out are the days of silence enforced by the perception of others. Out are the days lived in womanhood. Out is the confusion where my identity and my body clashed. Authenticity is in. Persecution is in. Marginalization is in. Out are the days where I could pass as a cisgender heterosexual woman. Out are the laws that kept me safe. Out is the comfort of social stability. Hate crimes are in. Legitimate gay panic legal defenses are in. Discrimination is in. Murder is in. Political policing of my existence is in. Hypocritical accusations of pedophilia are in. Death by virtue of difference is in. Safety is out. Comfort is out. Stability is out. But at least I have my integrity. Thank you very much. Thank you, Woodland Pattern. Thank you, everybody. Thank you all.
Anthony Hollowell, everybody. Yeah. And next coming up, we have Lazarus Hollowell.
All right, now, how the heck do I configure this mic if I'm going to be singing? I think I'm just going to tilt it down. Because I can project. You'll hear it. All right. So, thank you so much to everyone who is here. Thank you so much to Kat for organizing this. Thank you so much to Simba for being our MC. And thank you so much to Woodland Pattern, St. Kate, and Educators Credit Union. I'd like to say a few words about the song that I'm going to perform before I sing it. First off, this is Kat's favorite song of mine, And when I asked if I could sing, Kat's like, please sing this one. And secondly, this song is about being a charismatic little shit. So, when growing up, my dad always said that I had my great-grandfather's gift. And what that meant was my great-grandfather could like get into the elevator at the bottom floor of like a 10-story building or whatever with a complete stranger. And by the time he was at the top floor, they'd be arranging a homestay. He was a motherfucker, and it was hard not to love him. And according to my dad, I had the same sort of gift. People have called me charismatic, an eldritch fuck, whatever the fuck you want to call it. I swear like a sailor, I'm sorry. Not really, but hi. It's late and I'm tired and I'm struggling to talk. But without further ado, this is called A Weapon. Yeah, you can, second mic for the uke, that works. My body is a weapon, an unfair advantage, an arsenal I use against the world and against those who would seek me for their own. Everything I think, every article of clothing I wear, every moment I'm in this skin seems wrong. I don't overcome them with violence. Oh, I don't overcome them with violence. I kill them with artifice. I can bring grown men to their knees, drunk on noise and sensation, slain at the thought of separation. So long as I am who they think I am, my body, oh, 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 is a weapon, and I wish I could give it back to the one who made it. For how I look and who I am, and who I am supposed to be, are three very different things. And everything in this dreaming world seems so black and white, and I've slowly faded to gray. I don't overcome them with violence. I kill them with artifice. I can bring grown men to their knees, drunk on noise and sensation, slain at the thought of separation. So long as I am who they think I am, my body is a weapon, a tool for manipulation. You do as I say so long as I paint my face, color my lips, wear the clothes I know you love, paint black and white on my standard and fly it high for all who have the misfortune to see. My body, oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Da 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 bra ba 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 ba. I don't overcome them with violence, I kill them with artifice. I can bring grown men to their knees, She's drunk on noise and sensation, slain at the thought of separation. So long as I am who they think I am, oh, fall into me. So long as I keep going, I'll take you down with me. Oh, fall into me. So long as I keep going, I'll take you down with me. My body is a weapon, and it's pointed right at you. Thank you.
Hey, and that was Lazarus Hollowell, everybody. Make some noise for him. Next, coming up to the mic, we have Hosanna. Make some noise for Hosanna.
Howdy. I resorted back to pen and paper again, so you know it's gonna be awesome. I don't know if you guys remember, but last year, when we closed out Woodland, I came up here and wrote like a random poem of pieces and works that all of you did, which was absolutely amazing. I did a little bit of that today again, following the theme of freedom. All right, but I'm gonna have you guys close your eyes for this. And mainly because I'm nervous and I don't want you looking at me.
You got this. You can do this.
All right. So it's gonna start with a little bit of a songy song. I can't sing, but we're gonna imagine. Okay. Freedom, freedom. This ain't freedom. Freedom, freedom, oh, sweet freedom. Freedom, oh, freedom, sweet freedom. I know, oh, freedom's gonna come. I know freedom. First name basis, actually. I know her routine like the back of my hand, like family, and not like the extended kind. I know freedom. We're close. In fact, she lives down the street from me. You know that house with the wind chimes and the old porch swing? I know freedom. That big smile, warm welcome freedom with joy that only comes from knowing her ancestors. She wears peace sign bracelets her grandkids made for her. Bakes cookies at 2 p.m. every Friday just in time for them to come home, dump their burdens, fill their bellies and leave again. Afterwards, she will sweep up their worries into piles neat enough for them to carry and throw away. Like clean up crew, damage control. Cinderella, see, over here, we know to clean up after ourselves. See, over here, we respect freedom. Worship the ground we walk on, even if it's not ours, like it's still our home. Say our yes ma'am and no ma'ams as if they hold the secret passwords to places we had no business being in, like we had all of the answers. She has all of the answers. I know freedom. Her hair is gray, but her hope is vibrant. I swear, one day I saw her carry the sun, cradle it, and birth an image in its nations. She passed down wisdom of nations. Her prayer covers us all. and so does her blankets, carefully stitched together like old wounds. You wouldn't know where they started without them telling you. I know freedom, and she never leaves a project unfinished, no matter how long she had to wait. So gather at her steps, right below the wind chimes. Dump your burdens, fill your bellies, and listen to freedom sing. Freedom, freedom, this ain't freedom. Freedom, freedom, oh sweet freedom. Freedom, freedom, this ain't freedom. But oh, I know freedom will come. And that's that piece.
Thank you all, and that closes out the Better Together hour. Thank Simba, thank Breezy Bree 2 times. Can I hear 2 times? One more time. 2 times. And Anthony and Lazarus Hallowell. Hell yeah. And Hosanna. Woo!
And if everybody who read in the Weird segment and the Better Together segment could gather over here for a photo, because you are better together, right? In front of the camera. And then while I'm standing here, just an immense amount of thanks and gratitude to everybody who made this weekend possible. That's it. Is that it? Is there anything else? Oh, wait, there's like 5 more films, and there's another hour of poetry, and then, oh, wait, no, that is it. Thank you so much. This has been amazing. The 32nd Annual Poetry Marathon and Benefit is officially concluded. Good night, everybody. I'm going to sleep for a week.